Chapter 1076. Li Fuchen's preparation was to collect the components of the Scarlet Flame set or the Victory set. For components of the Scarlet Flame set allowed Li Fuchen's Fire Dao demigod power to reach the level of a first-rate invincible demigod. If he had 5 components of the Scarlet Flame set, it would allow Li Fuchen's Fire Dao demigod power to reach an even higher level. By then, even if he wasn't comparable to the Light and Dark God Lord and the Green Bone God Lord, with his sword art, it would still be extremely useful. The Victory set was also important. With 3 components, Yan Qinggu would have the strength of a second-rate invincible demigod. With 4 components, her strength would definitely surpass first-rate invincible demigods. By then, she would be able to barely contest with the Light and Dark God Lord. Apart from that, Li Fuchen still lacked a peak-grade or peak-grade half-god artifact that contained the Calamity power. After absorbing the Calamity power from a regular half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's Calamity power reached the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. According to Li Fuchen's estimations, in order to reach the perfection rank, he would need to absorb the Calamity power from a peak-grade half-god artifact. Of course, there were very few half-god artifacts that contained Calamity power. They were much rarer than space-time half-god artifacts. It was all up to luck to find one. No one knew how many cities were in the battlefield of gods. Right now, the Kunwu cosmos only discovered 9 cities. After traveling for 150 years, Li Fuchen arrived at the 3rd city, 1,000-ton city. There isn't any chi presence of the Scarlet Flame set. Li Fuchen shook his head. Yan Qinggu said, there isn't any chi presence of the Victory set either. Let me try my luck. Li Fuchen had already searched the Iron Blood City and the Ancient Kiln City carefully and didn't find any half-god artifacts that contained the Calamity power. He hoped that the 1,000-ton city would have it. After entering the 1,000-ton city, Li Fuchen searched the various half-god artifact shops. This is the last one. After arriving at the last half-god artifact shop, Li Fuchen walked in. My luck isn't bad. There is a high-grade half-god artifact that contains the Calamity power. A high-grade half-god artifact wasn't enough to push Li Fuchen's Hand of Calamity to the perfection rank, but it was good to improve it. After all, there were too few half-god artifacts that contained the Calamity power and they were hard to come by. Just as Li Fuchen expected, this high-grade half-god artifact didn't increase his Hand of Calamity's rank, but the Calamity power was doubled. One had to know that the Myriad Tribulation's indestructible body was closely related to the quality and quantity of the Tribulation power. Doubling the Tribulation power was equivalent to doubling the defense, which was very precious. The 4th, the 5th, for the next few hundred years, Li Fuchen obtained another 2 half-divine artifacts that contained the Calamity power. One was a normal half-divine artifact, the other was a high-class half-divine artifact. We've arrived at Skirich City. A majestic and towering city entered Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's eyes. This was the 7th battlefield of God's city that the 2 of them had arrived at. In this city, Yan Qingwu sensed the aura of the 4th part of the Victory set. Star Destruction Castle. In the residence of one of the Elders of Heaven Connect City's Elder Society, Star Destruction Demon Venerable. Fiend Venerable Star Destruction's 5th wife, Demon Goddess Snow Plum, lived in one of the side castles. A few years ago, Demon God Shui Mei had felt a strange throbbing from the Victory bracer on her wrist. Li Fuchen looked at Demon Goddess Shui Mei. Demon Goddess Shui Mei shook her head. It isn't much. If a set of peak-grade half-divine artifact is put up for auction, it would be sold for 200,000 or 300,000 mid-grade half-divine artifacts. That is a set, not a single piece. But without my piece, you will never be able to complete a set. Li Fuchen stood up and said, let alone 100,000 high-grade half-divine stones, we can't even fork out 30,000. Qinggu, let's go. Li Fuchen only had a few thousand high-grade half-divine stones and some half-divine artifacts. But from the looks of it, it wouldn't be enough even if Li Fuchen took out everything he had. Why are you in a hurry to leave? You can actually sell the Victory set to me. Demon Goddess Shui Mei said. How many high-grade half-divine stones can you fork out? 100,000 or 200,000? Li Fuqian sneered, 10,000 and they are mid-grade half-divine stones. Demon goddess Xue Mei picked up her wine cup and took a sip before replying. Yan Qinggu asked, what do you mean? What do I mean? Do you know where this place is? Demon goddess Xue Mei smiled and said, this is the Sky Connect city and this is the vicinity of the Star Extermination Castle. It is my territory. I am already very benevolent to give you 10,000 mid-grade half-divine stones. She was certain that Yan Qinggu had more than one piece of the victory set, therefore, she was determined to obtain it. Do you think you have us in your grasp? Li Fuqian stared at demon goddess Xue Mei. Demon goddess Xue Mei laughed heartily and said, I have you in my grasp. After getting hit by my snow plum fragrance, are you going to resist? While speaking, demon goddess Xue Mei took a glance at the wine. This wine was the snow plum fragrance. Unlike other drinks, the snow plum fragrance targeted the soul spirit and there were no signs. Originally, she wanted Li Fuqian and Yan Qinggu to drink the snow plum fragrance. If that was the case, she would be able to control the two of them and there was no need for any nonsense. Who knew that the two of them would reject it? Hearing the response, Yan Qinggu quickly circulated her half-god power. However, she immediately realized that it was fine if she didn't circulate the half-god power. Once she circulated the half-god power, she felt mentally and physically exhausted. It was already very difficult to circulate 10% of the half-god power and it was getting more strenuous. Poison of the spirit soul. Li Fuqian raised his brows. No. Demon goddess Xue Mei shook her head and said, this isn't considered poison of the spirit soul. It is just a special wine that can numb the spirit soul. If it is poison of the spirit soul, you would have already detected it. There were signs of poison of the spirit soul, but the snow plum fragrance didn't have any signs. Huff. After letting out a breath, Li Fuqian looked up and said, I originally didn't want to be so barbaric. While speaking, Li Fuqian instantly released the Sword Dao universe. In the Sky Connect city, the Sword Dao universe couldn't be released very far, but it was still possible to cover the entire floor. No. Demon goddess Xue Mei felt like an insect in amber and couldn't move at all. Her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't understand why Li Fuqian wasn't affected at all. After such a long period of time, apart from invincible demigods like her husband, Star Destruction Demon Venerate, all invincible demigods would have their strength weakened to the extreme. She didn't understand what level Li Fuqian's cultivation was at. He was actually able to suppress her with the Great Dao universe. No matter what, she was still an invincible demigod, even if she was a weaker invincible demigod. Are you going to hand over the victory armor yourself, or do I have to kill you? Li Fuqian said to demon goddess Xue Mei. Demon goddess Xue Mei gritted her teeth and said, kill me. My husband, Star Destruction Demon Venerate will take revenge for me. That is in the future. Li Fuqian waved his hand and a sword light pierced through demon goddess Xue Mei's body. I will hand it over. Demon goddess Xue Mei was afraid and quickly revealed the victory bracer on her wrist. Let's go. After obtaining the victory bracer, Li Fuqian stored Yan Qinggu into the plain heart and instantly vanished from the top floor of the restaurant. Where are you going? In the sky above the Sky Connect city, there was a terrifying black radiance that flashed over. Boom! There was a chi wave that sent two figures flying back. No wonder he is the Star Destruction Demon Venerate. Li Fuqian used the momentum to fly towards the city gates. One could only run while the other could fly. The Star Destruction Demon Venerate quickly caught up to Li Fuqian again. Star Destruction Fist. The Star Destruction Demon Venerate's body was flickering with black radiance as he blasted a fist at Li Fuqian. PFFF. Chapter 1077. He only suffered light injuries from my star-destroying demigod's power. Star Destruction Demon Venerable was very surprised. He cared a lot about demon goddess Xue Mei, so when he received her message, he immediately activated Sky Connect City's formation and rushed over as fast as he could. He originally thought that a single attack would be able to extinguish a large portion of Li Fuchen's half-god power and severely injure Li Fuchen. Who would have known that Li Fuchen's strength was unimaginably powerful and was obviously not inferior to him? It was no wonder demon god Xue Mei was defeated by Li Fuchen. Unfortunately, this was Heaven Connect City, his territory. With a wave of the hand, boundless array power surged towards Li Fuchen from all directions. In the battlefield of gods, everyone would be suppressed by the formation, including the elders of the Council of Patriarchs. However, the elders of the Patriarch Society controlled the city all year round, so they could control some simple formations. Feeling the majestic pressure, Li Fuchen knew that at this moment, he must not be delayed, otherwise it would not be so easy to leave. Li Fuchen unsheathed the Heaven Abyss sword and brandished it diagonally, activating the seamless sword chi. Puff! In the face of this sword move that contained a higher level of sword Dao law, how could the array power that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable could control resist Li Fuchen? It was immediately slashed apart. What a powerful sword technique! The Star Destruction Demon Venerable's eyelids twitched. His opponent's sword technique made him feel as if his soul was being sliced apart. One could well imagine how sharp and tyrannical this sword was. It's the Star Destruction Demon Venerable. Who is he chasing? This person is so strong. He could actually take a blow from Demon Exalt's Star Destruction head-on and only spit out a mouthful of blood. To be able to offend the Star Destruction Demon Venerable, he must be in existence on the same level as him. He might even be a doyen from another city. Many demigods in Sky Connect City were in a heated discussion. Just as Li Fuchen and the Star Destruction Devil Venerable were escaping, the Clear Sky City's city guards rushed over and sealed off Li Fuchen's path. Die! When Li Fuchen brandished his sword brazenly, at least a dozen top-notch demigods had died under the seamless sword chi. Subsequently, Li Fuchen repeatedly executed the seamless sword chi. In the face of this terrifying sword move, the city guards weren't able to block Li Fuchen. Even a peak-tier demigod would perish if they were to block this sword move. Li Fuchen was getting closer and closer to the city gate. Stay! 3 figures attacked Li Fuchen from 3 different directions. The surrounding demigods recognized these 3 as the 3 generals of Sky Connect City. All of them were first-rate invincible demigods. Scram! Sword chi swept out, and the 3 of them were sent flying. At the city gate, the gate was slowly closing. But the city gate was too heavy, it couldn't be closed in a short time. Whoosh! Li Fuchen followed the gap in the city gates and skimmed out of the connecting Heaven City. Star Destruction Demon Venerable chased after him and followed him out of Heaven Connect City. After exiting the Heaven Connecting City, Li Fuchen's speed was much faster and he could at least fly. Star Obliterating Fist. Of course, it was also because they had left Sky Connect City that the range of the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's attack had increased by more than 100 times or even 1,000 times. When he punched out, the vast void before him was enveloped by the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's fist aura. When facing this fist, Li Fuchen didn't resist it forcefully. He had resisted multiple attacks earlier and had already used up a lot of his half-god power. Turning around, Li Fuchen cleaved at the void. Ka-cha! The void seemed to have split open and Li Fuchen was sent flying. The half-god power is much stronger than the light and dark god lord. Is this the power of a peak-grade half-god artifact set? Unlike Yan Qingwu's victory set, the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Obliterating set was already collected a long time ago. Li Fuchen had a deep understanding of the power of a peak-grade half-god artifact set. He was rather curious. How many components did the Star Destruction set have? 4, 5, or only 3? Li Fuchen guessed that it should be less than 5. If it was 5 or more components, it was impossible for it to only have this much power. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuchen released Yan Qingwu, who requested to come out. At this moment, Yan Qingwu's half-god power wave was several times stronger. It was obvious that she had refined the 4th piece of the victory wristband and the victory half-god power in her body was greatly enhanced. The set isn't bad, but it is a pity that your cultivation realm is too low. The Star Destruction Demon Venerable immediately saw through Yan Qingwu and blasted a fist over. Split. Yan Qingwu didn't retreat or dodge. She instantly activated the victory halo and brandished the Dance of Destruction. The outcome was obvious as Yan Qingwu was sent flying. Of course, she was merely sent flying and didn't suffer any severe injuries. The 4 pieces of the victory set had already allowed Yan Qingwu to have strength that surpassed first-rate invincible demigods. Even the Star Destruction Demon Venerable wouldn't be able to suppress her. Clang! All of a sudden, the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body burst out with sparks as a sword chi slashed across. It is truly hard to guard against. The Star Extermination Demon Venerable lowered his head to take a look. It was almost impossible to sense the other party's sword chi, but its power was extremely terrifying. He had only been struck once, but a small portion of his demigod power had been consumed. To him, who had the Star Extermination set, this was an extremely unbelievable thing. In normal situations, even if he stood still and didn't resist, a few invincible demigods wouldn't be able to deplete much of his half-god power after attacking him for half a day. This wasn't a battle of half-god power anymore, it was a type of destruction effect of a higher-level law power on a lower-level law power. Xuemei, you have truly found a good opponent for me. The Star Destruction Demon Venerable shook his head in his heart. He wasn't afraid of Li Fuchen, but he knew clearly that he wouldn't be able to take down Li Fuchen alone outside the Sky Connection City. It was fortunate that he wasn't the only veteran in the Sky Connection City. 2 wind blades approached from a distance and instantly assaulted Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. The wind blades were extremely powerful and Li Fuchen used his full strength to barely slash the wind blades. Yan Qingwu was much weaker than Li Fuchen and was sent flying by the wind blades. The Wind God's innate half-god artifact is a rare top first-rate peak-tier offensive half-god artifact. In terms of attack power, it isn't inferior to me. The Wind God that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable mentioned was also a veteran of the Sky Connection City's Senior Assembly. As veterans, they naturally had their own reliance. A top first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact might not be comparable with a peak-tier half-god set. Even the latter's components were basically ordinary peak-tier half-god artifacts and there were rarely any passable peak-tier half-god artifacts. However, a top first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact would definitely reach the extremity in certain aspects. For example, a top first-rate offensive half-god artifact would definitely reach the extremity in terms of attack. A top first-rate defensive half-god artifact would reach the extremity in terms of defense. In comparison, a peak-tier half-god artifact set would reach the extremity in all aspects, especially in terms of demigod power. It would allow the user to possess the strongest demigod power and the strongest demigod power already represented the strongest strength. This is the strength of a veteran. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and stored Yan Qingwu into the heart of the plain. It was already very strenuous for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu to face the Star Destruction Demon Venerable alone. If another veteran was added in, they would definitely not be a match. With a flash, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and escaped. Can you escape? Star Absorb. The Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction set had a total of 2 set attributes. One was Star Destruction and the other was Star Absorb. As the Star Destruction Demon Venerable extended his hand and sucked, a black hole appeared in his palm. A horrific suction force enveloped Li Fuchen. Such a powerful suction force. Li Fuchen felt that the space around him was being sucked away. For Spirit's boundary. Seizing the opportunity, the Wind God who rushed over from afar tossed a 4-colored half-god artifact into the sky. In the next moment, there were roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and tortoises. From the 4-colored half-god artifact, there was an azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise respectively. A 4-colored boundary enveloped Li Fuchen. The 4 Spirits boundary board was a peak-tier half-god artifact. It was one of the 3 peak-tier half-god artifacts that the Wind God possessed. In a certain degree, it was also the rarest one. Let's see where you can run to now. Seeing that Li Fuchen was enveloped by the four spirits' boundary, the star destruction demon Venerable revealed a sinister smile. The wind god's four spirits' boundary board had an extremely powerful sealing effect. Even the star destruction demon Venerable wouldn't be able to break out within a short period of time once he was enveloped. This was in a situation where there was no interference. If someone interfered, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break out even after 10 days or half a month. After the star-absorbed dispersed, the star destruction demon Venerable rushed into the four-colored boundary and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This battle shall be left for the future. As the voice echoed, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and instantly turned illusory. He then silently penetrated the four-colored boundary and vanished into the void. Sword shift. After arriving beside the star destruction demon Venerable, the long-haired wind god who had green patterns on his body frowned. He had never seen such an incredible shifting technique. I have underestimated him. The star destruction demon Venerable had an unpleasant expression. He was shocked by Li Fuchen's sword Dao proficiency and was angry that demon god Snow Plum found an incredible enemy for him. In the depths of the divine battlefield, an illusory sword light descended and Li Fuchen's figure appeared. As his sword Dao proficiency increased, his sword shift had naturally improved too. The light and darkness god lord and the star destruction demon Venerable might be stronger than him in terms of half-god power, but their methods were far inferior. There are still the last two cities. Chapter 1078. Just a little more. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good. In the 8th battlefield of God's Black Rock City, he found two half-divine artifacts that contained the calamity power. One was a high-class half-divine artifact and the other was a peak-class half-divine artifact. This was also Li Fuchen's only top-notch half-divine artifact that contained the calamity power. Two half-divine artifacts allowed Li Fuchen's calamity power to increase by 10 times. It was a pity that despite the case, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to break through to the perfection rank for the Hand of Calamity. Li Fuchen reckoned that in order for the Hand of Calamity to break through to the perfection rank, he was still lacking one more top-notch half-divine artifact. Snowfield City. The 9th known battlefield of God's City. On the other side of Snowfield City was a vast snowfield. This snowfield was called the Undead Snowfield. So far, no one had been able to cross the Undead Snowfield, so no one knew what the end of the Undead Snowfield was. Arriving at Snow Plain City, Li Fuchen said, I hope my luck isn't too bad. Semi-artifacts that contained robbery power were too rare, but it was normal for one or two of them to appear in a city. If one was lucky, it was not impossible for another top-notch semi-artifact to appear. Unfortunately, Snowfield City does not have a part of the victory suit. Otherwise, if we go back now, we will have a great chance of winning. Yan Qinggu shook her head. She could feel that there was only one last part of the victory suit left. Once all 5 parts were gathered, the victory suit might even surpass the Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction suit. Although she was far inferior to the Star Destruction Demon Venerable in terms of cultivation level, the amplification effect of the suit was enough to narrow the gap or even make up for it. Of course, he would only know how powerful the entire victory equipment set was when he gathered all of it. Everything was just a guess now. It's not easy to gather all 4. There's no rush. Take your time. Li Fuchen didn't treat the light and dark Divine Lord and the Divine Race seriously. To him, dealing with them was just a small matter before he ascended to become a god. It would be great if he had a top-notch half-divine artifact that contained calamity power, but it didn't matter if he didn't. At most, he would spend more time to increase his sword Dao by another level. But if he could deal with God Lord Darklight and the God Race sooner, that would be a good thing. In the future, he could go into closed-door cultivation or explore the divine battlefield in peace. Have you run out of luck? After browsing through all the shops, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything, it was just that his gains were too small. He only obtained 3 ordinary half-god artifacts that contained tribulation power. In terms of the quantity and quality of the tribulation power, a high-grade semi-divine artifact was equivalent to 10 ordinary semi-divine artifacts. A top-notch semi-divine artifact was equivalent to 10 high-grade semi-divine artifacts or 100 ordinary semi-divine artifacts. Therefore, 3 normal half-divine artifacts that contained the calamity power weren't very useful to Li Fuchen. It was better than nothing. My lord, I am Mensa. Are you looking for a demigod weapon that contains tribulation power? On the street, an ordinary demigod hesitated for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and came over to talk to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sized up the man and suddenly, his eyes flashed with radiance as he asked with astonishment, "You also cultivate the calamity power?" He could sense the existence of tribulation power in his opponent's body. Although it was far inferior to his own, roughly equivalent to the early stage of the Hand of Calamity, and there were some differences in the characteristics of the tribulation power, there was not much difference in essence. This made Li Fuchen very curious. Apart from himself, this was the first person that Li Fuchen encountered that cultivated pure calamity power and had cultivated the calamity power to such a level. I cultivate a martial art called the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, and I have cultivated it to the 8th Calamity, the End of Era Calamity. During these few days, I noticed that my lord's calamity power was fluctuating, therefore, I guessed that my lord had just absorbed the calamity power. Mensa originally didn't notice Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen's calamity power was already withdrawn. Mensa's calamity power wasn't as high as Li Fuchen's, therefore, he naturally couldn't capture Li Fuchen's calamity power. But after Li Fuchen absorbed the calamity power from the half-divine artifact, the calamity power would inevitably have a fluctuation. Others might not be able to detect the fluctuation, but to Mensa, the fluctuation that Li Fuchen emitted was like a raging wave. It was filled with boundless destructive chi presence and it was hard to not notice it. 9 Calamity Divine Fist. Li Fuchen's heart was moved. He had learned the 9 Calamity Divine Fist in the Red Rainbow sect, but it was only the 3rd calamity, the Mortal Calamity, and it wasn't perfected. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that the 2 9 Calamity Divine Fists must be related. They might just be the same martial art. Why are you looking for me? Li Fuchen suppressed the curiosity in his heart and asked. Mensa said, "If my lord is looking for a half-divine artifact that contains the calamity power, I know a place that has it." Li Fuchen asked, "Why don't you go yourself? Your 9 Calamity Divine Fist should be able to absorb the calamity power from the half-divine artifact, right?" Mensa shook his head, "That place is too dangerous. I can't even go there." "What condition?" Li Fuchen knew clearly that there wasn't a free lunch in the sky. Mensa's breathing became hurried in response, "A peak-grade half-divine artifact. I only want a peak-grade half-divine artifact." Mensa yearned for a peak-grade half-divine artifact too much. In the early days, in order to become a half-god, he had chosen a regular half-divine artifact as his natal half-divine artifact. After all, it was already good to have a half-divine artifact in the early days and he didn't have the qualifications to be picky. But now, he regretted it. Choosing a regular half-divine artifact as his natal half-divine artifact had too great of a restriction on his strength. A regular half-god was simply too weak in the Snow Plain City. Any high-class half-god would be able to crush him. In order to change his fate, he had to obtain a peak-grade half-divine artifact. When there was a difference of 3 levels between half-divine artifacts, they could be baptized again. If Mensa could obtain a peak-grade half-divine artifact, he would be able to baptize his regular half-god power into a peak-grade half-god power. From then on, he would be a peak-grade half-god. Bring me there and I will give you a peak-grade half-divine artifact. A peak-grade half-divine artifact wasn't considered much to Li Fuchen. He could purchase one from a half-divine artifact store at any time, but the prerequisite was that Mensa was telling the truth. No way, only peak-grade half-gods can enter that place. Those below the peak-grade half-god level will be frozen to death. Most importantly, Mensa didn't trust Li Fuchen. What if Li Fuchen burned the bridge after crossing it? Then what do you want? Li Fuchen frowned. Mensa said, "I can bring you there, but I have to become a peak-grade half-god first. Li Fuchen thought for a moment, how about this? I am rather interested in your 9-calamity divine fist. Tell me the cultivation details of the 9-calamity divine fist and I will give you a peak-grade half-divine artifact before you bring me there. Alright. Mensa didn't hesitate to agree. To him, the 9-calamity divine fist wasn't that important. It wouldn't affect him if there was one more person to cultivate or one less person to cultivate. Chapter 1079. The 9-calamity divine fist had a total of 9 moves, which were also the 9 calamities. They were the Chi Blood Calamity, Chi Calamity, Mortal Calamity, Devil Heart Calamity, Saint Heart Calamity, Saint Devil Calamity, Constellation Calamity, Doomsday Calamity, and Chaos Calamity. Just like the Hand of God, the 9-calamity divine fist had a gradual progression and could be cultivated at the initial stages of the martial Tao. As expected, the Mortal Calamity that I obtained back at the Red Rainbow sect is a part of the 9-calamity divine fist. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the 9-calamity divine fist was definitely on the same level as the Hand of God. Without the illusory 7th-rank Hand of God, just the 6th-rank Hand of Calamity might not be comparable with the 9-calamity divine fist. With superior perception and vigorous calamity power, Li Fuchen didn't have any bottlenecks when cultivating the 9-calamity divine fist. In just a single night, he had cultivated the 9-calamity divine fist to the 8th calamity, Doomsday Calamity. The power of the Doomsday Calamity was around the initial stage and middle stage of the Hand of Calamity. It wasn't hard to imagine that the 9th calamity, Chaos Calamity's power should be above the late stage of the Hand of Calamity. The dead snow field was bone-chilling and the terrifying cold wind could easily freeze the half-god power of a half-god. My lord, this is the dead snow field. Mensa shrunk his neck. The dead snow field was too cold and even after becoming a peak-level half-god, he still felt a little cold. The dead snow field is indeed rather special. Li Fuchen nodded. Mensa said, legend has it that the dead snow field is the battlefield of 2 powerful gods. One of the powerful gods executed his icy snow divine power and turned the battlefield into a terrifying snow field. There were strong and weak demigods, therefore, there were naturally strong and weak gods too. Furthermore, Mensa continued, legend has it that there is a divine artifact in the dead snow field, a true divine artifact. Divine artifact? Li Fuchen raised his brows. A half-god artifact could allow a person to become a half-god. Could a divine artifact allow a person to become a god? No, no one would be able to withstand the divine power of a divine artifact. The deeper they went into the dead snow field, the colder the wind got. Mensa, who had just become a peak-level half-god, quickly circulated his half-god power to resist the assault of the cold wind. From Mensa, Li Fuchen found out that Mensa was able to discover the half-divine artifact that contained the calamity power in the desolate snow field. It was mainly because the desolate snow field would return to normal every 10 million years and regular demigods would be able to enter. However, the environment around the semi-divine artifact was extremely harsh. Mensa had only taken a look at it from afar, not daring to approach it. Hoo, the cold wind was as fierce as a knife, wantonly cutting the two's demigod power. Mensa picked up a demigod stone and absorbed the demigod's power while saying, my lord, we should be arriving soon. We're almost there. Li Fuchen had already released his divine spirit power. Far away, Li Fuchen noticed a golden armor in a cold pool. Without a doubt, this golden armor was a peak-level demigod artifact. Apart from containing powerful demigod power, it also contains surging tribulation power. 10%? No, as long as the golden armor had 5% of the calamity power, Li Fuchen was confident he could push the Hand of Calamity to the perfection rank. Beside the cold pond, Mensa was shivering from the cold. His hair and eyebrows were covered in frost. Plop! Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen dived into the cold pond like a fish. Even though Li Fuchen's Fire Dao demigod power had reached the first-rate invincible demigod level, it was still being rapidly consumed by the cold pond's water. 10%, 20%, 30%, the cold chi in the cold pond was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. Before even reaching half the distance, Li Fuchen's fire Dao demigod power had already been consumed by more than half. When he was still a short distance away from the golden armor, Li Fuchen's fire Dao demigod power was completely exhausted. His sword Dao demigod power surged out. Soon enough, Li Fuchen obtained the golden armor. After exiting the cold pond, Li Fuchen didn't immediately return to Snow Plain City. Instead, he was preparing to absorb the calamity power in the golden armor to break through to the perfection rank for the Hand of Calamity. As for Mensa, he had already left when Li Fuchen entered the cold pond. The cold pond was too cold and he wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Furthermore, he had already brought Li Fuchen to the golden armor, hence, there wasn't a need for him to follow Li Fuchen. The golden armor had a simple and unadorned design. When held in the hand, it gave off an indestructible and unbreakable feeling. Just as Li Fuchen was planning to absorb the calamity power in the golden armor, an intense golden light was emitted from the golden armor and enveloped Li Fuchen. It didn't even give Li Fuchen the chance to absorb the calamity power. Li Fuchen's expression changed after seeing the situation. But soon enough, his expression calmed down. To increase the rank of the Hand of Calamity, it wasn't necessary to simply absorb the calamity power. It was the same for the baptism of the golden armor. The golden armor's power was very special. It was like a mixture of half-god power and calamity power. Li Fuchen called it half-god calamity power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the calamity power and half-god calamity power were the difference between a cultivator and a half-god, or a normal power and half-god power. Calamity power was the universe's calamity power, while half-god calamity power was a higher-tier calamity power. The former had a limit, while the latter was just the starting point of a higher-tier calamity power. Of course, because they were both calamity power, there were similarities. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to directly absorb the calamity power from those calamity power half-artifacts. For safety's sake, Li Fuchen was planning to absorb the calamity power from the golden armor first. Once the Hand of Calamity broke through to the perfection rank, he would then decide if he wanted to accept the baptism of the golden armor. He didn't expect the golden armor to be so tyrannical and didn't even give him the chance to absorb the calamity power. But this was also good. The half-god calamity power was ultimately a half-god calamity power. It was definitely of a higher tier than the calamity power and was definitely stronger than the Hand of Calamity at the perfection rank. When the golden light was attached to Li Fuchen's body, a horrific chi presence burst out from Li Fuchen's body. The Hand of Calamity is finally at the perfection rank. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and flashed with a terrifying radiance. When the Hand of Calamity reached the perfection rank, his calamity power, be it the quality or quantity, had increased by more than 10 times. When he was at the later stage of the Hand of Calamity, his calamity immortal body was comparable to a high-class universe artifact. But now, his calamity immortal body had already surpassed high-class universe artifacts. Before the calamity power was exhausted, Li Fuchen believed that not even the Light and Dark God Lord and the Star Destruction Demon Venerate would be able to break his defense and exhaust his half-god power. Of course, putting aside the calamity power, Li Fuchen's body was already as tough as a high-class universe artifact. Even if he was struck consecutively, he wouldn't be severely injured and would at most exhaust some half-god power. The baptism is not over yet. I wonder how powerful the half-god calamity power is. When the Hand of Calamity broke through to the perfection rank, there were almost no bottlenecks. As for Li Fuchen's calamity power, it wasn't able to be completely converted into half-god calamity power after the golden armor's baptism. This is the half-god calamity power. As half of the calamity power in his body was converted into half-god calamity power, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the half-god calamity power. The half-god calamity power was definitely a higher class of calamity power. It was fortunate that this was the battlefield of gods. If it was in the Kunwa cosmos, the half-god calamity power would be enough to cause a devastating disaster. Soon enough, the baptism was over and Li Fuchen's calamity power had been converted into half-god calamity power. His body toughness had also increased greatly, and it was reckoned to be beyond high-class universe artifacts. I really don't know how the Undying God was killed back then. Li Fuchen found it very strange. The Undying God who had the gloves of Undying must have already converted his calamity power into half-god calamity power. Logically speaking, the light and dark God Lord shouldn't be a match for him, and it was impossible for him to be surrounded and killed by over a dozen top-notch half-gods. Chapter 1080. Plop. Without activating the half-god power, Li Fuchen immediately jumped into the cold pool. It's cold. I don't feel anything. After the hand of calamity broke through to the perfection rank, the calamity power had transformed into half-god calamity power. Li Fuchen's physical body toughness had increased by an unknown amount. When staying in the cold pool, he didn't feel anything and naturally didn't consume any energy. Time to go back. In terms of combat strength, Li Fuchen didn't have much improvement, but in terms of overall strength, it was at least dozens of times stronger. At least now, he could easily exhaust existences like the Light and Dark God Lord and the Star Destruction Devil Venerable. Kunwu Universe. Everyone was in a state of panic. In the past, the God race, who had kept a low profile, had become 100 times or even 1,000 times more high profile in the past few hundred years. Not only had they wantonly slaughtered other races and plundered their resources, but they had also set their sights on the ruins and dangerous places in various places. In the past few hundred years, many ruins had been breached by the God race, and they had obtained some semi-divine artifacts. Water God Graveyard. Rumble. The entire Water God's graveyard started to be destroyed. The terrifying ripples were enough to kill any peak demigod. A figure stood unmoving amidst the destructive waves. What a great water god! If I were just an ordinary invincible demigod, I would most likely be severely injured. God Lord Darklight gripped his pitchfork, his eyes flashing with sharp light. This steel trident was the Water God Trident, a peak-level semi-divine weapon that everyone dreamed of. For countless years, countless people had entered the Water God graveyard, but no one had been able to bring out the Water God Trident. They didn't even have the right to see it. But now, the Water God Trident had easily fallen into God Lord Darklight's hands. Putting away the Water God Trident, God Lord Darklight looked in the direction of Death God Lake. Grim Reaper. God Lord Darklight's eyes twinkled. In the entire universe, the Death God Lake undoubtedly had the most semi-divine weapons. However, correspondingly, the Death God Lake was also the most dangerous place in the entire universe. In the end, God Lord Darklight didn't go to the Death God Lake. It was not that he was afraid of the Grim Reaper. Once he unified the Kunwu cosmos, he would challenge the Lake of Death sooner or later. He would challenge the prestige of the Grim Reaper. There was no need to waste time now. Moving his gaze away from the Death God Lake, God Lord Darklight looked toward the Undying Star. In his eyes, there was a figure sleeping in the core of the Undying Star. The leader of the undead army, the Undead King. Whoosh! Seemingly sensing the impending danger, the Undying Monarch, who was sleeping in the core of the Undying Star, instantly disappeared and flew towards the universe's natural moat. Do you think you can escape? God Lord Darklight sneered and reached out to grab the Undying Sovereign across countless star domains. God Lord Light Darkness, I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to target me? The Undying Monarch used all his abilities to avoid God Lord Darklight's claw. Stay here. God Lord Darklight took a step forward, and space itself was forcefully pushed aside. The distance between God Lord Darklight and the Undying Monarch shrank by 100-fold. In a few moments, the two were only separated by a single star field. Die! With a slap, a light and darkness palm imprint that covered a small half of the star field flew out and grabbed the Undying Monarch. A moment later, the undead monarch was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a pile of semi-divine artifacts. Ha! Perish! In the vast starry sky, space cities were collapsing one after another. In the city, countless lives were lost in an instant. If the Protoss wanted to unify the universe, it wasn't enough to just kill the demigods of the various races. They had to let the other races know how terrifying the Protoss were and what God's punishment was. Basically, every few star fields, there would be a universe city destroyed. Horizontal River Star Field, the divine leaf city that Li Fuqian resided in for a long period of time, was torn apart. In the next moment, it had completely turned into space dust. This is the price of provoking the Protoss. The one that destroyed the divine leaf city was a peak-level demigod of the Protoss race. With a wave of his hand, the giant world tree's leaf rapidly shrunk and landed in his hand. The peaceful deep blue plane wasn't peaceful anymore. There were constantly divine race heaven monarchs and a large number of divine race experts arriving at this plane. When facing the powerful Protoss race, the deep blue plane couldn't resist at all. Amidst the boundless primordial violet chi, two ships were advancing rapidly. One of the ships had the Swordsman Guild and the Saber Union's demigods, while the other ship had Li Fuqian's demigods. The universe chasm separated the Kunwu universe and the half-god region. It was easy to travel to the half-god region from the Kunwu universe, but returning to the Kunwu universe from the half-god region was 10 times or even 100 times harder. It was fortunate that they had top-notch ship-type half-divine artifacts, therefore, it wasn't a problem. It is finally time for the decisive battle. At the bow of the ship, Yan Qingguo had a grave expression. This battle would determine the survival of the human race and they couldn't afford to fail. After this battle, the Protoss race shall cease to exist. Li Fuqian had an indifferent expression. The Protoss race might have other trump cards, but in Li Fuqian's eyes, the outcome of the battle with the Protoss race was already determined. After all, his sword Dao proficiency had improved significantly over the past few centuries and his seamless sword chi was much more refined. With just his sword Dao strength, he was rather confident in defeating the Protoss race. Furthermore, his Hand of Calamity was already at the perfection rank and his calamity power had transformed into a demigod's calamity power. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if he stood still, 8 or 10 invincible demigods wouldn't be able to break his myriad calamity immortal body. With superior sword Dao strength and superior defense, Li Fuqian couldn't think of any reason for failure. The primordial violet chi vanished and the two ships flew out of the universe chasm. They are destroying the various universe cities. The bright moon sword god's expression changed. As a peak-level demigod, his vision could easily penetrate dozens or even 100 star systems. Therefore, once he exited the universe chasm, he saw many divine race emperors and demigods destroying the universe cities. Li Fuqian, the Protoss race is invading the deep blue plane. Yan Qingguo's vision was even deeper than the bright moon sword god's. She immediately saw the situation of the deep blue plane. Courting death. Li Fuqian drew the Heaven Abyss sword and slashed at the deep blue plane across the boundless starry sky and star systems. In the next moment, countless sword chi fused into the deep blue plane like the spring breeze and rain. Damn Protoss race. Once the primary extreme sword god returns, he will definitely teach you a lesson. Let's fight it out with them. What is so great about the Protoss race? We have once repelled the demon race's invasion. In the deep blue plane, wars were happening all the time. To be exact, this wasn't a war, it was a massacre. When facing the terrifying Protoss race, the deep blue plane didn't have the strength to retaliate. Kill them all. The higher-ups have said that the entire deep blue plane shall not be spared. Not a single human shall be spared. Hee, it has been a long time since I have killed to my heart's content. I am going to pile these human corpses into a mountain range. I am going to gather all these blood into a river. The divine race's eyes were already red from killing and their bodies were surging with murderous aura. Just as everyone in the deep blue plane was in despair, there was a clear and melodious sword hum that echoed. Hurry up and look. One of them pointed to the sky. In the sky, there was a sword chi that was like rain that scattered down. Be it the divine race emperors, saints, sacred lords, heaven monarchs, or even divine lords, their bodies were like paper in the face of the sword chi. They were instantly riddled with holes and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1081. After executing the first sword move, Li Fuchen launched another sword move in different directions. PFFF PFFF PFFF, thousands of star regions away, a divine race demigod's body suddenly split open and turned into dust. A half-divine artifact fell down. Second, third, you dare. After 5 divine race demigods died, a light and dark palm print intercepted the sword chi. The Divine Lord Light and Dark had made a move. The two of them were far superior to first-rate invincible demigods. Even if they were separated by half a universe, they could instantly exchange moves. Time and space couldn't restrict them. Why wouldn't I dare? Li Fuchen's sword art had already surpassed the perfection rank and was extremely mystical. It wasn't something that the Divine Lord Light and Dark could intercept. A few breaths later, another divine race demigod was killed. His strength has increased again. The Divine Lord Light and Dark's face turned dark. A few hundred years ago, Li Fuchen's strength was only on par with him. In terms of overall strength, the Divine Lord Light and Dark were able to suppress Li Fuchen. Right now, the Divine Lord Light and Dark were no longer able to suppress Li Fuchen. Fortunately, the Divine Lord Light and Dark didn't waste the past few hundred years. Even if the Divine Lord Greenbone wasn't a life form of the Kunwa Cosmos and couldn't enter the Kunwa Cosmos to help him, the Divine Lord Light and Dark were still confident they could win this war. This war is already destined. The more we struggle, the more despair we will feel. After taking a deep breath, the Divine Lord Light and Dark's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. The Nether River Star region was a star region that was 10 times bigger than the Horizontal River Star region. In this star region, there was an extremely famous dangerous place, the Nether River. The Nether River was a few 100,000 light-years long and almost ran through the entire Nether River star region. The Nether River had plenty of water Dao space beasts and water Dao life forms. Correspondingly, there were plenty of water Dao treasures in the Nether River. Some of the water Dao treasures were unique and couldn't be found in the outside world. As a result, there were plenty of heaven monarchs that explored the Nether River. Occasionally, there would be City Lord-class heaven monarchs. Above the turbulent Nether River, 2 heaven monarchs were flying together. Sigh, who would have thought that the divine race that has been silent for countless years would suddenly show their prowess? Everyone said that the divine race isn't to be trifled with. I didn't feel it in the past, but now, I finally understand why. Isn't that so? Although the celestial race was tyrannical in the past, they weren't tyrannical to the point of wantonly slaughtering the various races. Such a large universe city was destroyed just like that. How many people died? I really don't know how the various races are going to resist the celestial race. It has been hundreds of years, and the various races haven't responded at all. Could it be that the celestial race is really going to unify the universe? It's very possible. Sigh, let's leave it to fate. As the two of them spoke, a large ship suddenly appeared in the sky above the River of Spirits. Then, another large ship broke through the sky and arrived. What a powerful aura! The aura emitted by the 2 ships was too strong. The originally turbulent River of Spirits quietened down instantly. Under the envelopment of the aura of the ships, the 2 lords of heaven felt like ants, so weak and small. Boom! Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. On the other side, several hundred light-years away, another large ship appeared. This large ship looked even more majestic, and its aura was even more powerful. Even though it was hundreds of light-years away, it still felt like it was right in front of them. It could be said that the aura of the ship had already ignored the distance between space and time. The size of the ship would no longer change based on distance. This mystical feeling was something that one wouldn't be able to understand without reaching a certain level. The aura of the celestial race. This is the celestial race's battleship. The 2 lords of heaven were alarmed and curious at the same time. What were the origins of the other 2 ships? Were they battleships from other races? The 2 of you, hurry up and leave. This place is about to become a battlefield. A figure appeared beside the two lords of heaven. With a wave of his hand, time and space collapsed and the two lords of heaven were instantly sent out of the river of spirits. Li Fuchen lifted his eyes and looked at the celestial race's battleship. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the celestial race's battleship was a top-notch half-god artifact, but not a pinnacle one. It made sense as pinnacle half-god artifacts were extremely rare. Even the battlefield of God's Senior Assembly's veterans didn't have one. Primary Extreme Sword God. The door of light and darkness appeared and the light and dark God Lord walked out. Light and dark God Lord, let's settle this in a single battle. Li Fuchen might have absolute confidence, but he didn't dare to underestimate the light and dark God Lord and the celestial race. The celestial race had dominated the universe for so many years, it was impossible that they didn't have any hidden trump cards. You didn't dare to return for a few hundred years. Now that you are back, it seems like you are prepared. The light and dark God Lord had cold eyes. Li Fuchen smiled faintly. You will know after trying. Fight. There wasn't a need for any nonsense. The light and dark God Lord and Li Fuchen waved their hands at the same time. In the next moment, countless attacks flew out from the three battleship half-god artifacts and blasted at the other side. After a few hundred years of development, the celestial race already had over 150 demigods. It was much more than Li Fuchen's side, but Li Fuchen still had Yan Qingguo who was an invincible demigod. Therefore, it was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Of course, the true victor would still be the battle between Li Fuchen and the light and dark God Lord. Everything else was just a side event. Rumble. In just a single round of attacks, the river of spirits that was hundreds of thousands of light-years long and the widest part was over 10,000 light-years immediately exploded. All the living beings, artifacts, and materials in the river of spirits were instantly turned into nothingness. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Li Fuchen and the light and dark God Lord didn't move despite the horrifying shockwave. Primary Extreme Sword God, I admire you very much. You are the first person in countless years that can threaten the celestial race. But it is a pity that you will be the last. The light and dark God opened his palm and a resplendent sphere of light appeared in his hand. For the past few hundred years, he didn't always stay in the Kunwa cosmos. Most of the time, he was actually hunting demigods in the battlefield of gods and devouring their divinity. However, there was a limit to devouring divinity. Once the limit was reached, the efficiency of devouring divinity would be very low. Out of 10 divinity points, at least 7 or 8 points would be wasted. The light and dark God Lord naturally wasn't willing to waste it, therefore, he stored the divinity points and would slowly devour them in the future. Right now, with the enemy before them, the light and dark God Lord couldn't care about wasting divinity points. Crackle. As the light and dark God Lord clenched his fist, the resplendent sphere of light turned into a resplendent radiance and fused into the light and dark God Lord's body. In the next moment, the light and dark God's half-god power was rising steadily. He was like a volcano that burst out with boundless power. Come on. Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword and cleaved. Get lost. The light and dark God Lord blasted a palm strike. Bang! A horrifying shockwave instantly engulfed the entire Nether River Star region. With the Nether River Star region as the center, it engulfed the surrounding star regions. In the face of this shockwave, many dangerous places and ruins collapsed and many universe cities turned into dust. This was just the aftermath of the fight. Li Fuchen sighed. This battle was destined to have countless innocent lives. A fight between demigods was different from a fight between emperors. The commotion created would normally be destructive. Furthermore, Li Fuchen and the light and dark God Lord weren't regular demigods. They were invincible demigods that surpassed the super first-rate invincible demigods. In fact, only at their level could they be considered invincible demigods. Therefore, as long as they fought in the universe, it was impossible to not implicate others. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to win this battle and let the universe welcome true peace. Bang bang bang, the shockwave was like ripples in the water that spread out. The entire Nether River Star region had already turned into primal chaos. This primal chaos was constantly extending, and even the dark void between the star regions wasn't able to isolate it. Ultimately, the dark void had also become a part of the primal chaos. At this moment, even the beings in the other half of the universe felt their hearts palpitating. The commotion caused by the fight between Li Fuqian and the Light and Dark God Lord was too huge. It was so huge that the entire universe was shaking. This kind of shaking wasn't actual shaking, it was a phenomenon caused by the chaotic laws of the universe. At this moment, the higher the cultivation level and the deeper the comprehension of the laws of the universe, the more intense the heart palpitations. On the contrary, normal people wouldn't feel anything. It is fortunate that we are all on the ship. In the primal chaos, apart from Li Fuqian and the Light and Dark God Lord, there were only 3 ships. The 3 ships kept colliding, and hundreds of attacks flew out at every moment. However, under the influence of the shockwaves, the 3 ships were quickly pushed far away. It did not take long for them to leave the Nether River Star region. Split. Yan Qinggu flew out from the ship and brandished the Dance of Destruction at the Celestial Race's warship. Let me try. An invincible demigod flew out from the Celestial Race's warship and fought with Yan Qinggu. This person was the other invincible demigod of the Celestial Race, the Emerald God Lord. However, the Emerald God Lord was only a second-rate invincible demigod and couldn't even block a single saber from Yan Qinggu. He vomited blood and was sent flying. Most of his half-god power had been destroyed. Emerald God Lord, we are here to assist you. 3 invincible demigods flew down from the Celestial Race's warship. In order to become an invincible demigod, one would need a peak-grade half-god artifact. Normally, a peak emperor would be able to become an invincible demigod with a regular peak-grade half-god artifact. If one had a first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact, one would be able to become a first-rate invincible demigod. If one's cultivation level wasn't at the peak emperor's level and was only close to the peak emperor's level, the requirement for a peak-grade half-god artifact would be very high. It would need to be a first-rate or even a super first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact. Of course, if one's cultivation level wasn't at the peak emperor's level, they would only be able to become a regular invincible demigod with a peak-grade half-god artifact. Among the invincible demigods that flew down was the Light Divine Lord. The Light Divine Lord might not be at the peak emperor's level, but he was definitely very close. After obtaining a first-rate peak-grade half-god artifact, he immediately became an invincible demigod. Do you think numbers are enough? Yan Qinggu sneered. Putting aside the fact that her strength had increased by several times, even a few centuries ago, she would be able to defeat these 4 individuals with ease. That might not be the case. A meatball suddenly appeared in the Emerald God Lord's hand. The meatball split into 4 and fused into the 4 individuals' bodies. Chapter 1082. The Emerald Divine Lord's half-god power had increased from a second-rate invincible demigod to a first-rate invincible demigod. The Light Divine Lord and the others' half-god power had increased from a regular invincible demigod to a second-rate invincible demigod. Of course, this alone wasn't enough to contest with Yan Qinggu. Divine Blood Resonance. The 4 half-god powers started to link together. An illusory figure appeared above the 4 of them. The illusory figure was getting more solid. It was obvious that this figure was similar to the combination of the Emerald Divine Lord and the Light Divine Lord. Be it the appearance or the half-god power, it was rather similar to the 4 of them. Is this the Divine Race's trump card? Yan Qinggu frowned and slashed at the materialized figure. The materialized figure opened its eyes and burst out with terrifying prowess. When facing this prowess, even Yan Qinggu felt her heart palpitating. It was fortunate that this feeling was only fleeting. Bang! The materialized figure blasted a fist at the saber light. In the next moment, a shockwave spread out. This shockwave might not be as powerful as the collision between Li Fuqian and the Light and Dark Divine Lord, but it was still very terrifying. Everything in the surroundings had been turned into a perpetual state of primal chaos. I still underestimated the divine race. Li Fuqian took a glance and sighed in his heart. He originally thought that with Yan Qingwu's strength, she shouldn't be a match. He didn't expect for the divine race's trump card to be stronger than he imagined. Li Fuqian's heart couldn't help but shiver. He knew that he might have been overconfident previously. Being overconfident might not be a good thing at times. After all, the divine race was a race left behind by a god. Who knew if this god had left behind any more incredible trump cards? Bang 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 bang, the light and dark divine lord might have devoured a large amount of divinity and his half-god power had increased again, but Li Fuqian's sword Dao proficiency had also increased significantly. A portion of sword Dao half-god power was able to burst out with even more power. After a series of battles, the light and dark divine lord didn't have the upper hand and was gradually suppressed by Li Fuqian. PFFF. A bolt of sword chi landed on God Lord Darklight's body, instantly obliterating a small chunk of his demigod energy. Origin Extreme Sword God, let me show you the trump card of my celestial race. A ball of flesh appeared in Dark God Lord God's hand. As the ball entered his body, Dark God Lord God's demigod power exploded again. This time, it didn't just double or triple, but more than 10 times. Originally, his strength was around the same level as Li Fuqian. Now that his half-god power had suddenly increased by more than 10 times, just the chi presence alone was enough to cause a commotion in the surrounding star regions. It felt as though the end of the world was here. This meatball? Li Fuqian frowned. The chi presence emitted by the meatball was superior and had already surpassed this universe. It was even stronger than Li Fuqian's sword Dao Law. Rumble. Like a god, the light and dark divine lord approached and slammed his palm at Li Fuqian. Bang! The dreadful light and darkness palm print landed right on Li Fuqian's body. Li Fuqian was sent flying. Bang bang bang, subsequently, countless light palm prints landed on Li Fuqian's body. In the light and dark divine lord's opinion, this round of attacks would at least exhaust half of Li Fuqian's half-god power. Even if Li Fuqian had more half-god power, he wouldn't be able to last for a long time. But when he stopped attacking, he realized that Li Fuqian's half-god power didn't seem to decrease at all. Impossible. The light and dark divine lord's eyes contracted. No wonder it is at the perfection rank of the myriad calamity imperishable body. The light and dark divine lord's attacks were just like scratching an itch to Li Fuqian. They weren't able to pose any threat to him. Again. The light and dark divine lord took a deep breath and activated his kill move, Light and Dark Abyss. After a long time, Li Fuqian rushed out of the light and dark abyss. His half-god power still didn't decrease, but when he executed his sword art, he used up some of his half-god power. Your hand of God is at the perfection rank. All of a sudden, the light and dark divine lord thought of something and had an extremely gloomy expression. Back then, the undying god had also cultivated the hand of God to the perfection rank. With the astounding defense, even the light and dark divine lord couldn't do anything. The light and dark divine lord didn't think that Li Fuqian didn't just have astounding sword Dao talent, he wasn't inferior in other aspects either. With the abundant half-god power, the light and dark divine lord gritted his teeth and continued to attack. He didn't believe that he wouldn't consume any energy to maintain such a defense. This battle lasted for a week and was getting more and more intense. The star regions that were affected had increased from a few dozen to a few hundred. The star regions that were at the core of the battlefield had already turned into primal chaos. Everything didn't exist and the universe law didn't exist. It could be said that this battle was the most terrifying battle in the history of the Kunwu cosmos. Many of the heavenly monarchs who didn't care about the battle started to panic. They suspected that if the battle continued, the entire cosmos would be destroyed. According to the news from the front lines, dozens of star regions would be destroyed every day. Countless living beings would be turned into ashes. Even the heavenly monarchs couldn't escape. This is too terrifying. Is he still a half-god? In a region that was relatively far away from the battlefield, many of the heavenly monarchs were gathered together. They weren't completely ignorant of the strength of a half-god. It was recorded in some of the records, and some of them had even personally seen a half-god fight. In their view, a half-god could at most destroy a city in the universe with a single move or create a few danger zones. As for destroying an entire star region, that was simply inconceivable. In history, only the peak half-gods had been able to do such a thing. But now, destroying dozens or even hundreds of star regions was simply unheard of. I've heard that the ones leading this battle are the god race's Light and Dark Divine Lord and the Swordsman Guild's Origin Extreme Sword God. Origin Extreme Sword God. It's Sovereign Lord Origin Extreme. This Origin Extreme Sword God really is a legend. In such a short time, he's already grown to the point where he can fight against the God Race Lord. Whether it was Sovereign Lord Origin Extreme Sword God or Emperor Extreme Sword God, there were always some people who weren't familiar with them. After asking around, those who weren't familiar with them couldn't help but be stunned. Did such a genius exist in this world? Even the sun of the universe couldn't compare. Bzzz. The starry sky trembled slightly. The tremble was very weak and regular heaven monarchs wouldn't be able to sense it. Only sovereign lords could easily sense it. Not good, the tremble has already reached here. Hurry up and leave. If we are late, we might not be able to escape. Sovereign lords had limited traveling speed. They might need more than a month before the star region they were in would be destroyed. But in such a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to escape very far. For a moment, the sovereign lords started to migrate. In order to save time, they only brought along a small portion of their closest people. It can't go on like this. Li Fuchen couldn't bear to see hundreds of star regions destroyed. Who knew how many living beings would perish in hundreds of star regions? It was fortunate that such deaths didn't have any pain, and that was the only consolation. However, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen was willing to continue wasting time with the Light and Dark Divine Lord. My sword Dao must break through. For the past few centuries, Li Fuchen's sword Dao might have increased by quite a bit, but the further he progressed, the slower it got. It was obvious that he was at a bottleneck. He had a premonition that as long as he broke through the bottleneck, his sword Dao strength would increase by another level. By then, even if he couldn't reach the God class, he wouldn't be too far off. As time passed, the Light and Darkness God Lord could vaguely sense that Li Fuchen's sword art was getting stronger. Still getting stronger. God Lord Darklight sensed that something was wrong. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was already at the God level. If it continued to grow stronger, wouldn't it reach the God level? Moreover, if the other party's way of the sword reached the God level, he would definitely be able to destroy him with a single strike. The might of a god was not to be trifled with. Success or failure depends on this. God Lord Darklight clenched his teeth and produced 2 more meatballs. These 2 meatballs were the last stock of the god race. After they were used up, there would be no more. As the 2 balls of flesh fused into his body, God Lord Darklight's demigod power exploded like a star, madly soaring. God Lord Darklight's body was visibly deformed by the demigod power. Could this meatball be the flesh of a god? A thought flashed in Li Fuchen's mind. Primary Extreme Sword God, my divine race is able to stand in the universe for countless years. Our foundation isn't something you can imagine. Prepare to die. An endless light and darkness shockwave blasted at Li Fuchen. So powerful. Li Fuchen wielded the Heaven Abyss sword and frenziedly resisted the shockwave. PFFF 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 PFFF. In the face of absolute power, no matter how mystical Li Fuchen's sword art was, it was useless. The shockwave followed the gaps of the sword art and blasted at Li Fuchen. 99, 9%, 99. 8%, 99. 7%. The demigod tribulation power that wasn't used much for the past week was now being depleted rapidly. With this speed, the demigod tribulation power would probably be exhausted in a few days. The replenishment speed wouldn't be able to keep up. Without pressure, there will be no motivation. Li Fuqian was resisting the shockwave while doing his best to deduce the sword art. 98%. 97%. 90%. 80%. I wonder how is the situation over there. The battle between Li Fuqian and God Lord Darklight had caused a huge commotion. Yan Qinggu and the others had already retreated over a dozen star regions. Despite the case, they still felt an intense pressure. It was impossible to see the situation over there, not even Yan Qinggu could do it. That place had already turned into a forbidden zone. Any form of power that entered would immediately be blasted into nothingness. Interesting. I didn't think that my Kunwu cosmos would actually produce such a person. In the chaos, it was unknown when two figures appeared. One of the figures was actually the bull-headed masked man. Back when Li Fuqian wasn't even a heaven monarch, the bull-headed masked man gave Li Fuqian a spatial ring. Beside the bull-headed masked man was a white-robed elder. Chapter 1083. 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%. After 3 days, Li Fuqian's demigod tribulation power was less than 30%. On the other hand, the light and dark god lord, the demigod power was hardly consumed. Still a little bit. Li Fuqian felt that he had touched a barrier. This barrier blocked the entire Kunwu universe. Only by breaking through this barrier will his Sword Dao realm be improved. It's not so easy to get in touch with the complete divine realm law. It took me more than 1 billion years to do it. The white-robed old man noticed something and grinned. Divine realm law. The ox-head masked man was curious. The white-robed elder explained, in order to ascend to godhood, you must come into contact with higher-level laws. In the demigod domain and the divine battlefield, although you can barely come into contact with higher-level laws, the laws there are fragmented and incomplete. It might be of some help to you at the beginning, but it won't be of much help later on. In the universe, although you can't come into contact with higher-level laws, there are always exceptions. The universe isn't without cracks. As long as you follow the cracks in the universe, you can come into contact with the world outside the universe. You can call that world the divine realm. Is there really a divine realm? The ox-head masked man looked forward to it. The white-robed old man nodded. Divine realm really exists, I can feel it. Teacher, since you have touched the divine realm law, why can't you ascend to become a god? The ox-head masked man asked. The white-robed old man sighed. This is because the ascension platform is ineffective. Without the help of the ascension platform, it is impossible to accept the baptism and reception of the divine realm law. No wonder no one has ascended to become a god in the endless years. Doesn't this mean that there will be no one who will ascend to become a god in the future? The ascension platform is the link between the universe and the divine realm. The original ascension platform is ineffective, and no one will ascend to become a god. However, there is no way out. If you can enter the core depths of the battlefield of God, you may be able to go to the divine realm. Teacher, this battlefield of God, what is going on? How can there be so many god corpses and semi-divine tools? The ox-head masked man asked the question that has always been there. The white-robed elder pondered for a moment, then slowly said, actually, I suspect that the battlefield of gods was originally a part of the deity realm. A terrifying war of gods tore the deity realm apart, and a fragment of the deity realm fell here, becoming the battlefield of gods. Otherwise, other than the deity realm, where else could there be so many god corpses and so many god artifacts? The god's battlefield is a part of the god realm, so it must have a secret connection with the god realm. The ox-head masked man's eyes brightened. The white-robed old man nodded. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to reach the core of the battlefield of God. The demigod beasts there are extremely terrifying. Even I cannot deal with some of them. After living for so many years, his only thought was to go to the divine realm. As for the struggles in the Kunwu cosmos, it had nothing to do with him. 20%, 10%. Finally, Li Fuchen's half-god tribulation power was exhausted. His sword Dao half-god power was also almost used up and the situation was extremely precarious. Let's see if you won't die. God Lord Darklight's eyes were cold. Teacher, aren't we going to save him? The ox-head masked man turned to look at the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man said, if he can't break through, what's the use of saving him? Soon enough, Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power was also exhausted. It was fortunate that his body was tougher than high-class universe treasures. Furthermore, the tree of life in his body had already upgraded from mid-class universe treasure to high-class universe treasure and was providing him with endless vitality. Of course, despite this, under the horrific attack of the God Lord Darklight, Li Fuchen could only persist for a while at most. However, under the desperate situation, Li Fuchen's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Li Fuchen felt as if he had turned into a sword chi that was expanding infinitely. In almost an instant, the sword chi filled the entire universe. It seems like I don't need to save him. The white-robed old man smiled. Others couldn't sense the existence of this sword chi, but he could clearly sense it. The world of endless darkness was like a flowing black liquid. In the black liquid, there were densely packed sparkling and translucent bubbles. These bubbles had been in a static state and there would occasionally be one or two bubbles bursting. At this moment, one of the bubbles suddenly had a wisp of sword light rush out. This is the world outside of the universe. Li Fuchen, who had turned into sword chi, sensed that there was black liquid everywhere. The black liquid was very viscous and after a long time, Li Fuchen felt that the sword chi was showing signs of disintegrating. Instinctively, Li Fuchen rushed up. Gradually, there was light that shone down from above. Along with the light, there was a distorted scene. There was a sky, white clouds, sun, and flying birds. It was like looking at the scenery underwater. The bubbles are universes. Outside of the black liquid is the divine world. Li Fuchen could already feel the divine world's laws. As compared to the divine battlefield's laws, the divine world's laws were clearer, more complete, and more majestic. Even through the black liquid, there was a prowess that pressed down on Li Fuchen's spirit. Bang! Li Fuchen wanted to rush out of the black liquid, but a layer of black membrane obstructed him. Bang bang bang, time after time, Li Fuchen charged at the black membrane in a frenzy. His intuition told him that as long as he broke through the black membrane, there would be great rewards. He might be able to ascend and become a god immediately. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen had failed. When he charged at the black membrane for the last time, the sword chi suddenly dispersed. It is a pity. In the Kunwa cosmos, Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with unprecedented radiance. An extremely terrifying sword Dao half-god power was instantly produced and surged. Impossible. Feeling his half-god power being pushed back, Divine Lord Light and Dark let out an enraged roar. Divine Lord Light and Dark, you are finished. Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power was still increasing. In terms of quality, it had even surpassed Divine Lord Light and Dark. Light and Dark Abyss. Divine Lord Light and Dark burst out with a kill move. Sword Chi returned to origin. Li Fuchen thrusted. Divine Lord Light and Dark's kill move collapsed. Immediately after, countless sword lights burst out from Divine Lord Light and Dark. 90%, 80%, 70%. In the blink of the eye, Divine Lord Light and Dark's half-god power was annihilated by 30%. It is over. The white-robed elder said indifferently. The bull-headed masked man nodded. Divine Lord Light and Dark was indeed very powerful and his teacher had been paying attention to him. It was a pity that compared to Li Fuchen, Divine Lord Light and Dark were still lacking. According to his teacher, Li Fuchen's growth speed was at the top of the top in the multiverse and few could match him. At the moment of life and death, Divine Lord Light and Dark gathered all his half-god power and cleaved at the void with a palm blade. Without a sound, a terrifying gap appeared. The other side of the gap was filled with primordial purple chi. It was a natural chasm in the universe. It was obvious that Divine Lord Light and Dark planned to escape to the half-god region. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen sneered and slashed at Divine Lord Light and Dark. PFFF. A sword chi flashed on Divine Lord Light and Dark's body. Immediately after, Divine Lord Light and Dark turned into ashes. The ashes wanted to reform, but the sword chi attached to them was too powerful and constantly strangled them until they turned into nothingness. A single sword killed Divine Lord Light and Dark. Immediately after, Li Fuchen easily eliminated the rest of the divine race's half-gods. Following the karmic connection, Li Fuchen even eliminated the members of the divine race who had close relationships with the divine race's half-gods. To the Kunwa cosmos, the divine race was a malignant tumor. One day, when Li Fuchen ascended to become a god, it was hard to guarantee that the divine race wouldn't rise from the ashes and cause trouble. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't able to eliminate the entire divine race by himself. The remaining divine race would be dealt with by the other races. If he couldn't even deal with the remaining divine race, then he would be too useless. Fuchen, you broke through. Yan Qinggu realized that she couldn't see through Li Fuchen. Previously, Li Fuchen might be powerful, but Yan Qinggu was still able to truly feel his existence. Right now, she felt that Li Fuchen was like a wisp of green smoke that sometimes existed and sometimes didn't exist. Li Fuchen nodded. Right now, I am just a step away from ascending to become a god. He didn't conceal it and there wasn't a need to. Just a step away from ascending to become a god. Everyone was appalled. This step might not be crossed in a lifetime, but it might be crossed in the next moment. Big brother, are you going to become a god? That's great. Li Fuxiang didn't have much of a concept of becoming a god. She only knew that gods were omnipotent. Gods were detached from this universe. You guys come in first, I have something to do. Li Fuchen took everyone into the heart of the plane, including the bright moon sword god and the others. Immediately after, Li Fuchen looked into the depths of chaos. You too, after watching for so long, you should come out and meet me. Before the Sword Dao realm broke through, Li Fuchen's divine soul discovered the ox-head masked man and the white-robed elder. However, he was in a great battle with the light and dark god lord at the time. He didn't know if they were enemies or friends, so Li Fuchen could only act as if he didn't see it. Primary Extreme Sword God, long time no see. The ox-head masked man and the white-robed elder came to Li Fuchen, and the ox-head masked man spoke. Indeed, long time no see, this is the teacher you spoke of. The ox-head masked man was obviously an invincible demigod, but he didn't know what strength he had. As for the white-robed elder beside the ox-head masked man, the chi presence was very strong. This strength could only be sensed by Li Fuchen, because they were the same kind of people. They were all existences that touched the divine realm's laws. You can call me Brahma. The white-robed elder introduced himself. Senior Brahma, I don't know what you are looking for me for. Li Fuchen said politely. Brahma nodded and seemed to be very satisfied with Li Fuchen's attitude. Looking for you, I want you to join us as transcendents and find the way to the divine realm together. Listening to the meaning of senior, under normal circumstances, there is no way to ascend to become a god? Li Fuchen heard the implication. Chapter 1084. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that Brahma mentioned that the battlefield of God was a part of the divine world. Apart from the divine world, Li Fuchen couldn't think of any other place that had so many god corpses and half-divine artifacts. Have all of the transcendents made contact with the divine world's laws? Li Fuchen asked. Brahma nodded. That's right. Those that haven't made contact with the complete divine world's laws aren't qualified to join us. Of course, apart from the transcendents, we also have quasi-transcendents. They are like you and have made contact with the shattered divine world's laws. They are like the light and dark god lord who devoured enough divinity to make their half-god power powerful. From Brahma, Li Fuchen found out that there were a total of 17 transcendents and 32 quasi-transcendents. But 1,000 years ago, there were 18 transcendents and 36 quasi-transcendents. In one mission, 1 transcendent and 4 quasi-transcendents perished. This was also why the transcendents would recruit members everywhere. It was fortunate that there were enough universes in the multiverse and there would be 1 or 2 transcendents and quasi-transcendents. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the core region of the battlefield of God. Alright, I will join you. Li Fuchen also wished to explore the core region of the battlefield of God. It would definitely be safer with more people. Of course, if he didn't have the same ideals in the future, he could simply withdraw. Brahma wasn't surprised that Li Fuchen wanted to join. He reminded, when heading to the core region of the battlefield of God, you better leave all your universe artifacts in the Kunwa cosmos, otherwise, they might be destroyed easily. High-class universe artifacts were useless to him. He didn't even care about the number 1 universe artifact, the universe spirit sphere in the Kunwa cosmos. Obtaining the universe spirit sphere would definitely allow one to ascend to become a god before the ascension platform lost its effect. After losing its effect, even if one obtained the universe spirit sphere, one wouldn't be able to ascend to become a god. However, it could help one to make contact with the complete divine world's laws. Alright. Li Fuchen nodded. Even without Brahma's instruction, Li Fuchen was also preparing to distribute all his universe artifacts to the people around him. At his level, universe artifacts were indeed useless, only the heart of the plane was useful. The next mission is 2,000 years later. During this period of time, you should settle your personal matters. While speaking, Brahma tossed a token to Li Fuchen and said, "This token is a top-notch half-god artifact and can only be found in the core region of the battlefield of God." In the battlefield of the gods, ordinary communication tokens were basically useless. Only semi-divine communication tokens were useful. Silent, Brahma left with the ox-head masked man, as if he had never existed. Once the divine race was defeated, the divine race's demigods were almost wiped out. The impact was extremely huge, but all of this wasn't related to Li Fuchen. He might not be like Brahma who didn't care about the Kunwa cosmos, but he wouldn't care about everything either. The God Race Temple. A ray of sword chi flashed, and a layer of divine light appeared outside the temple, neutralizing the sword chi. Is this what God left behind? Li Fuchen walked out from the void and scanned with his divine spirit. He immediately noticed that there was a crystal ball at the center of the temple. Inside the crystal ball, there was a drop of blood that was emitting boundless prowess. Drawing the Heaven Abyss sword, Li Fuchen slashed repeatedly at the temple. Gradually, the divine light became dimmer and dimmer, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The fact that you can come here means that my descendants have failed, or even gone extinct. An illusory figure appeared in the sky above the shrine. Not bad. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the illusory figure that was suspected to be left behind by a god. It was just an illusory figure. Very well, I will be waiting for you in the divine world. The illusory figure shattered and the divine light was extinguished. The divine race's foundation was very rich, much more than imagined. But as Li Fuchen expected, these things were only useful to others and were useless to him. In the blink of the eye, 500 years had passed. In the black liquid that was filled with endless bubbles, a sword chi rose straight up. The black membrane might not obstruct me from contacting the divine world's law, but it obstructs me from accepting the baptism of the divine world's law. If I can break the black membrane, I will definitely be able to become a god in advance. It was still unknown if he could travel to the divine world from the battlefield of the gods. Li Fuchen wouldn't place all his hopes on this. Bang! As usual, no matter how Li Fuchen attacked, the black membrane remained motionless and didn't even have a ripple. It made sense. If the black membrane was so easy to break, there wouldn't have been no one ascending to become a god after so many years. Li Fuchen might not be able to break the black membrane, but contacting the divine world's law for a long period of time was still beneficial to him. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that his divine soul was finally showing signs of metamorphosis. Right now, his divine soul was purplish red. If it metamorphosed again, it would be red. Another 500 years had passed. Li Fuchen used enough Grim Reaper stones and finally obtained the number 1 universe cardinal treasure, the universe spirit sphere from the Death God Cave. Just like the rumors said, the universe spirit sphere contained a myriad of great Daos. It was formed by the purest power of the Kunwu universe's source. With it, not only could Li Fuchen rapidly increase his cultivation level, but it would also be easier for him to break the restraints of the Kunwu universe and make contact with the divine world's law. With the help of the universe spirit sphere, Li Fuchen's time and space Dao and fire Dao had broken through to the perfection rank. He had also made contact with the divine world's time and space Dao law. Apart from that, the hand of calamity had also broken through to the perfection rank and made contact with the divine world's destruction law. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen instantly arrived at the universe chasm. With another flash, he arrived at the half-god domain. I wonder how my time and space Dao is compared to Senior Brahma's time and space Dao. How could Li Fuchen not see that Brahma walked on the time and space Dao? The reason why Brahma was able to survive countless times of surpassing was most likely due to his superior life preservation ability in the time and space Dao. Since Li Fuchen had made contact with the divine world's destruction law, the universe spirit sphere was useless to Li Fuchen. He wasn't greedy enough to comprehend more Daos. A person's energy was limited. Even if he had the golden amulet, he shouldn't waste his energy like this. Just like the tree of life and the heart of the plane, Li Fuchen temporarily handed the universe spirit sphere to Yan Qinggu. She was the strongest and Li Fuchen felt more assured with the item on her. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that even with the universe spirit sphere, it was impossible for Yan Qinggu to reach the level of surpassing within a short period of time. Soon enough, 2,000 years had passed. Li Fuchen took out the P-class half-divine artifact communication token and started to contact Brahma. The P-class half-divine artifact communication token had a positioning function. A short moment later, Brahma sent a location to Li Fuchen. Everything here will depend on you, Li Fuchen said to Yan Qinggu. With the 4 parts of the victory suit, Yan Qinggu's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary elder of a city. If she could make use of the universal spiritual ball and improve her realm, she would be able to fight against someone as powerful as the star destruction demon Venerable. Don't worry. Yan Qinggu nodded. If Li Fuchen didn't make contact with the divine world's time and space law, he reckoned that it would take at least a few dozen years to reach the place where the surpassing experts gathered. Right now, Li Fuchen only spent slightly more than 3 years to arrive. Senior Brahma. In the middle of the boundless sea of blood was an isolated island. Brahma had long since arrived on the island, and he was flanked by a group of other people. Among the surpassing experts, there were a few who were wearing white robes, while most of them were wearing gray robes. Among the surpassing experts, those who were wearing white robes were official surpassing experts, while those who were wearing gray robes were quasi-surpassing experts. Li Fuchen was currently wearing a white robe, but there was an embroidered sword on his white robe to differentiate himself. Primary Extreme Sword God, you are here. Brahma smiled and said to everyone, let me introduce everyone. This is our Kunwu Cosmos Primary Extreme Sword God. He has made contact with the Divine World Sword Dao Law. The Sword Dao advocates offense. We will have to rely on you to deal with the armored dragon beast. The 100 refinement silver turtle isn't easy to deal with either. Everyone welcomed the addition of a new member. I will do my best. Li Fuchen nodded. Among these people, there were a few who had abnormally robust and tyrannical half-god power. Li Fuchen guessed that they should be divine races from other universes. Right now, Li Fuchen already knew that the divine race had the bloodline of a god and had a chance to awaken the aptitude to devour divinity. As long as they had enough time, they would be able to grow infinitely stronger until the saint spirit transformed into a god spirit. As for whether the saint spirit could ascend to become a god after transforming into a god spirit, Li Fuchen didn't know. With Brahma's introduction, Li Fuchen got to know the rest of the surpassing experts. There were a few surpassing experts that Li Fuchen intentionally took a few extra glances, as these surpassing experts seemed to be much more terrifying than Brahma. Especially the bald youth who had a 9-headed snake embroidered on his white robe, and the cold and elegant woman who had a blood lotus embroidered on her white robe. As for the quasi-surpassing experts, Li Fuchen didn't need to know them, as Brahma didn't introduce them either. Time elapsed and a few more years had passed. Since everyone is here, let's depart. The one speaking was the 8-horned god with 8 white horns. Then let's depart. The bald youth who had a 9-headed snake embroidered on his white robe was called the 9-dragon traveler. He stood up and floated into the sky. Let's go. In response, everyone soared into the sky. The divine blood sea was the core region of the battlefield of gods. It was boundless and had countless islands. If they were to search every inch of the sea, it would be impossible to search every inch of the sea for an entire lifetime. Everyone could only try their luck and choose a direction to head deeper into. This was also the reason why no one was able to find the path to the divine world for countless years. The divine blood sea was too massive, and it was easier said than done to find the path to the divine world. The boundless divine blood sea naturally wasn't a friendly place. There were countless half-god beasts here, and some of the formidable half-god beasts wouldn't be a match for them in a one-on-one fight. According to what others said, once these half-god beasts were baptized by the divine world's laws, they would immediately become divine beasts. They weren't comparable to regular half-god beasts. Everyone, be careful. The armored dragon beast is here. As Brahma finished speaking, the blood-colored sea water swelled up and a giant dragon head emerged. Chapter 1085. Dark blue blood splattered everywhere. The armored dragon beast's massive body plunged into the blood sea and didn't emerge again. It sure runs fast. One of the transcending experts sneered. The sword Dao is truly incredible in terms of offense. A single sword was able to break the armored dragon beast's defense. With the primary extreme sword god around, we will definitely be able to go deeper into the divine blood sea. After chasing away the armored dragon beast, everyone was very pleased. In the past, they might be able to chase away the armored dragon beast, but the time they spent was several times longer than today. Brahma, your Kunwa cosmos is truly filled with talents. It produced you, and now the primary extreme sword god. A white-haired elder with a skull embroidered on his white robe poured himself a cup of wine. After taking a sip, he said to Brahma. Brahma said, to be honest, the appearance of the primary extreme sword god is an anomaly. I even suspect if he is the reincarnation of a powerful god. 100 refinement silver turtle, blood gold bird, abyss sea snake, the depths of the divine blood sea were several times more dangerous than Li Fuchen imagined. The armored dragon beast might be formidable, but it always moved alone. The 100 refinement silver turtle, blood gold bird, and abyss sea snake were half-divine beasts that lived in groups and were far more dangerous than the armored dragon beast. How is it? Can you still hold on? Brahma transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's combat strength was formidable, but the divine blood sea tested one's overall strength and not just combat strength. Still all right. As of now, Li Fuchen had only revealed his sword Dao strength and didn't reveal any other strength. He was confident that if only 3 transcending experts could survive, he would definitely be one of them. If only one of them could survive, it would probably be him. Of course, there wasn't a need to reveal too much strength now. That is good. Brahma looked at Li Fuchen and knew that Li Fuchen wasn't strenuous. It was obvious that Li Fuchen still had strength to spare. From far away, everyone could see a giant island, and there were some indistinct structures on the island. Everyone, be careful. The 9-dragon traveler's cautious expression had a trace of delight. In the past, whenever they discovered an island, they would have some gains. They hoped that they would be able to find the path to the divine world this time. The island might seem close, but it was actually extremely far. After flying for a few days, everyone finally reached the island. There were indeed plenty of structures on the island, and the style of the structures was similar to the divine battlefield. Hurry over. Suddenly, the eight-horned deity's voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone gathered at the location of the octagonal deity. In front of the octagonal god was a hexagonal stone platform. Each of the 6 corners of the stone platform had a stone pillar. The stone pillars were engraved with mysterious patterns that no one could decipher. Most likely, they contained the natural laws of the god world. It's a teleportation platform. A quasi-transcender exclaimed. It's most likely a teleportation platform. Unfortunately, it's incomplete, Brahma said with a regretful expression. The hexagonal stone platform was missing a corner. Correspondingly, it was also missing a stone pillar. It could not be activated at all. After taking a deep breath, the 9-headed walker said, "At least we've found something. Perhaps we'll be able to find a complete transportation platform on the next island." The 9-headed walkers are right. Let's not waste any more time and find the next island. One of the transcending experts said impatiently. The divine blood sea was boundless, and it wasn't an easy task to find the second island. Furthermore, as they gradually ventured deeper into the divine blood sea, casualties were inevitable. After 800 years, more than 10 transcending experts and quasi-transcending experts had perished. The reason why there were so many casualties was because they encountered a half-divine beast that they had never seen before, the 6-winged dragon snake. The 6-winged dragon snake's strength was much stronger than the armored dragon beast. Quasi-transcending experts would basically die if they got close to it. A single transcending expert wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks. Furthermore, the 6-winged dragon snake's speed was unbelievably fast. Among everyone, only Brahma's speed was superior to the 6-winged dragon snake. The rest of them weren't as fast. Of course, if Li Fuchen exposed his strength in the spatial Tao, his speed would also be superior to the 6-winged dragon snake, but it wasn't necessary. It was fortunate that the 6-winged dragon snake's defense was much inferior to the armored dragon beast. Otherwise, the casualties would at least be doubled. 9-headed walker, why don't we go back first? Let's go back first. 12 people had died. Among the remaining people, some were beginning to give up. Not everyone in the Transcending Experts organization was in a hurry to find the path to the divine world. Only the 9-headed walker and Brahma, who had lived for countless years, would be in a hurry to head to the divine world and start a new life. The 9-headed walker's eyes turned cold. You all give up halfway every time and waste time. Have you ever thought that if we were to continue in a spurt of energy, we might have already found the path to the divine world? He had lived for too long and he was already tired of it. He was in a hurry to head to the divine world and start a new life. But we can't risk our lives either. If we lose our lives, so what if we find the path to the divine world? That's right. You, the 9-headed walker, have lived long enough, but we haven't. Since it involved their own lives, there were plenty of people who opposed the 9-headed walker. 9-headed walker, forget it. The divine blood sea is too big and there is no need to rush. Brahma didn't recommend to continue venturing deeper into the divine blood sea. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but he was worried that too many people would die and that they would have to wait for many years to replenish their numbers. Ultimately, the 9-headed walker compromised. They followed the markings that they left along the way and left the divine blood sea. As the years passed by, under the radiation of the divine world's law, Li Fuchen's divine soul was constantly turning red. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once his divine soul turned completely red, there might be a chance to turn things around. The peaceful days didn't last for long. In the Kunwa cosmos, a large number of insectoids suddenly rushed out from the number one dangerous place, the insect god battlefield. There were plenty of half-god insectoids among them. When facing the extremely ferocious insectoids, the races were constantly retreating and didn't have any strength to retaliate. In the everlasting light star region, stars were exploding. In the resplendent starry sky, there were scenes of slaughter everywhere. These insectoids were too terrifying. Not only did they have extremely tough bodies, but they could also secrete destructive acids. Even a half-god would have to consume a lot of half-god power after getting sprayed by the destructive acids. Retreat. Yan Qingguo, who was fighting with 6 half-god insectoids, gritted her teeth and gave the order to retreat. She suspected that there was a supreme insect nest in the insect god battlefield. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many half-god insectoids. Just as the various tribes were being pushed back, a beam of sword light appeared from the void. Wherever it passed, the demigod rank bug tribe would be sliced in half and turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the demigod rank bug tribe that had appeared from the bug god battlefield were all slain. It is the primary extreme sword god. With the primary extreme sword god around, the mere insectoids aren't worth mentioning. Everyone cheered. For the past few days, they might have been suppressed by the insectoids, but they weren't worried at all. After all, with Li Fuchen around, there was nothing to worry about. This insect god battlefield isn't simple. Yan Qingguo flew to Li Fuchen's side. Li Fuchen nodded. It is time to explore the insect god battlefield. In the past, he didn't explore the insect god battlefield because his intuition told him that it was very dangerous and even more dangerous than the divine race. Right now, his strength was already at the extremity of the half-god realm. Unless there were divine-class insectoids in the insect god battlefield, there shouldn't be much danger. Be careful. I know. In a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the insect god battlefield. In the pitch-black insect god battlefield, there were countless insectoids that were like locusts that were wreaking havoc. In the depths of the insect god battlefield, there was an unimaginably massive insect nest that was floating there. Countless insectoids were being nurtured and there was no lack of demigod insectoids. Li Fuchen guessed that this should be the supreme insect nest, the highest grade insect nest that appeared in the Kunwa cosmos. Kill. Li Fuchen's appearance had attracted the attention of a few demigod insectoids that had just been nurtured. PFFF. There was a flash of sword light. Including the supreme insect nest, all the demigod insectoids and the entire sky of insectoids were turned into ashes and were completely erased. I would like to see what is so mysterious about the insect god battlefield. Li Fuchen rapidly entered the depths of the insect god battlefield. This is... Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the end of the insect god battlefield. At the end of the battlefield was a gap that was even larger than the plane. There were terrifying laws radiating out from the gap. The gap is connected to the outside of the universe. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen released his divine spirit power. The law power that maintained the gap was extremely powerful. Even though Li Fuchen's divine spirit was about to turn red, it was still a little strenuous. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's divine spirit power finally passed through the gap and arrived at the other end of the gap. The world of endless darkness was like a flowing black liquid. Within the black liquid, there were motionless and translucent bubbles. This is the region between universes. Li Fuchen understood. All of a sudden, there was a shadow that flashed in front of him. Li Fuchen's divine spirit power extended out and he couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. The shadow that flashed by just now was an insect's leg. He looked up and saw a black insect shrouded in hundreds of thousands of air bubbles. It was weaving a web, and one of the threads of the web happened to be connected to the bubble representing the Kunwa universe. That gap was caused by the corrosive power of the laws of the web. This is a god-class insectoid. No matter how foolish Li Fuchen was, he knew that this insect was a god, a true god. Li Fuchen's divine spirit power was too conspicuous and the black insect immediately noticed Li Fuchen. As the hundreds of eyes on the abdomen of the black insect looked over, Li Fuchen's divine spirit felt as though it was splashed with boiling water and there was a burning pain. Not good. Following the gap, Li Fuchen's divine spirit power quickly retreated back to the Kunwa cosmos. Why would a god appear in the mortal realm? The black insect's voice echoed in the darkness. Forget it, since this mortal realm has a god, then I shall give up on this mortal realm. The web that was connected to the Kunwu cosmos was broken. Soon enough, the gap was gradually mended. Chapter 1086. I've finally found the fifth piece of the Scarlet Flame set. In the depths of the battlefield of gods, Li Fuchen found the fifth piece of the Scarlet Flame set. As he expected, the 5 parts of the Scarlet Flame set weren't the entirety of the set. The sixth item. With one more piece of the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen's ability to sense the remaining parts was strengthened by several folds. After over 100 years, Li Fuchen successfully found the 6th piece of the Scarlet Flame set. Then the 7th, the 8th. 6 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was not inferior to 4 pieces of the Victory set. 7 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was probably comparable to the Star Destruction Demon Venerable Star Destruction set, not to mention 8 pieces. Moreover, the 8 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set was not a complete set. Li Fuchen guessed that the complete Scarlet Flame set wouldn't be inferior to a true divine artifact. The 9th item. Finally, with his sensing range greatly increased, Li Fuchen found the 9th piece of the Scarlet Flame set. After refining the Scarlet Flame set, a terrifying fire Dao half-god power rushed out from Li Fuchen's body. It formed a fire pillar that connected the sky and the ground. The horrific prowess had caused many of the nearby half-god beasts to flee in all directions. The Scarlet Flame set is finally complete. What a powerful feeling! The complete Scarlet Flame set had an extreme enhancement to the demigod power. Let alone the fact that Li Fuchen had already made contact with the divine world's fire Dao law, even if he didn't, Li Fuchen was confident that he could contest with a surpasser. Now, Li Fuchen felt that he could easily wipe out the entire transcending organization. Crimson Flame Wings. Extending a pair of giant flaming wings, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and instantly appeared in an extremely distant region. It's several times faster than the demigod power of space and time. Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied smile. Under normal circumstances, if the Fire Path demigod power wanted to surpass the space-time demigod power in terms of speed, it had to be at least 10 times stronger than the space-time demigod power. One could imagine that his Fire Path demigod power was at least 100 times stronger than the space-time demigod power. Of course, speed was just speed. The space-time demigod power didn't just have speed, and the Fire Path demigod power didn't just have speed. Both had their own strengths, so there was no need to forcefully compare them. Red Flame God Realm. After assembling the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen activated the second set attribute. The attributes of this set were somewhat similar to the God domain of the Protoss. However, it was more than 1,000 times stronger. In the Red Flame Divine Domain, Li Fuchen could feel the even more profound Divine World's Fire Dao Law. First, I'll collect some demigod armor sets, then go to the Divine Blood Sea alone to take a look. Li Fuchen looked towards the direction of Heaven Connect City and sneered. Demon Goddess Xue Mei had been living very comfortably recently. With the help of Demon Venerable Star Destruction, she had finally obtained a set of top-notch half-divine equipment. Star Destruction Demon Venerable had planned for 300 years in order to obtain this top-notch demigod equipment suit. He had killed 3 peak demigods and an invincible demigod. This showed how much he valued her. Demon God Xuemei suddenly thought of the Victory Bracer. This was a thorn in her heart. One should know that those were components of a peak demigod set. Although a peak demigod set was powerful, there was still a huge gap between it and a peak demigod set. Don't let me see you again. Xue Mei said hatefully. Rumble. Suddenly, Star's Destruction Castle shook violently. Who dares to behave so impudently in Star's Destruction Castle? Demon God Xuemei was rather astonished and quickly flew out of her castle. From far away, Demon God Xuemei saw a figure standing in the sky above Star's Destruction Castle. It's him. Demon God Xuemei immediately recognized Li Fuchen. You are simply courting death. You actually dare to come to Star's Destruction Castle. Demon God Xuemei laughed with extreme anger. She flashed and flew towards Li Fuchen. With the top-notch demigod set, she believed that she could contest a few moves with Li Fuchen. Demon god Xuemei wasn't the only one flying towards Li Fuchen, there were also experts from Star's Destruction Castle. These experts were all invincible demigods. It was a pity that before they could even get close to Li Fuchen, they were turned into ashes. You are courting death. Star Destruction Demon Venerable appeared. After seeing his favorite woman dying in front of him, Star Destruction Demon Venerable's Star Destruction half-god power burst out and blasted at Li Fuchen like a black meteor. Star Destruction Demon Venerable, how have you been? Li Fuchen reached out with his right hand and easily grabbed Star Destruction Demon Venerable's fist. What? The Star Extermination Demon Venerable burst out with his Star Extermination demigod power frenziedly, but under Li Fuchen's control, his Star Extermination demigod power was like a mayfly and couldn't even shake Li Fuchen. This is Sky Connect City, don't act recklessly. Star Destruction Demon Venerable woke up. He suddenly recalled that Li Fuchen wasn't a veteran or a general of Sky Connect City. How was Li Fuchen able to stand in the sky of Sky Connect City? Demon god Xuemei had a top-notch half-god set. Even the Star Destruction Demon Venerable wouldn't be able to kill her in a single move, but Li Fuchen did it with ease. As the saying went, being overly concerned would cause confusion. These were very important details that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable had neglected. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I am just returning the favor. Sparks burst out from Li Fuchen's palm. Immediately after, Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body was ignited with horrific flames. No! Star Destruction Demon Venerable's body instantly turned pitch black and turned into charcoal. Impossible! He actually broke the Star Destruction set's defense instantly. Not even a legendary surpassing expert can do it. It was unknown when figures appeared around the Star Destruction Castle. These figures were the same as Li Fuchen and were standing in the sky. In Sky Connect City, only the veterans and generals were able to stand in the sky. After seeing how the Star Destruction Demon Venerable was easily killed by Li Fuchen, the veterans and generals looked as though they had seen a ghost and were appalled to death. Flee! Without any hesitation, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. Since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? A scarlet barrier had enveloped the Star Destruction Castle and the surrounding region. When the veterans and generals crashed into the barrier, they were bounced back and felt dizzy. Lord Surpassing Expert, we didn't know that the Star Destruction Demon Venerable offended you. If we knew, you didn't even need to make a move, we would have killed him. They treated Li Fuchen as a legendary surpassing expert and he was one of the pinnacle surpassing experts. Li Fuchen took a glance at everyone and said, that's right. 4 of you possess half-god artifact sets. I have 4 commander-class half-god beast corpses here. All of you can come over and exchange for them. The surpassing experts had categorized the half-god beasts into 4 classes, normal, elite, commander, and overlord. Normal half-god beasts were equivalent to pinnacle half-gods. Elite half-god beasts were equivalent to invincible half-gods. Commander-class half-god beasts were equivalent to quasi-surpassing experts and surpassing experts. Overlord-class half-god beasts were superior to surpassing experts. Li Fuchen found out from Brahma that countless years ago, the surpassing experts had encountered an overlord-class half-god beast. That time, only Brahma and the 9-headed walker managed to escape, the rest were all killed. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out 4 commander-class half-god beast corpses. A shocking prowess extended out. These are the corpses of the overlord-class half-god beasts. The senior generals of the Clear Sky City were very curious. Those senior generals who possessed half-god artifact sets had complicated expressions. The value of the commander-class half-god beast corpses didn't need Li Fuchen to explain and they knew that it was very high. At their level, half-god artifacts could only increase their external strength, they could only rely on themselves to increase their internal strength. Researching the bloodline power of the half-god beasts was definitely a very practical method. I will exchange. one of the senior generals walked over and handed over his half-god artifact set. Since his half-god artifact set was only a P-class half-god artifact set, if it wasn't for the fact that he had 6 parts, he wouldn't even hesitate. I will exchange too. Another senior general had also handed over his half-god artifact set. His half-god artifact set was a 4-component P-class half-god artifact set. Under Li Fuchen's prowess and the temptation of the commander-class half-god beast corpses, all 4 of them chose to accept. Split Spirit City, the god Lord Green Bones was having a meal. On the dining table, there were plates of delicious meat dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted good. These meat were all half-god beast meat. In the Split Spirit City, only senior generals like them could enjoy half-god beast meat every day. After all, the weakest half-god beast had the strength of a P-class half-god. In order to hunt it, a few P-class half-gods would need to work together. Senior generals, an extremely formidable half-god has arrived at the Split Spirit City and wants all senior generals to gather. An unrivaled half-god came in to report. Who is so arrogant? God Lord Greenbones waved his hand and the array power formed a mirror. Inside the mirror, a figure appeared. It's him. God Lord Greenbones recognized Li Fuchen. Seeing how Li Fuchen turned a few generals and many unrivaled P-class half-gods into ashes with a wave of his hand, God Lord Greenbones' eyes contracted. He quickly took out a communication token and sent out a message. After doing everything, God Lord Greenbones flashed and rushed out of the house towards the city gate. However, God Lord Greenbones soon realized that his speed was getting slower and slower until he was completely stagnant in midair. How have you been? If God Lord Greenbones didn't run, Li Fuchen might only notice him after a while. Primary Extreme Sword God, this world isn't as simple as you think. If you kill me, you won't be able to live for long either. Right now, he still didn't know that Li Fuchen was already a surpasser. He only knew that God Lord Light and Darkness had failed. Noisy. Li Fuchen waved his hand and launched a Fire Dao half-god power at God Lord Greenbones. Primary Extreme Sword God, please give me some face. After being pressured by the Fire Dao half-god power, something on God Lord Greenbones' body shattered. A clone formed from the half-god power appeared. Li Fuchen recognized that the clone was a surpasser of the divine race. Just like God Lord Greenbones and Light and Darkness God Lord, he had devoured plenty of divinity. His half-god power was extremely powerful, but his cultivation level was a little low. However, before this clone could fully form, it was incinerated by the Fire Dao half-god power. God Lord Greenbones was also incinerated. In a region extremely far away from the Split Spirit City, God Lord Savage Blood had a dark expression. Primary Extreme Sword God, you don't even give me, God Lord Savage Blood, any face. Just you wait, this matter isn't over. Chapter 1087. After sweeping the 9 battlefield of God cities, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 33 half-god artifact sets. Among them, there were 12 peak-tier half-god artifact sets and 21 peak-tier half-god artifact sets. Others might not know, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that a half-god artifact set could baptize a half-god's half-god power again. But the prerequisite was that the grade of the chosen half-god artifact couldn't be higher than the half-god artifact set. For example, if your half-god artifact was a peak-tier half-god artifact and your half-god power was peak-tier half-god power, then you wouldn't be able to receive the baptism of a peak-tier half-god artifact set. You would only be able to receive the baptism of a peak-tier half-god artifact set. Of course, the prerequisite was that the set had to be complete. If it wasn't complete, there was no need to talk about it. 33 half-god artifact sets were enough to arm the sword sect to the teeth. Doing so might destroy the balance of the Kunwu universe and the entire battlefield of God, but it had nothing to do with Li Fuchen. He wasn't selfless enough to be responsible for the entire universe and the battlefield of God. If he had the ability, he would naturally prioritize the people around him. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't dislike the god race ancestor. The god race ancestor must have the same thoughts as him. After becoming a god, he had to take good care of his bloodline and clansmen. As for what would happen in the future, who would know? If the Sword Sect became the public enemy of the entire universe, it would be the Sword Sect's fate and not Li Fuchen's original intention. The Sword Sect now had 33 invincible demigods. This was especially true for the Sword Sect's parents, younger sister, and disciples who had obtained the 12 peak demigod sets. All of them had become super first-rate invincible demigods or existences above the demigods. But in terms of strength, Yan Qingwu was still the strongest. With the universe spirit sphere, Yan Qingwu's saber Dao had finally reached the perfection rank. Her strength was only slightly inferior to the Star Extermination Demon Lord. Furthermore, the Star Extermination Demon Lord's strength was considered top class among the doyens of the battlefield of God. It is time to make another trip to the Divine Blood Sea. This time, Li Fuchen planned to head there alone. Having more people would only be a burden to him. Divine Blood Sea. It was boundless and oppressive. There was a scarlet-red stream of light that was speeding above the Divine Blood Sea and was a little fearless. Rumble. A massive figure burst out of the sea and attacked the scarlet-red light. The huge figure was the armored dragon beast. In terms of defense, the armored dragon beast was at least in the top 3 among the half-divine beasts in the Divine Blood Sea. Just in time. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and blasted a fist at the armored dragon beast. Bang! This punch was unremarkable, and only some sparks flew from the fist. However, the armored draconic beast that was hit by this punch started to burn rapidly from the point of contact. That indestructible armor could not withstand the erosion of the fiery fist power at all. Roar! The armored dragon beast let out a long roar towards the sky. More than half of its body turned into ashes. Sparks danced in the sky above the Divine Blood Ocean. As expected of a top-notch 9-piece set. If it was a top-notch 9-piece set, I'd be able to fight against a god. If it was anyone else with the pinnacle 9-piece set, they would definitely not be a match for a god. However, Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen already possessed the divine spirit and was only lacking in his cultivation level. The pinnacle 9-piece set was enough to forcefully increase his half-god power to the god power level. With the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was practically unstoppable in the Divine Blood Sea. None of the captain-class half-divine beasts could withstand a single fist from him. The only pity was that the half-divine beasts that were struck by the Fire Dao half-divine power were all turned into ashes. It was truly a waste. From far away, Li Fuchen saw an island, a majestic island. Li Fuchen could vaguely see the traces of a city. As expected, Li Fuchen arrived at the island and found a city at the northwestern part of the island. However, this city was already abandoned. Not only were the city walls collapsed, even the arrays were mostly gone. Instead, Li Fuchen found a teleportation platform on a flat land at the western part of the city. This teleportation platform wasn't damaged and there was a faint radiance flowing around. After finding the groove, Li Fuchen threw in a pile of peak-grade half-divine stones. After a few breaths, the teleportation platform didn't have any reaction. Is there not enough energy? Li Fuchen threw in all the peak-grade half-divine stones. However, the teleportation platform still didn't have any reaction. Li Fuchen thought of something and smiled bitterly. The city of the battlefield of gods is the city of the gods. Since it is the city of the gods, half-divine stones are naturally unable to activate the arrays. I need divine stones. From Brahma Heaven, Li Fuchen found out that the 9-headed walker had one divine stone, but it was only one divine stone and wasn't able to activate the teleportation platform. In order to obtain enough divine stones, there was only one way. It was to resist the prowess of the god's corpse and take the spatial ring from the god's finger bone. The god's corpse must have divine stones in the spatial ring. However, it wasn't an easy task to resist the god's corpse's prowess. In fact, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Even if a god was dead for countless years, there would still be a trace of divine power left in the bones. The prowess emitted by this trace of divine power was enough to crush any half-god. Let me try first. After leaving behind a time-space mark on this island, Li Fuqian started to return. On the land of the battlefield of gods, there was a god's corpse that was half exposed in the air. Li Fuqian had a solemn expression as he slowly approached. The god's corpse's prowess was much more terrifying than Li Fuqian imagined. As he approached, Li Fuqian's fire Dao half-god power was rapidly depleted. With this speed, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to reach the god's corpse, let alone taking the spatial ring from the god's finger bone. This won't do, this god's corpse's prowess is too powerful. Li Fuqian gave up on his target. After repeated attempts, Li Fuqian gradually understood that the god's hierarchy was also very strict. Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to get close to the strongest god's corpse even if he was 100 miles away. However, such gods' corpses were normally located in the depths of the battlefield of gods or in extremely dangerous places. Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to get close to the inferior god's corpse even if he was 10 miles away. Li Fuqian would be able to get close to the superior god's corpse. Li Fuqian would be able to get within 10 meters or even a few meters of the inferior god's corpse. Li Fuqian's target was the inferior god's corpse. However, the inferior god's corpse was the rarest. Li Fuqian would occasionally encounter one, but he would always be a step away from making contact. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Closer, closer, Li Fuqian revealed a trace of delight. Right now, he was just one step away from the god's corpse. His fire Dao half-god power was only left with 10% of his fire Dao half-god power. The god's corpse was huge and the palm was several times bigger than Li Fuqian's body. On one of the finger bones, there was a giant spatial ring. Come down. Pushing the fire Dao half-god power to the limits, Li Fuqian suddenly pulled the spatial ring off. Perhaps it was because the god's corpse was emitting an even stronger prowess, causing Li Fuqian's fire Dao half-god power to be depleted by several folds. It was fortunate that Li Fuqian had already retreated a certain distance. This is the god's spatial ring. Li Fuqian had yet to refine the spatial ring, therefore, the ring still maintained its original size. It didn't look like a ring, but a universe ring. First, Li Fuqian poured the fire Dao half-god power into the spatial ring. The spatial ring didn't have any reaction. Next, Li Fuqian poured in his divine spirit power. Buzz! The spatial ring emitted a lustrous radiance and an illusory spatial zone appeared in Li Fuqian's vision. It seems like only those with divine spirit can open the god's spatial ring. If it was someone else, even if they were given the god's spatial ring, they wouldn't be able to open it. The illusory spatial zone wasn't big, but it was extremely tough. It was countless times tougher than Li Fuqian's spatial ring. There weren't many items in the illusory spatial zone, but each of them was shockingly valuable. The first thing that entered Li Fuqian's vision was a palm-sized red metal. Divine class metal. Li Fuqian could sense a concentrated divine world law from this red metal. As compared to this red metal, the Kunwu universe's divine gold wasn't even worth mentioning and was just like dirt. Regular half-god artifacts don't seem to be mixed with divine-grade metals or materials. Only elite half-god artifacts and peak half-god artifacts would be mixed with divine-grade metals and materials. The reason why half-god artifacts were indestructible wasn't because of the materials, but because the refiner of the half-god artifacts had brilliant methods. The half-god artifacts would be engraved with plenty of divine-grade tool patterns. Without breaking the divine-grade tool patterns, it was naturally impossible to destroy the half-god artifacts. Beside the red metal was a flower pot. Inside the flower pot, there was some purple sand. There was a concentrated and special vitality hidden in the purple sand. If Li Fuqian didn't have his divine spirit, he wouldn't be able to detect it. Finally, beside the flower pot, there were 6 divine stones. The reason why they were identified as divine stones was because the energy contained within was too boundless and pure. As compared to peak-grade half-god stones, it was like comparing a dirty pond to a great river. Just 6 divine stones. It seems like divine stones are also very precious in the divine world. Li Fuchen didn't look at the other miscellaneous items as they were discarded in the corner of the illusory spatial zone. He reckoned that they weren't valuable and he could take his time to look at them in the future. Li Fuchen was afraid that 6 divine stones weren't enough, so he continued to search for the most inferior god corpses. During this period of time, Li Fuchen's luck was rather good as he found a top-rate peak-grade spacetime half-god artifact. In terms of preciousness, a top-rate peak-grade spacetime half-god artifact might not be comparable to a peak-grade half-god artifact set, but in terms of rarity, it was superior to the latter. With this spacetime half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's strength in the spacetime Dao wouldn't be inferior to the Brahma heaven. 10 divine stones, 20 divine stones, 30 divine stones. After spending more than 10,000 years, Li Fuchen had only found close to 50 divine stones. It was mainly because the most inferior god corpses were too hard to find. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could only come into contact with a small portion of the god corpses. The rest of the prowess was beyond Li Fuchen's tolerance limit. Li Fuchen followed the spacetime mark and arrived at the island. I wonder if I will succeed this time. Chapter 1088. Without a sound, the teleportation platform's array pattern lit up. One of the stone pillars at the 6 corners of the teleportation platform had also lit up. Do you want 6 divine stones? Li Fuchen tossed in another 5 divine stones. Buzz! In the next moment, the other 5 stone pillars lit up too. At the same moment, a pillar of light burst into the sky. Such concentrated divine world spatial laws. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The pillar of light emitted the divine world spatial laws and it was dozens of times clearer than the ones he had encountered before. The only pity was that the divine world spatial laws weren't pure enough and contained a person's mark. Otherwise, Li Fuchen could stand on it and accept the baptism of the divine world spatial laws to become the god of time and space. Crackle. All of a sudden, the teleportation platform shook. The pillar of light seemed to have touched something and suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, one of the stone pillars had a crack and the top half had fallen off. The teleportation platform was destroyed. What is going on? Li Fuchen had an unpleasant expression. He had a premonition that this teleportation platform was definitely connected to the divine world. The problem was that the divine world and the battlefield of gods were separated by an unsurmountable barrier. If the teleportation was forcefully carried out, the teleportation platform would only be destroyed. The 6 divine stones in the groove had only consumed a portion of the divine power, hence, Li Fuchen kept them. It seems like I can only rely on myself to head to the divine world. Li Fuchen felt sorrow for the 9-headed walker, Brahma, and the others. If these people spent so much effort to find a teleportation platform and realized that it required 6 divine stones, then after finding the 6 divine stones, they realized that the teleportation platform wasn't able to teleport them to the divine world. It was unknown if they would collapse. As for whether to tell Brahma the details, Li Fuchen decided not to do so. Only heaven knew what terrifying things these transcendents and quasi-transcendents would do if they lost all hope. Li Fuchen was destined to head to the divine world. After he left, no one would be able to restrain these transcendents. After over 10,000 years, Li Fuchen's divine soul had almost completely transformed into a pale red color. There was only an undetectable trace of purple. This thread was also gradually becoming smaller and thinner. Red divine soul. I wonder what class of divine soul is it? Gods were also divided into different levels. The purple divine soul was the divine soul of a newly ascended god, while the red divine soul should be the divine soul of a second-level god. That divine class insect that fed on multiple universes was most likely a class 2 god. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen's divine soul with a single glance. Without this injury, Li Fuchen's soul would have already transformed. The Surpasser's operation had been stalled. They had lost too many people last time, and it would take some time to make up for the lost numbers. However, it was not an easy task to make up for the surpassers and quasi-surpassers. Everyone could only try their best to explore other universes to see if there were any new surpassers. Primal Extreme Sword God, I heard that you offended God Lord Savage Blood. Be careful. That fellow's cultivation isn't high, but his demigod power is very special. He's practically unkillable. Iron Blood City had a floating island that was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. This floating island was usually the gathering place for the elders of Iron Blood City, but now it was the place where Li Fuchen and Brahma drank tea. Li Fuchen smiled, Divine Lord Savage Blood huh? I've wanted to experience it for a long time, and it just so happens that I have nothing to do recently. You better not be careless. Brahma shook his head helplessly. It was common for surpassers to challenge each other, therefore, he didn't mind it. Primal Extreme Sword God, come out and fight. The horrific voice waves were transmitted into Iron Blood City even with the array as a barrier. Another surpasser. Many of the elders of Iron Blood City had bitter expressions. If these surpassers didn't appear, they would be the kings of Iron Blood City and the absolute experts of the battlefield of gods. But now that the surpassers appeared, they were nothing. They are really fast. Brahma picked up his teacup and took a sip. It was just nice, he also wanted to see Li Fuchen's true strength. God Lord Savage Blood, why do you have to seek humiliation? Li Fuchen walked out of the city gates and looked up at God Lord Savage Blood. Seek humiliation. God Lord Savage Blood's expression turned cold. Among the surpassers, apart from the nine-headed walker, no one dares to say that I am seeking humiliation. You are the first and will be the last. Make your move. Li Fuchen flew into the sky and stood with his hands behind his back. Primal Extreme Sword God, today, I shall let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. God Lord Savage Blood roared and rushed into the sky with horrific half-god power. Due to the overly concentrated half-god power, the surrounding time and space had started to distort. Boom! Carrying the astounding half-god power, God Lord Savage Blood blasted his fist at Li Fuchen. No wonder he is a surpasser. Li Fuchen was silently praising. As compared to the God Lord Darkness, God Lord Savage Blood's half-god power was dozens of times stronger. It was hard to imagine how much divinity he had devoured. The half-god power was surging like a wave. Li Fuchen was like a small boat that would capsize at any moment. Clang! The Heaven Abyss sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed. PFFF-TSS. The surging half-god power was slashed apart. Sword Dao specialized in offense, and when clashing head-on, Li Fuchen was at least top 3 among the surpassers. This was because his innate half-god artifact was slightly inferior and was only a first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact, the Heaven Abyss sword. If it was an ultra first-rate peak-tier half-god artifact, Li Fuchen's attack power would be even stronger. Let's see how long you can last. God Lord Savage Blood didn't expect to suppress Li Fuchen within a short period of time. He wanted to constantly exhaust Li Fuchen's half-god power. In a split second, God Lord Savage Blood executed at least a few hundred punches. Each of the punches had pushed the half-god power to the extremity, and he didn't hold back at all. If the half-god power was like a surging wave earlier, then now, it was like an apocalyptic tide that was engulfing the world with countless whirlpools. When in this horrific half-god power, let alone resisting, even survival was a problem. At every moment, Li Fuchen would have to face the whirlpools and the repeated attacks of the tide. Regular surpassers are really helpless when facing the God Lord Savage Blood. Li Fuchen shook his head. God Lord Savage Blood's idea was very simple. He wanted to use 10 portions of half-god power or dozens of portions of half-god power to exchange for 1 portion of his half-god power. If the God Lord Savage Blood was replaced by the Light and Dark Divine Lord, it would be impossible. Not even a few thousand or tens of thousands of portions of half-god power could exchange for 1 portion of Li Fuchen's half-god power. But God Lord Savage Blood was different. God Lord Savage Blood's cultivation level might be inferior, but he was still much stronger than the Light and Dark Divine Lord. Apart from that, God Lord Savage Blood's half-god power was several times stronger than the Light and Dark Divine Lord. With the two combined, Li Fuchen couldn't do anything to God Lord Savage Blood with just his sword Dao. Seeing that Li Fuchen's sword Dao half-god power was gradually declining, God Lord Savage Blood grinned as though he could see the scene of Li Fuchen's miserable defeat. Primary Extreme Sword God, admit defeat. You aren't a match for me. God Lord Savage Blood didn't want to do anything to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wasn't foolish and wouldn't fight to the death with God Lord Savage Blood. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, God Lord Savage Blood wouldn't be able to stop him no matter what. Divine Lord Barbaric Blood, I have to admit that you do have some capability. It is a pity that this is all. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. He withdrew the sword Dao half-god power and burst out the fire Dao half-god power. Fire Dao half-god power. Why? Do you think that your fire Dao strength is stronger than your sword Dao strength? God Lord Savage Blood sneered. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was basically at the extremity below the God realm. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen's fire Dao was stronger than his sword Dao. Furthermore, so what if it was stronger? It was just 3 to 5 times stronger. Try and you will know. The Scarlet Fire Dao half-god power protected Li Fuchen and easily resisted the mutated half-god power that was everywhere. Break. Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist. God Lord Savage Blood executed his kill move. This kill move used up dozens of times more demigod power than other moves and was specifically used to break defenses. Creak. The spatial zone felt like it was shattered by the fist force. The blood-colored fist force blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Just in time. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped the blood-colored fist force with Scarlet Fire Dao half-god power. Like a giant insect that was trapped in amber, the blood-colored fist force was frozen and couldn't advance an inch. What? God Lord Savage Blood's eyes contracted. The half-god power contained within the Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist was extremely shocking. It was equivalent to dozens of punches with half-god power. How did Li Fuchen do it? Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist. If the first move didn't work, God Lord Savage Blood executed the second kill move. If the first move was related to space, then this move was related to time. Of course, it didn't mean that God Lord Savage Blood had come into contact with the Divine World's spatial laws. It was mainly because he had the Divine Bloodline. When his cultivation realm wasn't high enough, the Divine Bloodline could help him activate a trace of the Divine World's spatial laws. The blood-colored fist force was like a fish that shuttled through the spatial cracks. God Lord Savage Blood was confident that among the Transcendents, apart from Brahma, no one could break his Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist. Even the nine-headed walker could only forcefully scatter it and wasn't able to break it. The kill move isn't bad. Li Fuchen used 2 fingers to clamp down and caught the blood-colored fist force. Impossible. God Lord Savage Blood was shocked. It was understandable for Li Fuchen to break his Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist, but it was incomprehensible for Li Fuchen to break his Savage Blood Universe Blast Fist. This fist contained the Divine World's time profundity. Without making contact with the Divine World's spatial laws, it was impossible to break it. I have received 2 of your kill moves. You shall receive 1 of my fist too. Li Fuchen clenched his right fist and there were sparks bursting from his fist. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen blasted his fist. The terrifying fist force melted the God Lord Savage Blood's half-god power and melted the divine battlefield spatial laws. It felt as though there was a penetrated sea of lava and on the other side of the sea was God Lord Savage Blood. Damn it, how can your strength reach such a level? God Lord Savage Blood's body was like a candle that had half melted. The half-god power that he was proud of couldn't resist this fist at all. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuchen had the strength to kill him. Such power. Brahma wasn't the only one who was watching the fight. there were others too. They originally wanted to watch the show, but who knew that they would witness such a shocking scene? In terms of attack power, I am far inferior to him. Chapter 1089. Incredible. Just the strength that he has displayed is already comparable with the nine-headed walker. Brahma was very surprised. The nine-headed walker might not be number one in terms of attack power, but in terms of overall strength, he was definitely number one. Right now, it seemed like he might not be able to maintain his number one position. Barbaric blood, undying body. Like a whale swallowing the ocean, the half-god power around the barbaric blood was instantly withdrawn. Subsequently, a large number of blood patterns intertwined on his body and looked like an additional layer of blood pattern skin. Barbaric blood universe blasting fist, barbaric blood universe rending fist, and barbaric blood undying body were the 3 kill moves that the barbaric blood divine lord used to dominate the divine battlefield. Especially the barbaric blood undying body. This move activated a trace of the divine world's undying law, allowing the barbaric blood divine lord to be nearly indestructible. Even if the opponent was 10 times stronger than him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Watch as I break your undying body. Li Fuchen naturally knew what kill moves the barbaric blood divine lord had. Seeing that the barbaric blood undying body was executed, Li Fuchen blasted another fist over. PFFFTSS. It was useless. The barbaric blood undying body was no different from snow in the water in front of Li Fuchen's fist. It was instantly melted. Barbaric blood divine lord, are you still not going to admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, don't blame me for being ruthless. If there was no one else here, Li Fuchen wouldn't mind killing the barbaric blood divine lord. But with so many people here, Li Fuchen felt that it was better to restrain himself. Barbaric blood divine lord, admit defeat. The nine-headed walker stood up and said to the barbaric blood divine lord. That's right, barbaric blood divine lord, you aren't a match for the primary extreme sword god. There is no meaning in continuing this fight. The primary extreme sword god has already shown mercy. Don't be ungrateful. The other transcendents tried to persuade him. Barbaric blood admit defeat. You, primary extreme sword god, are incredible. The barbaric blood divine lord had no choice but to admit defeat. In the face of absolute strength, reputation wasn't important. At least you are sensible. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't bother about the barbaric blood divine lord. This battle had established Li Fuchen's extraordinary status. Among the transcendents, only the barbaric blood divine body could compare to the divine world. Of course, this kind of reputation didn't have much meaning to Li Fuchen. Soon enough, he had hopes to head to the divine world because his divine soul was about to transform into a pale red color. If I don't return, it means that I have already entered the divine world or encountered an accident. Kunwul Cosmos, everything will depend on you. In the Kunwul Cosmos, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu stood side by side. Only his werewolf incarnation and Yan Qinggu knew about his trip to the godly world. He did not tell anyone else. All right. Yan Qinggu took a deep breath and nodded. Then I'll go. Between the two of them, there was no longer any need to exchange meaningless words. It was completely silent. Li Fuchen turned into a dazzling flame and rushed into the sky. When we meet again in the God world, you and I will become husband and wife. A voice floated in the air. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yan Qingwu's face. Very soon, the flame rushed out of the Kunwul Cosmos and arrived at the black liquid between Cosmos and Cosmos. In the beginning, Li Fuchen's body wasn't able to enter the black liquid. But as Li Fuchen's fire Dao rank gradually increased, coupled with the entire set of Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was barely able to stay in the black liquid for a period of time. This period of time was the crucial period for Li Fuchen to enter the godly world. Otherwise, if his body couldn't receive the baptism of the godly world's law, everything would be in vain. Of course, even without the Scarlet Flame set, Li Fuchen was confident he could receive the baptism of the godly world's law. However, it would be much more dangerous and it would depend on his divine spirit. The flame was getting faster and from far away, Li Fuchen felt as though he could see the shadow of that divine class insect. It made Li Fuchen rather nervous. It was fortunate that the divine class insect didn't pay attention to him, or it was in a hibernation state and didn't make any movements. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen arrived at the bottom of the black membrane. Success or failure will be decided here. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tried his best to sense the godly world's fire Dao law. The godly world's fire Dao law here was actually a projection of the godly world's fire Dao law. It was fortunate that his divine spirit was just a tiny bit away from evolving. It was as though the impurities were being tempered. Under the radiation of the godly world's fire Dao law, the purple color in Li Fuchen's divine spirit was getting lesser and fainter before it completely vanished. The instant the purple color vanished, Li Fuchen's divine spirit burst out with a dazzling pale red radiance. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt as though he had become an omniscient and omnipotent god. His divine spirit power extended out frenziedly and many universes were enveloped by his divine spirit power. In fact, if he was willing, he could use his divine spirit power to slowly invade these universes. The divine spirit power skimmed across the divine class insect. Which true god is this? The divine class insect's eyes flashed with doubt. He didn't enter this multivariate universe on his own accord. He had mistakenly entered this multivariate universe in a panic when he was fighting with someone. Due to his severe injuries, he wasn't able to leave the multivariate universe with his current strength. He could only slowly absorb the source power of the various universes to recover. Forget it, as long as he doesn't provoke me. The divine class insect's eyes flashed with cold light. He might be in a severely injured state, but he was still a true god. Li Fuchen believed that the other party wouldn't provoke a true god for no reason. The divine class insect closed his eyes and fell into a fake sleep state. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't bother about the divine class insect. When his divine spirit evolved, Li Fuchen saw the weak spot on the black membrane. Break! Turning into a flame, Li Fuchen suddenly crashed into the weak spot. There is a chance. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. In the past, when he crashed into the black membrane wouldn't budge. But today, Li Fuchen could feel that the black membrane's repulsion was weakened by 100 or even 1,000 times. It seems like the divine spirit is indeed the key. Li Fuchen continued to crash into the black membrane. Crack! A crack appeared on the black membrane. The extremely dense laws of the God world poured out like blazing sunlight. But at this moment, Li Fuchen had already entered the crack and was sucked into the divine world. The divine class insect opened his eyes and looked at the crack that was gradually closing. He said with pity, "It is a pity that this place only allows universe life forms to enter. A divine void life form like me is unable to enter." After speaking, he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. This is the divine world? Li Fuchen had never been to the divine world and didn't know what the real divine world looked like. He only knew that he was currently in a mystical place. Firstly, it was the feeling of his body. Li Fuchen was invincible in the Kunwu cosmos or the battlefield of gods. But in this place, he felt like a strong ordinary person with extraordinary strength. That's right, a strong ordinary person. In terms of running speed, Li Fuchen felt that he was only a few times faster than an ordinary person and his strength was also a few times stronger than an ordinary person. Apart from that, he could release flames and sword chi, but the destructive power and range were very small. It could be said that after arriving at the divine world, Li Fuchen's strength had been weakened by countless times. It was as though he was starting from zero. In terms of scouting, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't be released at all. His divine spirit power could be released and the range was rather large, it could envelop a large region. But as compared to the black liquid, which could envelop a few hundred universes, it was far inferior. I am really not used to it. Li Fuchen leaped up but was only able to jump a few meters high. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen started to size up the surroundings. There were patches of dark clouds, the sky was slightly dusky, and the biting cold wind was blowing. When looking at the surroundings, it was desolate. It was completely different from what he saw under the black membrane in the past. Of course, back then, the scenery would be different. Just like now, when Li Fuchen turned around to take a look, the place he rushed out from was an abandoned well. There was only a little bit of black water in the well and there wasn't anything special about it. When Li Fuchen's divine spirit power scanned the black water, he couldn't sense anything as it was just ordinary black water. I will probably need a few more days to become a god. Let me take a look around first. Inside the divine world, Li Fuchen's body and saint spirit were constantly receiving the baptism of the divine world's laws. Once the baptism was completed, it would be compatible with his cultivation level and he would immediately become a god. Half a day later, Li Fuchen had already adapted to the divine world's laws. He wasn't like the beginning where he was restrained and felt that everything he did wasn't right. The divine world was indeed the divine world. Li Fuchen must not be careless in this place. Previously, when Li Fuchen was passing through a patch of grass, a green-skinned snake suddenly attacked Li Fuchen. Due to the change in laws, Li Fuchen wasn't able to see the strength of the green-skinned snake. He casually released a sword chi to slash at the green-skinned snake. If it was on the divine battlefield, this sword chi would be enough to kill any unrivaled demigod. But here, it didn't even slash the green-skinned snake's scales and merely sent the snake flying. After getting a little serious, Li Fuchen used a single sword to slash the green-skinned snake. After arriving at the divine world, I have to adapt to everything. I thought that the divine world's creatures are all very magnificent. The green-skinned snake was definitely a half-god beast, this was without a doubt. But as compared to the half-god beasts on the divine battlefield, the green-skinned snake looked very ordinary and was no different from a regular snake. It was very confusing for a newcomer like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen guessed that the world laws would have different forms with different levels. If he arrived at the divine battlefield, the green-skinned snake's appearance might change drastically. A few days passed by quickly and Li Fuchen's body and saint spirit had finally completed the baptism. Right now, his body had already transformed into a god's body and the saint spirit had transformed into a god's spirit. Only the body and the god's spirit could withstand true divine power. Otherwise, if the divine power entered Li Fuchen's body, his body would definitely explode. After everything was prepared, Li Fuchen started to activate the divine world sword Dao law. The reason why he activated the divine world sword Dao law first and not the divine world's fire Dao law or the divine world spatial time Dao law was mainly because Li Fuchen's sword Dao rank was the highest and it was the easiest to progress. As Li Fuchen activated the divine world sword Dao law, an illusory sword light descended from the sky and enveloped Li Fuchen. In the next moment, boundless divine world energy gushed into the illusory sword light. Such a clear divine world sword Dao law. Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't just the divine world energy that entered his body, there was also a large amount of divine world sword Dao law. Generally speaking, the residents of the divine world would become high-class warriors at the age of 20 and demigods at the age of 30. The average lifespan of the residents of the divine world was around 200 years old. Only after becoming a god would one's lifespan be greatly increased. However, the lifespan of a god wasn't endless. The lifespan of a low god was only around a few thousand years, middle gods were up to 10,000 years, and high gods were up to a few tens of thousands of years. The divine world's laws are too powerful. It isn't an easy task to have an endless lifespan. Li Fuchen thought to himself. I heard from the village chief that countless years ago, the chances of becoming a god were 10 times or dozens of times higher than now. A random level, one village would have a few dozen low gods, unlike now where the level, 3 villages don't even have a few dozen low gods. Copper Leopard grumbled. The divine world's laws must have changed. Li Fuchen expressed his opinion. The valiant youth was called Copper Tiger. He nodded and said, "Countless years ago, there was indeed an unforeseen event in the divine world. It might be related to this." Over 2 hours later, they arrived at the Bronze Axe Village. The Bronze Axe Village was a level, one divine village and had over 300 households with over 1,000 residents. It looked extremely lively. "Copper Tiger, Copper Leopard, the two of you are back. How was it? How was the harvest today?" At the entrance of the village, a square-faced youth who looked even stronger than Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard asked casually. Copper Leopard said, "Let's not talk about it. We encountered 3 mad blood wild wolves and it was fortunate that Lord Li rescued us." "That's right, Lord Li is a low god." Low god? After hearing that Li Fuchen was a low god, the square-faced youth was shocked. He couldn't afford to offend a low god as the entire Bronze Axe Village only had 3 low gods. "Esteemed guests are here to visit. Apologies for not coming out to greet you." Li Fuchen didn't intentionally conceal his divine power. Even from a distance, the 3 Bronze Axe Village's lower deities could sense it. It was a gray-haired elder who rushed out and he seemed to be the Bronze Axe Village chief. "Master Li, this is the village chief of Bronze Axe Village," Tong Hu introduced in a low voice. "Greetings, village chief." Li Fuchen nodded. The gray-haired old man smiled. "This old man is Copper Axe, this village is named after me. Come, Brother Li, please enter the village." Copper Axe's house was very large and spacious. The furniture and decorations inside were all made of copper and looked very sturdy. Brother Li should have come to the Wasteland City from the ash-gray wasteland. I have to say that Brother Li's luck is really good. The ash-gray wasteland is too dangerous. When I was young, I once wandered in the ash-gray wasteland with 4 lower gods. After a few months, only one of us and I came back alive. As far as I know, there are thousands of lower divine beasts in the ash-gray wasteland and more than a dozen middle divine beasts. Among them, the strongest is the ash-gray king. The number of middle gods that have died under its claws is at least 8 to 10. Copper Axe spoke while pouring a large bowl of milk tea for Li Fuchen. The milk tea had an excellent texture and felt warm when it entered his mouth. Li Fuchen couldn't help but drink half of it in one go. If you have luck but don't have the strength, you will never be able to pass through the gray-white wasteland. Li Fuchen already understood that the desolate city was an isolated city. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and blocked by the gray-white wasteland on one side. The mountains weren't ordinary mountains, they were the extremely terrifying mist mountains. Before one got close, one would be devoured by the mist and be completely lost. In comparison, the gray-white wasteland was much safer. At least everyone knew what was inside the gray-white wasteland. That's true. If you have luck without strength, everything is useless. Copper Axe nodded. Li Fuchen was able to pass through the gray-white wasteland. Luck was important, but strength was even more important. Otherwise, a random low god beast would be enough to kill Li Fuchen. Copper Axe had been a low god for 2,000 years and was only able to deal with 2 or 3 low god beasts at the same time. Soon enough, the other 2 low gods from the Copper Axe village had also rushed over. One of them was a middle-aged man with curly hair with a sturdy body, the other was a lady with dark skin. Come, let me introduce. This is Brother Li Fuchen. He rescued Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard from the claws of the mad blood wild wolf. These 2 are Copper Spear and Copper Moon. Copper Axe introduced the trio. Copper Spear sized up Li Fuchen and said fervently, "I heard from Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard that you gifted them an axe-type half-divine artifact. I wonder if you have any spear-type half-divine artifacts. Don't worry, I will make an equivalent exchange." Copper Spear was most adept at spear arts, but the Copper Axe village didn't have any spear-type half-divine artifacts. They could only make do with other half-divine artifacts, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. It is just a half-divine artifact. There is no harm in gifting it to you. Li Fuchen took out a regular spear-type half-divine artifact and tossed it to Copper Spear. How can this do? Village Chief Copper Axe quickly shook his head. He didn't know that Li Fuchen gifted Copper Tiger and Copper Leopard half-divine artifacts. If he knew, he would definitely reject it. Half-divine artifacts were too precious. The Copper Axe village had only obtained 10 half-divine artifacts after a few thousand years of accumulation. How could they simply accept someone else's half-divine artifact? That's right, we must make an equivalent exchange. Copper Spear's eyes were burning with passion. He immediately took a glance at the spear-type half-divine artifact that Li Fuchen took out. But he didn't want to gain something without risking anything. Copper Spear took out a pile of miscellaneous items from his spatial ring and introduced them one by one. These are the eyeballs of the low-level divine beast, Frost Breath Devil Wolf. They are ice attribute divine class materials. These are the claws of the pale clawed wolf. They are also divine class materials. Divine class materials, as the name suggested, were materials used to forge divine artifacts. Generally speaking, low-level divine class materials could forge low-level divine artifacts, while mid-level divine class materials could forge mid-level divine artifacts. It was a pity that divine class materials were easy to obtain, but divine artifact forgers were hard to come by. Formidable divine artifact forgers didn't even need divine class materials to forge divine artifacts. Of course, the better the divine class materials, the better the quality of the divine artifact. It was a fact that there was no doubt. These divine class materials might seem precious, but there were too few of them. Even if a divine artifact forger was here, he wouldn't be able to forge a single divine artifact with these divine class materials. However, if Copper Spear took out more divine class materials, Li Fuchen's spear-type half-divine artifact wouldn't be enough. After all, this was just a regular half-divine artifact and not a top-notch half-divine artifact, let alone a peak-class half-divine artifact. Ultimately, Li Fuchen chose 2 eyeballs of the Frost Breath Devil Wolf. It was mainly because the eyeballs were beautiful and looked like blue gems that were emitting cold chi. Li Fuchen didn't want the other divine class materials. He could see that Copper Spear was reluctant to part with them. It was obvious that it wasn't an easy task to gather these divine class materials. Brotherly, I shall not disturb you anymore. Copper Spear took the spear-type half-divine artifact and left with excitement. Copper Spear shook his head. You have already been a low-level deity for so many years, but you are still so rash. Since he had nothing to do, Li Fuchen stayed in the Copper Axe village for a few days and got to know many of the villagers. Chapter 1091. In the divine world, only gods didn't have to eat. Everyone below the god realm had to eat. The Bronze Axe village would grow their own vegetables and would occasionally go out to dig for wild vegetables. As for meat, they would have to hunt. Since one could become a demigod at the age of 30, the Bronze Axe village had over 1,000 demigod warriors. Almost everyone in the village was a demigod warrior. Therefore, every time there was a hunt, the Bronze Axe village would send out 100 demigod warriors and 1 low deity. Li Fuchen was still curious about the divine world and volunteered to join the hunting team. As they headed towards the ash-white wasteland, the weather got colder. Even demigods couldn't stand the cold here. They would drink a mouthful of wine every 2 to 4 hours to warm up their bodies. Before arriving at the ash-white wasteland, the group encountered a few powerful half-god beasts, sharp arrow wild boars. There were strong and weak demigods, the same went for half-god beasts. The mad blood wild wolves that Bronze Tiger and Bronze Leopard encountered were just regular half-god beasts and weren't considered powerful. But the sharp arrow wild boars were different. A single sharp arrow wild boar could kill at least 7 or 8 mad blood wild wolves. Everyone be careful, raise your shields. The leader of the hunting team wasn't a low deity, but a powerful demigod warrior called Bronze Head. Under his command, the hunting team surrounded the sharp arrow boar in an orderly manner. Every time the sharp arrow boar was about to shoot its arrow-shaped spikes, Copperhead and some other experienced demigod warriors would call out in advance and let everyone raise their shields to block the attack. In the sky, Bronze Spear and Li Fuchen stood in the air. The duo didn't make a move. This level of battle was a form of tempering for demigod warriors. Without tempering, they wouldn't be able to become gods. They were only responsible for dealing with the divine beasts, unless the team was in a life-and-death situation. Creak. The thick metal shield was pierced, and Tong Hu was startled. This was his first time joining the hunting team and he thought that it would be safer with more people. Who knew that it wasn't the case? The Sharp Arrow wild boars might be formidable, but the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors weren't weak either. If you fired spikes at me, I would throw spears at you. After a few rounds of attacks, apart from the most formidable Sharp Arrow wild boars, the rest of the Sharp Arrow wild boars fell to the ground unwillingly. Die! A spear pierced through the eye of the last Sharp Arrow wild boar. The one who did it was the square-faced young man. His strength was not weak even in the hunting team. A few of you, go ahead and cut the materials. Everyone has done a good job. Copperhead smiled. In fact, the most powerful figures among them didn't make a move. After all, they had to give the younger generation a chance to temper themselves. By the time they arrived at the grayish-white wasteland, it was already dark. Everyone set up camp and began to roast meat. Sirs, here's your meat. Li Fuchen and Copper Spear stood still, while someone came to deliver the meat. One had to admit that the divine world's half-god beasts tasted much better than the half-god beasts in the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen ate an entire Sharp Arrow wild boar's hind leg by himself. Along the way, the party ate as they walked. Basically, they were able to travel light. As for space rings, not everyone could have them. Only after becoming a low god would Chief Copper Axe exchange precious resources for a space ring. The terrifying snowstorm covered the sky and it was impossible to see anything beyond 10 meters. On the back of a hill in the wasteland, the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors were hiding. This place could hide from the snowstorm and also hide from the sight of the demigod beasts in the wasteland. Everyone, take note. There is a group of giant mountain bulls roaming around nearby. They are our targets. Copperhead was very fast and it only took him a blink of the eye to jump from the top of the hill to the bottom. The giant mountain bull was an extremely massive half-god beast. Its meat was very tough and a single giant mountain bull was enough to feed a Class 1 divine village for a month. But correspondingly, the giant mountain bull's strength was extremely horrific. Once it went berserk, a regular half-god beast like the Mad Blood Wild Wolf wouldn't be able to survive. Even the spikes of the Sharp Arrow wild boar wouldn't be able to inflict severe injuries on the giant mountain bull. Copperhead had hunted the giant mountain bull numerous times in the past, therefore, he dared to target it. Of course, it was mainly because the giant mountain bull's size was big enough for the Bronze Axe Village to feed for a period of time. The hunt began very quickly. If the demigod warriors were divided into grades, Copperhead and a few other demigod warriors were definitely elite demigod warriors. Below them were elite demigod warriors, and below them were regular demigod warriors. In fact, in Li Fuchen's opinion, it was similar to the demigod classification in the battlefield of gods. However, there were fewer peak and invincible demigods. It didn't mean that the demigods in the divine world were inferior to the demigods in the battlefield of gods. It was mainly due to the difference in half-divine artifacts. The demigods in the divine world didn't even have any half-divine artifacts. How could they compare with the demigods in the battlefield of gods? There was a difference between becoming a demigod in the divine world and in the battlefield of gods. To become a demigod in the battlefield of gods, one would need to undergo the baptism of a half-divine artifact. To become a demigod in the divine world, one just needed to cultivate diligently and stimulate the bloodline. PFFF. Copperhead's weapon was a large cleaver. With a swing of the cleaver, the cold white saber light was like a waterfall that slashed a large wound on the giant mountain bull's body. Moo! The giant mountain bull stomped with its front hooves and radiated a shockwave. Several weaker demigod warriors were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. In the wind and snow, Li Fuqian and Copper Spear were calm and composed as they watched this scene. When I see them, I will think of my younger self. Copper Spear lamented. Becoming a god was everyone's dream. If one didn't become a god, they would only be able to live for 200 years. After becoming a god, they would be able to live for a few thousand years, and this was after excluding artifacts that could increase one's lifespan. You are only over 1,000 years old. Work harder and you might be able to break through to the middle god realm. Li Fuqian laughed. Copper Spear said, Middle god, are you dreaming? If it was before the changes in the divine world, I would still have some hope. But now, there is no hope at all. The entire wasteland city had a population of a few million and there were less than 10 middle gods. It was imaginable how difficult it was to become a middle god. Alright then, but one must have a goal. What if I achieve it? Li Fuqian laughed. He was different from Copperhead and it was impossible for him to be willing to stop at the low god realm. Middle god, high god, or even true god were all his goals. Howl. The horrific wolf howl had caused the wind and snow to stop. It is the low-level divine beast, Glacier Demon Wolf. Copper Spear's expression changed. The gray-white wasteland was filled with wolf-type divine beasts like the Frost Breath Demon Wolf, the Pale Claw Wolf, and the Glacier Demon Wolf. His strength wasn't comparable to the village chief Copper Axe and was only able to deal with one low-level divine beast. The Glacier Demon Wolf was the one he didn't wish to deal with. Soon enough, a giant wolf that was the size of a small mountain and was covered in thick gray-white ice crystals walked out. The Glacier Demon Wolf was a type of low-level divine beast with extremely tough defense. The ice crystals on the surface of the wolf's body were a combination of icy-cold divine power and icy-cold substances. Regular low-level deities wouldn't be able to break the ice crystals. Li Fuqian, I will go and deal with it first. Copper Spear wielded the half-divine artifact spear and lunged at the Glacier Demon Wolf with a flash. Bang bang bang, the commotion of the battle between the two was much greater than the hunting of the giant mountain bull. The terrifying wind and snow couldn't even get close to the duo's divine power. Large amounts of ice shards were scattered in all directions. Wherever the ice shards landed, it would be turned into ice debris. Had it not been for Li Fuqian's secret protection, the Copper Axe village's demigod warriors would also be severely affected. Shooting Star Penetrating Moon. Copper Spear released his kill move. The half-divine artifact spear turned into a stream of light and thrust at the weak spot of the Glacier Demon Wolf. PFFF. The ice crystals cracked open and fresh blood gushed out. The Glacier Demon Wolf was injured. It opened its giant mouth and bit the Copper Spear. After swinging it a few times, it tossed the spear away. Cough cough cough. Far away, Copper Spear struggled to get up while his body was drenched in blood. If he wasn't wearing the half-divine artifact armor, that bite earlier would have bitten him into two. This Glacier Demon Wolf must be so vicious. After activating his divine power and recovering a portion of his injuries, Copper Spear charged at the Glacier Demon Wolf again. A battle between a low-level deity and a low-level divine beast would never end quickly, unless the difference in strength was too great. On the other side, the hunt was basically over. After being surrounded by over 100 demigod warriors, 2 of the 7 giant mountain bulls escaped and 5 were killed. It was considered a great harvest. Right now, everyone was dismembering the giant mountain bulls while watching the battle. Uncle, will Lord Copper Spear be in danger? Copper Tiger asked the middle-aged demigod warrior worriedly. The middle-aged demigod warrior said, Don't worry, Lord Copper Spear is experienced in hundreds of battles and has even killed a low-level divine beast, the Frost Breath Devil Wolf. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a Glacier Demon Wolf. Furthermore, isn't Lord Li supporting from the side? Everyone wasn't clear about Li Fuqian's strength, but those that could become low-level deities were all very powerful and there shouldn't be any weaklings. It could only be said that everyone had overestimated Copper's spear and underestimated the glacier demon wolf. After 1 hour, everyone could see that Copper's spear wasn't a match for the glacier demon wolf. "Copper spear, leave it to me. Your injuries are severe enough." Li Fuchen saw that Copper spear's wounds were frozen, and it was a sign of the icy cold divine power invading. "Let's work together," Copper spear insisted. "No need, I just need one sword." While speaking, Li Fuchen casually took out a half-divine artifact longsword. With a slash, a sword chi sliced through the snow and the chaotic divine power before slashing at the glacier demon wolf. Crackle! The ice crystals on the glacier demon wolf's body that it was proud of had instantly cracked. The sword chi was like a shooting star that penetrated the body. There was a heavy sound as the glacier demon wolf's body was split into two. It crashed onto the ground and created a wave of snow. He killed the glacier demon wolf just like that. Copper spear took a deep cold breath and couldn't react for a long time. He was certain that even the village chief's copper axe wouldn't be able to split the glacier demon wolf's body in a single chop. It would be more likely if it was 10 chops or 8 chops. It was no wonder the glacier demon wolf was able to pass through the grayish-white wilderness and arrive at the desolate plain. He reckoned that the glacier demon wolf was a formidable low-level deity that was traveling. Chapter 1092. Giant wooden carts were traveling on the desolate plain. The wooden carts were filled with giant chunks of meat that were piled up like a small mountain. These wooden carts were forged by the Bronze Axe Village's demigod warriors. The material was a type of sturdy wood in the ash-white desolate, the frost ironwood. Looking at the glacier demon wolf's meat on the wooden carts, Bronze Tiger licked his lips and said to the middle-aged demigod warrior beside him, "Uncle, this glacier demon wolf is enough for our Bronze Axe Village to eat for at least 1.5 years. 1.5 years. You are underestimating the divine beast meat. With proper preservation, a nail-sized piece of divine beast meat is enough to energize a high-class warrior for an entire day. Those below the high-class warrior level cannot eat it, otherwise, they will bleed from their 7 orifices and might even explode. Our village only has 3 lower deities. This glacier demon wolf is enough for us to eat for around 2 to 3 years." The appetite of lower deities was different from demigod warriors. Lower deities might not be able to eat for a long time, but they could still eat a few months' worth of food for demigod warriors. Such a powerful glacier demon wolf can't even withstand a single sword move from Lord Li. Bronze Tiger couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen again. A few days ago, Li Fuchen's sword prowess had shocked everyone and left behind the image of an invincible sword god in everyone's heart. With the protection of 2 lower deities and the fact that this place was just at the border of the ash-white desolate, Li Fuchen basically didn't encounter any obstacles on the way back. In the blink of the eye, another 2 weeks had passed and Li Fuchen was already completely used to the divine world's laws. Correspondingly, Li Fuchen's hand of God had finally broken through the hand of calamity and reached the 7th rank of the hand of God that not even the undying God had reached. The 7th rank of the hand of God didn't cultivate the calamity power, but the divine power and the destruction divine power. With the destruction divine power, Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body had naturally transformed into the destruction divine body. As compared to the myriad calamity immortal body, the destruction divine body was more tyrannical and unfathomable. It could be said that even if Li Fuchen stood still, there weren't many lower deities that could break his destruction divine body. He had the sword Dao divine power, the fire Dao divine power, and the destruction divine power for offense. He had the time and space divine power for evasion and the destruction divine power for defense. Among the lower gods, Li Fuchen was definitely a monster and didn't have any flaws. It was reckoned that in order to test the limits of Li Fuchen's strength, only a mid-god could do it. Li Fuchen, in another 3 days, the Copper Axe Village will organize a group of people to head to the desolate city. You should go too. On this day, the Copper Spear came over to inform Li Fuchen of a piece of news. 3 days? All right. Li Fuchen knew that the Copper Axe village would bring some resources to the desolate city to trade every few years. The glacier demon wolf's meat would be sold for a good price in the desolate city. Of course, the Copper Axe village didn't take advantage of Li Fuchen and gave him plenty of god-class materials. Wasteland City, a Tier 1 god city, had a population of nearly 1 million and was extremely prosperous. Looking at the demigods coming and going on the street, the warriors of Copper Axe village were both curious and nervous. In the entire territory of the Wasteland City, perhaps only the Wasteland City could see so many inferior gods. After arriving at the Wasteland City, Li Fuchen split up with the Copper Spear and the others as he had his own things to do. The prices are indeed different. A regular half-divine artifact is worth around 500 to 1,000 inferior divine stones. A high-grade half-divine artifact is worth around 3,000 to 10,000 inferior divine stones. After strolling around, Li Fuchen already had a good understanding of the prices of half-divine artifacts. The divine world didn't have the term half-divine stone, there were only inferior divine stones and divine stones. Inferior divine stones were actually peak-grade half-divine stones. It also meant that in the divine world, a regular half-divine artifact could be easily sold for 500 peak-grade half-divine stones, and it was unimaginable in the battlefield of gods. But it was also very understandable. In the battlefield of gods, there were more half-divine artifacts and fewer peak-grade half-divine stones. But in the divine world, there were fewer half-divine artifacts and more inferior divine stones. Therefore, it might seem ridiculous, but it was actually normal. As for peak-grade half-divine artifacts, they were much more expensive and were worth at least 10 divine stones. A single divine stone was equivalent to 10,000 inferior divine stones. A peak-grade half-divine artifact was worth at least 100 divine stones. However, the price of the set was lower than Li Fuchen imagined. For the same tier of set, the price was only 10 times more than a single half-divine artifact. If it was in the battlefield of gods, the price would be at least a few dozen times. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen found the crux of the problem. In the battlefield of gods, the set could strengthen the demigod's half-god power, but it didn't have such an effect in the divine world. After all, the people in the divine world didn't need to be baptized by the half-divine artifacts to constantly improve. They relied on their own strength, and the half-divine artifacts and set were just support. Of course, even so, the set's price was still extremely shocking. Li Fuchen saw in an extremely famous half-divine artifact shop that a 6-piece set of top-notch half-divine artifacts was priced at 300 divine stones. The Scarlet Flame set that I am wearing should be worth at least 1,000 divine stones. Li Fuchen guessed. Due to the change in the rules, apart from the peak-grade half-divine stones and inferior divine stones, all the other half-divine stones in Li Fuchen's spatial ring had dissolved into the divine world's chi. Right now, Li Fuchen only had a few tens of thousands of inferior divine stones. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen decided to sell some of the half-divine artifacts. He might have left all his half-divine artifacts to the Sword sect and didn't bring any sets with him, but he still had some in his spatial ring. 298,000 inferior god stones. After selling some of the useless or repetitive normal half-divine artifacts and high-grade half-divine artifacts, Li Fuchen's inferior divine stones had increased from tens of thousands to 298,000. Li Fuchen wasn't planning to sell the rest of the normal and high-grade half-divine artifacts. In any case, with his current situation, he wouldn't lack inferior divine stones in the future. These half-divine artifacts could be gifted to others or used for other purposes. As for the peak-grade and peak-grade half-divine artifacts, Li Fuchen didn't sell them. Firstly, they were too conspicuous. In the desolate plain city, only mid-gods would be equipped with peak-grade and peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If Li Fuchen made a move, he would probably attract the attention of a certain mid-god. Secondly, he didn't lack divine stones for now. The divine stones that he brought were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. Thirdly, to earn divine stones, one didn't necessarily need to sell half-divine artifacts. In the sky, there was a luxurious battleship that flew past. Li Fuchen knew that the owner of the battleship was a mid-god. In the desolate plain city, only mid-gods could fly and only mid-gods possessed ship-type half-divine artifacts. The worst ship-type half-divine artifacts were all peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If they were too inferior, there wasn't a need to refine them. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't feel envious. He had a few ship-type half-divine artifacts. In the beginning, he only had one peak-grade half-divine artifact. After sweeping through the 9 battlefield of god cities, he had also collected some peak-grade half-divine artifacts. If he didn't leave most of them with the sword sect, he would have even more peak-grade half-divine artifacts. Looking at the luxurious battleship that flew past, many of the low gods below had envious expressions. It would be great if they could become mid-gods too. Among them, most of them were still using normal half-divine artifacts. There weren't many who had high-grade half-divine artifacts, and peak-grade half-divine artifacts were just an extravagant hope. As for peak-grade half-divine artifacts, there was no need to even think about them. That is Lord Mephit's Cloud Breaker ship. It is a peak-grade half-divine artifact and it is worth at least a few hundred divine stones. It was unknown when Copper Spear arrived beside Li Fuchen and said with longing. Be it inferior divine stones or divine stones, they weren't that easy to obtain. Li Fuchen might have a few divine stones, but he wasn't willing to use them for transactions as he didn't have enough time to cultivate. The divine power contained in the divine stones was secondary, the concentrated divine world laws were the true value of the divine stones. As for inferior divine stones, Li Fuchen only had 1,000 of them and it was only enough to purchase a normal half-divine artifact. A few hundred divine stones was definitely a huge sum to him. Let's go, I will treat you to a meal. Li Fuchen didn't bother about Copper Spear's sentiments and led the way to a nearby luxurious restaurant. Oh my, it is so expensive. It is also divine beast meat, but it is at least a few dozen times more expensive here. Copper Spear was eating the divine beast meat while speaking with anger. Li Fuchen said, this restaurant sells its signboard and taste. You don't have to be so cynical. The divine beast meat cooked in the restaurant was several times more delicious than the divine beast meat cooked in the Copper Axe village, and that was enough. For this meal, Li Fuchen had eaten dozens of inferior divine stones. Copper Spear might not be the one paying the bill, but he was still feeling the heartache. Li Fuchen, are you really not going back with us? At the city gate, Copper Spear asked. Li Fuchen nodded. I came out to travel to temper myself. If I am to stay in one place, how am I going to temper myself? Then be careful. I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Copper Spear patted on Li Fuchen's shoulder and left. Seeing the situation, the rest of the Copper Axe village's demigod warriors quickly followed. The Copper Axe village is ultimately just a village. They aren't as well informed as the desolate city. Next, I will have to understand the desolate city first. Li Fuchen only spent one inferior divine stone to obtain the general information of the desolate city from a child. The desolate city had a total of 9 middle deities. The strongest was called Qian Shi and he was the city lord of the desolate city. He had a prestigious status and no one in the desolate city could compare with him. It was said that the other 8 middle deities might not be a match for him even if they worked together. It was unknown if it was true. Li Fuchen felt that this information was most likely true. If Qian Shi had a set of peak-grade half-divine equipment, the 8 middle deities might not be a match for him. Among the 9 middle deities, the number 2 was called Blood Moon. He had a tavern in the desolate city called the Blood Moon Tavern. The Blood Moon Tavern was actually a black market that only served low deities. The number 3 was called Long Kuan and he had a large-scale mercenary group under him. Outside of the desolate city, there were 3 dangerous places. They were the dense mist mountains, the grey-white wasteland, and the desolate devil's den. Putting aside the dense mist mountains and the grey-white wasteland, the desolate devil's den was rumored to be connected to the abyss. The abyss was an extremely horrific place and anything that was related to it would have an intense pollution. Chapter 1093. The Wasteland City was a Class 1 divine city, and its flourishing level was far beyond Li Fuchen's understanding. This place had the exciting and bloody bestial battle arena. As the name suggested, the bestial battle arena was a place for humans and beasts to fight, or half-divine beasts. The spectators could place bets. Some people would become rich overnight, some people would go bankrupt overnight. This place had the even more bloody blood fighting arena. Different from the bestial battle arena, the blood fighting arena only allowed demigod warriors to participate, and the rewards were extremely generous. According to the rules, one win in the blood fighting arena would give one inferior divine stone, 2 consecutive wins would give 2, 3 consecutive wins would give 4, that's right, with every successive victory, the reward would double. If you won 10 consecutive battles, the reward for merely the 10th battle would be 512 inferior god stones. In addition to the accumulated rewards from before, it would be more than 1,000 inferior god stones, which was more than enough to purchase an ordinary demigod weapon. But it was because of the generous rewards that the matches were extremely intense. Some people had already won 9 matches in a row, and they wouldn't give up on the 10th match, even if they had to pay with their lives. Apart from that, the Wasteland City had casinos, trading centers, and all sorts of service industries. Without a doubt, these service industries might be providing services to ordinary people, but they were mainly targeted at lower gods. After all, a lower god's wealth was 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. A casual meal for a low god in Wasteland City could cost several inferior grade divine stones. If they were a little extravagant, it was normal for them to spend tens or hundreds of inferior grade divine stones. Moreover, an inferior grade divine stone was a huge sum for ordinary people. They usually used divine coins for transactions. Generally, 10,000 divine coins was equivalent to an inferior grade divine stone. However, inferior grade divine stones could be used for cultivation, while divine coins were just a form of currency. There were many precious things that couldn't be bought with divine coins. After a period of time, Li Fuchen had seen at least 80 lower gods in the Wasteland City. Li Fuchen reckoned that there were at least a few thousand lower gods living in the Wasteland City. With so many lower gods, the amount of precious resources required was astonishing. The resources sent by the various divine villages were basically used to satisfy these lower gods. Correspondingly, the consumption of these lower gods would also be repaid to the various divine villages. In short, no matter where it was, there would only be a small group of elites, and they were qualified to enjoy the resources. The rest of the people were just serving them. Of course, everyone knew that if the inferior gods did not go out to make money, they would also be poor and unable to maintain the upper-class life in the Wasteland City. Blood Moon Tavern. After ordering a cup of wine that was worth 1 inferior divine stone, Li Fuchen found a seat and sat down. "Brother, do you want to take the mission of hunting glacial armored rhinoceroses? 1,000 inferior celestial stones per person," a low god with tiger stripes on his face walked over. There were many races in the divine world, and the human race was just one of them. There were also the demon folk, titan folk, blood folk, and wolf folk. Basically, there were all the races that existed in the universe in the divine world. Of course, most of them were mixed bloods. And this lesser god in front of him most likely had the bloodline of the demon folk. "Find someone else." Li Fuchen shook his head. 1,000 inferior godstones were not a small number, but he did not lack them. "Stop pretending." The demigod Tigerstripe mumbled to himself as he left. A 5-man team is exploring the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. We're still missing one person. Who wants to join? After waiting for a long time, Li Fuchen finally got an invitation that he was interested in. The Wasteland Devil's Cave was one of the 3 most dangerous places outside of the Wasteland City. If Li Fuchen didn't go take a look, it would be the same as wasting his trip to the Wasteland City. "Count me in." There weren't a lot of lower gods that were willing to explore the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. With Li Fuchen's quick reply, he was able to snatch a spot in an instant. "What is your divine power index?" It cannot be lower than 50. At the third table, there were 4 lower gods seated there. The one who spoke was a stalwart man with bull horns on his head. He took out a crystal ball and said to Li Fuchen, "Divine Power Index?" Li Fuchen had never heard of Divine Power Index before, but from the current situation, it should be to input divine power into the crystal ball and the crystal ball would measure the Divine Power Index. "Alright, let me try." Li Fuchen walked over and placed his hand on the crystal ball before he started to input Sword Dao Divine Power. 10, 20, 50, soon enough, Li Fuchen's Divine Power Index had surged to 50 and was still increasing. 80, 100, 200. The stalwart man's expression changed slightly. The Divine Power Index might not be able to fully reflect a lower god's strength, but it was still an important standard. Divine power was affected by many aspects like the divine spirit, divine body, and cultivation level. Generally speaking, a newly promoted lower god would have a divine power index of around 10. Such lower gods were very weak. But there were exceptions. Some lower gods might have weak divine power indexes, but their cultivation level was extremely high. Once they progressed, they would be at the peak stage of lower god. Such lower gods would be able to contest with lower gods with divine power indexes that were a few times or even 10 times their own. Those with divine power indexes of 50 would be considered regular lower gods. Those with divine power indexes of 100 would be considered elite lower gods. 200 would be pinnacle lower gods. 300 and above would be pinnacle lower gods. 240, Li Fuchen's divine power index was finally at 240. This index was definitely very high. Among 100 lower gods, there were only a few lower gods that had such a high divine power index. Swallow Star, what is your divine power index? The stalwart man looked at the dark and skinny middle-aged man. The dark and skinny middle-aged man might not look impressive and didn't look imposing at all. However, the dark and skinny middle-aged man's original body was a space giant beast. The power of the starry sky beast had always been vigorous and terrifying. After progressing to become a lower god, his divine power would be several times stronger than other lower gods. 260. Swallow Star said in a grave tone. Back when he had just progressed to become a lower god, his divine power index had already exceeded 100. This index should be enough. Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. He had a vague feeling that his divine power index would be extremely high. If he used his full strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. If there is a chance, I have to buy a crystal ball to test the divine power index. Li Fuchen thought to himself. He is actually a top-notch lower god. Incredible. The surrounding people looked at Li Fuchen with different expressions. A top-notch lower god would be an existence that couldn't be neglected no matter where he went. Very well, you are fully qualified to join us. Another lower god with golden hair stood up and smiled. After some understanding, Li Fuchen found out the names of the 4 lower gods. The stalwart man with bull horns was called Kapharos, the dark and skinny middle-aged man was called Swallow Star, the blonde man was called Dean, and the silent black-haired lady was called Zhao Feier. Li Fuchen could see that she wasn't a human but a wolfman race. The 4 of them had rather high divine power indexes. Kapharos' divine power index was 120, Swallow Star had 260, Dean had 180, and Baila had 150. The reason why the 5th member was required to have a divine power index above 50 was mainly because they weren't going to battle and were going to explore. If they were going to battle, their divine power index would need to be above 100. Anthony needs abyss demon flowers, the more the merrier. He will pay us 1 low-grade god stone for each abyss demon flower. However, abyss demon flowers usually grow below the 10th floor of the desolate devil cave. There is a high chance of abyss divine beasts appearing there. We need to be prepared for battle. The Anthony that Kapharos mentioned was a pinnacle lower god. As for the abyss demon flower, it was useless to most people. Even if they saw it in the desolate devil cave, no one would pick it. It was mainly because the Abyss Demon Flower's contamination was too strong and it would be troublesome if they were accidentally contaminated. Everyone couldn't understand why Anthony needed the Abyss Demon Flower and was purchasing it at the price of one low-grade God Stone. Of course, it didn't matter if they understood or not, they would still go as this was a great opportunity to earn divine stones. It was fortunate that Kapharos was rather familiar with Anthony, hence, they had this opportunity. How are we going to split it? Li Fuchen asked. He didn't mind 1 or 2 divine stones, but it was still a good thing to discuss it in advance. It would prevent any conflicts later. Dean said, if it is discovered by an individual, it will belong to the individual. If everyone contributes, it will be split according to the contribution. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. They didn't act immediately as everyone agreed to depart the next morning. While it was still early, Li Fuchen went to buy a crystal ball to test the Divine Power Index. This crystal ball was called the Divine Power Ball and it was specially used to test divine power. According to the quality, the price would be different too. The Divine Power Ball to test a lower god's Divine Power Index was worth 1 low-grade God Stone and the limit of the Divine Power Index was 500. The Divine Power Ball to test a middle god's Divine Power Index was worth 10 low-grade God Stones and the limit of the Divine Power Index was 5,000. As for the Divine Power Ball to test a higher god's Divine Power Index, the desolate city didn't have it. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and spent 10 low-grade God Stones to buy a Divine Power Ball to test a middle god's divine power. He was afraid that the Divine Power Ball wouldn't be able to test it. It turns out that the Divine Power Index is related to the Divine Soul, Divine Spirit, Divine Body, cultivation level, and other aspects. No wonder my Divine Power Index is so high. When purchasing the Divine Power Ball, Li Fuchen found out some information about the Divine Power Index. The others would only have a high cultivation level, but Li Fuchen was superior in all aspects, especially the Divine Soul. The Divine Soul was the crux of a god and was the core source. After returning to his residence, Li Fuchen took out the middle god's Divine Power Ball and started to test his divine power. Firstly, it was the space-time divine power. Among the various divine powers, his space-time divine power was the weakest. 100, 200, 300, there is actually over 500. It has already exceeded the test limit of the lower god's Divine Power Ball. Li Fuchen was rather surprised as he thought the space-time divine power would at most be 300 or 400. Next was the Fire Tao divine power. 300, 500, 800. The Fire Tao divine power was over 800. After progressing to the lower god realm, Li Fuchen's strongest Tao wasn't the Fire Tao, it was the Sword Tao. Before progressing to the lower god realm, his Fire Tao power came from the Scarlet Flame set. After progressing, it came from himself. The current Scarlet Flame set was far less important to him than before progressing. In fact, be it the Fire Tao, the Space-Time Tao, or the Sword Tao, after progressing, the source of power had changed. He had never heard of any lower god's divine power coming from a half-divine artifact. Chapter 1094. Immediately after, Li Fuchen started to test the Sword Tao divine power. 500, 1000, the Sword Tao divine power was extremely shocking as it forcefully broke through the 1000 checkpoints. A low god's divine power index would normally be within 500. Almost no one would have a divine power index that exceeded 500. A mid god's divine power index would be above 1000 and within 5000. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen's Sword Tao divine power was already comparable with those newly progressed mid gods. Ultimately, Li Fuchen's Sword Tao divine power index was fixed at 1250. I shouldn't be a match among the low gods. I wonder how will I fare against the high gods. Putting aside everything else, Li Fuchen would be able to crush any low gods with just his divine power. If he used the pinnacle half-divine artifact and his cultivation realm advantage, he would be able to wipe out a large group. The final test was the destruction divine power. Crack. What is going on? As soon as Li Fuchen's destruction divine power made contact with the divine power sphere, the divine power sphere crumbled and turned into ashes. This was a mid-god's divine power sphere, not a low-god's divine power sphere. Furthermore, even if it was a low-god's divine power sphere, if it was just testing the divine power index, it wouldn't crumble upon contact with a mid-god's divine power. At most, it would explode after exceeding the test limits. It isn't a problem of the divine power's strength, it is the nature of the divine power. Li Fuchen didn't believe that his destruction divine power was stronger than a mid-god's divine power. It was impossible. The problem should be with the nature of the destruction divine power. What was annihilation? Annihilation was the power that was produced when all things reached their end. Destruction was irreversible and uncontrollable. Li Fuchen's destruction divine power wasn't considered the true destruction power. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was a low god, even a mid-god, high god, or true god would be turned into ashes upon contact with the true destruction power. But even if it only contained a trace of the destruction power, the destruction divine power was still extraordinary. It couldn't touch any object, otherwise, the object would be destroyed. It is a pity. Li Fuchen felt a little heartache. This was 10 low-grade god stones. He only had less than 40 low-grade god stones. If he had known that the destruction divinity power was so tyrannical, he would not have tested the destruction divinity power index no matter what. After destroying a mid-god divine power sphere, Li Fuchen went to buy another one. It might be painful, but it was a necessity. In the future, he would be able to test his divine power index at any time. As such, unless Li Fuchen sold top-notch half-divine artifacts or peak-grade half-divine artifacts, he was finally in a more urgent mood to earn divine stones. The Wasteland's Devil's Den had a thick, dark hue. Everything here was dark. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, the clouds were dark, the plants were dark, and even the wind was dark. It could be seen and touched. Be careful. This is the 7th level of the Wasteland's Demon Cave. The abyssal power is getting stronger and stronger. Dean reminded. The power of the abyss was all negative energy. It was extremely polluting. Once one was contaminated by it, unless there was a good solution, they could only disperse the part of their divine power origin that had been contaminated. This was not the time to be reluctant. If he hesitated for too long, he would only be completely corrupted, turning into an abyssal demon god. This is the power of the abyss. Li Fuchen's divine spirit senses were extremely sharp. He could see a faint and almost invisible dark red smoke-like energy enveloping over. If it was any other energy, once it came into contact with Li Fuchen and the other's divine power, it would immediately be destroyed. However, this dark red smoke-like energy was like maggots that slowly fused into everyone's divine power and didn't get destroyed. However, the dark red smoke-like energy was too thin. After such a long time, everyone's divine power was only tainted by an invisible layer. This layer of divine power was constantly being consumed and wouldn't enter anyone's body again. Of course, as time passed, it would be hard to say. Li Fuchen had tried before. Be it the time and space divine power, fire Dao divine power, or sword Dao divine power, none of them were able to resist the contamination of the abyssal power. Let me try the destruction divine power. Li Fuchen released a wisp of destruction divine power. PFFF. The abyssal power that wouldn't be destroyed by divine power was rapidly turned into nothingness when it encountered the destruction divine power. It was as though it had encountered its nemesis. As expected, the destruction power can even destroy the abyssal power. Li Fuchen smiled faintly. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that the abyssal power here was corroded by the abyss and had been weakened by countless times. If this was the true abyssal power, Li Fuchen's destruction divine power wouldn't be enough, at least his low-god destruction divine power wouldn't be able to withstand it. 8th floor, 9th floor, soon enough, the 5 arrived at the 11th floor of the Desolate Devil Cave. No one knew how many floors there were in the Desolate Devil Cave. As of now, it was known that there were around 30 floors. As compared to the 7th floor, the 11th floor's abyssal power was much more concentrated. It was better to be careful, and everyone would check their divine power from time to time to prevent being corrupted by the abyssal power. Dark Devil Bamboo. There were a few methods to scout the surroundings with the divine spirit. There were two most common methods. The first method was to scout with the divine spirit power. However, the divine spirit power might be able to scout in detail, but the range was too small. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen and had a higher grade of divine spirit. The second method was to scout with the divine power. After progressing to become a low god, the saint spirit would transform into a god spirit, while the half-god power would transform into divine power. At this moment, the god spirit and divine power were already showing signs of fusing. Using divine power to scout the surroundings was actually the same as using spiritual awareness to scout the surroundings. Furthermore, the range was much wider. Apart from that, if one cultivated a divine class ocular technique or a scouting type divine class martial art, they would also be able to scout the surroundings. However, these things were rather rare and regular gods wouldn't be able to obtain them. Li Fuchen didn't use the divine spirit power to scout the surroundings. He chose to use divine power. His divine power was extremely pure and vast. After it was diluted, it extended to the surroundings. It was as though he had opened up a pair of heavenly eyes. Wherever the divine power reached, it would be his eyes. Over a dozen miles away, Li Fuchen discovered a patch of dark devil bamboo. This patch of dark devil bamboo was like a black jade stone and looked extremely extraordinary. Li Fuchen, your luck is truly good. This patch of dark devil bamboo is worth at least a few low-grade divine stones. Kafaros and the others were very envious. The dark devil bamboo was a rather rare divine class material, and many divine class elixirs would use the dark devil bamboo. Li Fuchen smiled and suddenly slashed at the ground beside the dark devil bamboo. Crack! A large crack opened up on the ground, and fresh blood spurted out. Everyone took a closer look and saw an abyss divine beast that looked like a worm and a blood-colored snake being torn apart by the sword chi. Abyss divine beast, underground blood snake. Everyone's expression changed. The underground blood snake's vitality was extremely tenacious, but it couldn't even withstand a single slash from Li Fuchen. 12th floor, 15th floor, 18th floor, along the way, everyone's luck was rather average. In total, they obtained 6 abyss demon flowers and Li Fuchen obtained 3 of them. The 4 of them were very bewildered as they didn't know why Li Fuchen obtained all the good stuff. Was the difference in their divine power that huge? Only Swallow Star knew that the difference was indeed huge. His divine power index was comparable with Li Fuchen, but his scouting speed wasn't as fast as Li Fuchen and was always one step slower. This meant that Li Fuchen's god spirit was stronger than him, therefore, Li Fuchen was able to control the divine power with ease. Of course, Swallow Star didn't know that Li Fuchen's divine power index was actually several times stronger than him. It was impossible for Swallow Star to keep up with Li Fuchen's scouting speed. Wait a moment, let me replenish my divine power. Dean took out a dark red flower from his spatial ring and started to pour his divine power into the divine power barrier. This dark red flower was the Abyss Demon Flower. The Abyss power contained within the Abyss Demon Flower was already rather concentrated and Dean didn't dare to touch it directly. He could only use the divine power barrier to isolate it. This divine power barrier was also separated from his own divine power and wasn't connected at all. However, as such, Dean would have to replenish the divine power barrier every once in a while. Otherwise, the barrier wouldn't last for a long time and would be corroded by the abyss power from the Abyss Demon Flower. Let us replenish it too. Swallow Star and Zhao Feier each poured their divine power into the barrier around the Abyss Demon Flower. Among the 5 of them, 4 of them obtained the Abyss Demon Flower. They were Swallow Star, Dean, Zhao Feier, and Li Fuchen. Only Kafaros didn't open it. This was mainly because Kafaros had the lowest divine power index and was only at 120. Li Fuchen, aren't you going to replenish your divine power? Kafaros looked at Li Fuchen. I replenished it not long ago. Li Fuchen didn't need to replenish his divine power. The divine power barrier that he used to isolate the Abyss Demon Flower was the Destruction Divine Power Barrier. The Abyss power from the Abyss Demon Flower wouldn't be able to corrode it, but he still had to put up an act. Alright then. You guys replenish slowly, I will look around. Kafaros let out a turbid breath and flew a few miles away by himself before extending his divine power. Among everyone, he was the only one that didn't obtain the Abyss Demon Flower, and it made him rather depressed. Abyss Demon Flower? All of a sudden, Kafaros' eyes lit up and revealed an ecstatic expression. Something isn't right, why are there silver stripes? Kafaros' smile vanished as he thought of something and said with ecstasy again, it is a mid-class Abyss Demon Flower. Ha, it is a mid-class Abyss Demon Flower. The Abyss Demon Flower had different grades too. The most ordinary Abyss Demon Flower would have dark red flowers, mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers would have silver stripes, and high-class Abyss Demon Flowers would have golden stripes. According to the agreement with Anthony, low-class Abyss Demon Flowers would cost 1 low-grade God Stone, while mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers would cost 50 low-grade God Stones. That was 50 low-grade God Stones. Generally speaking, low-class deities would only have a few low-grade God Stones. People like them who frequently ventured out would only have around 20 low-grade God Stones. Only peak-level low-class deities like Anthony would have more than 50 low-grade God Stones or even 100 low-grade God Stones. Chapter 1095. So what if your divine power is stronger than mine? Sometimes, when luck comes, you can't stop it. No, we shouldn't show off our wealth. 50 lower grade God Stones is enough to make them fall out with me. Kafaros' figure flashed, and he pounced toward the mid-level Abyssal Demon Flower. Puff! In midair, a bloody shadow flashed, and blood sprayed all over the sky. It was Kafaros. At this moment, he was so miserable. His god body was about to collapse. The one attacking him was a gigantic monster with dozens of blood-red tentacles. Lower rank Abyss Divine Beast, Crimson Tentacle Monster. The abyssal divine beasts in the Wasteland's Devil's Den were actually not true abyssal life forms. They were all transformed from divine beasts. For example, this blood-red tentacle monster used to be a low-level divine beast tentacle monster. Its strength was originally extremely tyrannical, and it was equivalent to a peak low-level deity. After being corrupted into a blood-red tentacle monster, although it had lost much of its rationality, its strength had also increased by a lot. Kafaros was just an elite lower god. How could he be a match for him? The commotion here had instantly attracted the attention of Li Fuchen and the others. Seeing Li Fuchen and the others rushing over, Kafaros said anxiously, I found a mid-class Abyss Demon Flower. It was impossible for him to keep the intermediate Abyss Demon Flower to himself. He could only hope that because he was the first to discover it, he could get a bit more low-grade god stones. Everyone, let's go. Dion wielded a greatsword with both hands and slashed at the tentacled monster. No wonder he is a lower deity that frequently roams outside. His weapon is a high-class half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Lower deities who frequently roamed the world were not only wealthy, but they also had higher requirements for weapons. It was impossible for them to be like Copper Spear, who didn't even have an ordinary quasi-divine weapon. Li Fuchen thought about it and decided to use less strength. Otherwise, if he slashed down and the blood-red tentacle monster was dead, what would others think? Under the joint efforts of the 5 people, the blood-red tentacle monster eventually died with a grudge. According to individual contributions, everyone decided to split the mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers into 25 credits. Each credit was equivalent to 2 low-grade god stones. Li Fuchen had contributed the most and would get 10 credits. The Star Devourer would get 6 credits. The remaining 9 credits would be split equally among Dean, Zhao Feier, and Kafaros, each of them getting 3 credits. Unknowingly, the 5 of them arrived at the 30th floor. The abyssal power here was exceptionally dense, and correspondingly, there were more abyssal demon flowers here. That's about it. I feel like something is wrong. Although Zhao Feier wasn't a pure-blooded werewolf, she had, after all, stimulated her werewolf bloodline, so she was very sensitive to danger. Hearing this, Keferos said unhappily, "What are you afraid of? This is the Wasteland's Devil's Den, not the Abyss. Even if it's the first level of the Abyss, with the strength of the 5 of us, we will definitely be able to escape unscathed." The main reason was that he had obtained too few abyssal demon flowers, so he was a little unwilling. Dean said, "I also feel that something is wrong. There are too few abyssal demigods and abyssal divine beasts along the way. The space-time in every level of the Wasteland's Devil's Den was very unstable. Demigod beasts and divine beasts would often come to the Wasteland's Devil's Den inexplicably and then be contaminated by the power of the Abyss. Over time, the number of demigod beasts and divine beasts in the Wasteland's Devil's Den kept increasing. There was even a trend of overflowing. This was also the main reason why no one was willing to come to the Wasteland's Devil's Den. It was simply too dangerous. Keferos, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to take too much risk. Swallow Star, who had the best relationship with Keferos, shook his head. After forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Keferos said helplessly, "All right then, since we are already here at the 30th level, we have to take a look, right?" The Wasteland's Devil's Den currently had a total of over 30 levels. The 30th level wasn't considered the most dangerous. All right. Let's explore the 30th level before leaving. Apart from Li Fuchen, the others nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Li Fuchen didn't mind. To him, it didn't matter if it was the 30th level or the 30th levels, it wasn't dangerous. The deeper the level of the Wasteland's Devil's Den, the wider the range. They would only need 15 minutes to explore the first level. It had already been half a month since they reached the 30th level, but they still weren't able to find the spatial boundary. There is a cave here. Zhao Feier's divine power discovered a cave. In response, everyone rushed over. As far as their eyes could see, there was a pitch-black cave that was around a few miles in size. There was a faint surge of the power of the Abyss that distorted the space-time. There are so many mid-grade Abyss demon flowers. Dean severed the divine power that was released while his eyes were filled with astonishment and ecstasy. Earlier on, his divine power was disrupted by the power of the Abyss. He only took a glance inside the cave and discovered at least 7 or 8 mid-grade Abyss demon flowers. Ha, we are rich. Keferos laughed heartily. A single mid-grade Abyss demon flower was worth 50 low-grade god stones, 8 would be 400 low-grade god stones. Furthermore, there were definitely more than 7 or 8 mid-grade Abyss demon flowers in the cave. There would at least be a dozen or 20 mid-grade Abyss demon flowers. Dean forcefully suppressed his excitement and asked, "Can Anthony afford so many low-grade god stones?" Anthony might be a pinnacle-level low deity and was extremely wealthy, but a few hundred low-grade god stones wasn't a small sum. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Anthony might need to pay them over 1,000 low-grade god stones. Keferos said, "Don't worry, you might not understand Anthony too well. Anthony once saved Lord Mephit's life. He might not have a few thousand low-grade god stones, but he should have 1 or 2,000. No wonder he saved Lord Mephit." Dean nodded. Mephit was a mid-deity and there were only a total of 9 mid-deities in the Wasteland City. Which one of them didn't have a massive wealth? Just a little bit of their wealth would be enough for any low deity to eat and drink well. Riches are found in danger. Let's go all out. At this moment, the usually emotionless Swallow Star was also a little crazy. The Abyss demon flowers here were worth over 1,000 low-grade god stones. He didn't want a lot, just 300 low-grade god stones would be enough. 300 low-grade god stones were enough to purchase a peak-grade half-god artifact. If he didn't go all out now, when would he? It is time to go all out. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light as he let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. There were indeed a lot of mid-grade abyss demon flowers in the cave. There were a total of 24 of them, and it would be 1,200 low-grade god stones. Let alone Keferos and the others, even Li Fuchen was rather tempted. However, these 24 mid-grade abyss demon flowers weren't that easy to obtain. Around the mid-grade abyss demon flowers, there were thousands of densely packed abyssal half-god beasts. There were also plenty of abyssal divine beasts and abyssal demon gods. If they were in the outside world, it would be fine without the corruption of the abyssal power. Being enveloped by the abyssal power, it was still unknown how much strength the 4 of them could exhibit. Of course, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to inform the 4 of them in advance. He was able to ignore the abyssal power and discover the situation inside the cave because he had the destruction divine power and the pale red divine spirit power. If he informed them in advance, it would be the same as telling them that he wasn't afraid of the abyssal power. Furthermore, even if he informed them in advance, it would still be hard to dispel the 4 of them from taking the risk. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Who didn't understand this logic? I will make a move first. Keferos took out a blue water droplet and activated it. A pale blue bubble enveloped him. This divine water droplet was a high-grade half-god artifact. Keferos had poured in enough divine power, and with a single thought, the divine water droplet would carry him forward. There wouldn't be any divine power connection between him and the divine water droplet until the divine water droplet's divine power was exhausted. Swish! The divine water droplet wrapped around Keferos and rushed into the cave. Immediately after, everyone executed their divine abilities. They would either be like Keferos and activate the divine water droplet or set up layers of divine power barriers around their bodies. They would forcefully endure the abyssal power and rush into the cave. When Li Fuchen was the only one left, he flashed and followed behind like a green smoke. It seemed like he didn't use any defensive measures. Bada! When Li Fuchen landed on the ground, he saw that the 4 of them had unpleasant expressions. What is going on? Li Fuchen asked intentionally. No wonder there are so few abyssal half-god beasts and divine beasts along the way. They are all attracted by the mid-class abyssal demon flower's abyssal power. Dean took a deep breath and drew his large sword. The battle quickly erupted. Thousands of abyssal half-god beasts were like a tide that surged at the 5 of them. Go to hell! Keferos blasted a fist that was like a violent wave that instantly killed dozens of abyssal half-god beasts. Star Engulfing Cannon. The Star Engulfing Cannon spat out a divine power pillar. This divine power pillar had astounding power, and at least 100 abyssal half-god beasts were blasted into nothingness. Claw Blade Storm. Zhao Fei brandished her claws and formed a storm of claw shadows that swept out and ripped apart the abyssal half-god beasts one after another. Wave Sword. Dean was the same as Li Fuchen and cultivated the Sword Dao. The Sword Dao focused on killing, and killing the abyssal half-god beasts was like harvesting wheat. It was a pity that this delight didn't last for long. In just a short moment, the 5 of them encountered their respective opponents. Keferos, Star Engulfing Cannon, and Zhao Fei's opponents were all abyssal divine beasts, while Dean and Li Fuchen's opponents were abyssal demon gods. The abyssal demon gods in the desolate devil's den were generally gods that were contaminated by the abyssal power and weren't pure abyssal lifeforms. Li Fuchen looked at the dark red eyes of the abyssal demon god that didn't have any trace of normal emotions. He shook his head. Such lifeforms that were contaminated were no different from walking corpses, unless the abyssal demon god could gradually control the abyssal power and become a true abyssal demon god. PFFF. When the 2 of them crossed paths, the abyssal demon god was turned into ashes. The abyssal power is getting denser. Li Fuchen saw that Keferos' body was tainted with a trace of abyssal power. Damn it, I wasted one of my abyss divine elixirs. Keferos dodged his opponent's attack in a sorry state and took out an elixir from his spatial ring to consume. A god-class elixir, huh? Li Fuchen thought about it and casually used his sword to eliminate Kafero's opponent. Many thanks. Kafero squeezed out a smile at Li Fuchen. As the 5 of them killed more abyssal half-god beasts and abyssal divine beasts, the surrounding abyssal power started to increase by several times. Apart from Li Fuchen, everyone else had consumed the Abyss Divine Elixir. The so-called Abyss Divine Elixir was an elixir that could devour the abyssal power. As long as the elixir was almost full, one could spit it out and wouldn't have to worry about being contaminated by the abyssal power. Chapter 1096. 1 pill, 2 pills. The Abyss Divine Elixir's medicinal effects were limited, but the surrounding abyss power was almost limitless. This won't do, the Abyss Divine Elixir has been used up and the divine power is starting to fall behind. Kaferos took out another god-class elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. This time, he consumed the Void Soul Elixir. It was a god-class elixir that could stimulate the divine body and allow the divine body to produce more divine power within a short period of time. The flaw was that once the medicinal effects wore off, the divine power would be in a state of decline for a long period of time. As compared to the Abyss Divine Elixir, the Void Soul Elixir was much cheaper, but 2 elixirs would still cost 1 low-grade god stone. Everyone, I want 80% of these mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers. You guys can split the rest. Li Fuchen took out a simple sailboat from his spatial ring. This was the first top-notch ship-type half-god artifact that he obtained. What? A top-notch ship-type half-god artifact? The 4 of them looked at Li Fuchen with shock. The cheapest top-notch ship-type half-god artifact would cost at least 500 low-grade god stones. Furthermore, it wasn't available in the Wasteland City and had to be bought in other divine cities. In the entire Wasteland City, there were less than 20 individuals who possessed top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts. 9 of them were mid-gods. Of course, among the 9 mid-gods, there should be a few who possessed top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts, like the city lord Qian Shi or the owner of the Blood Moon Tavern, Blood Moon. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Kaferos said with dissatisfaction. Li Fuchen ignored Kaferos and asked, how about it? Isn't it too much? Swallow Star hesitated. As of now, it wasn't too strenuous for him. You can choose to refuse. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Swish. Zhao Fei was the first to board the simple sailboat. 80% is 80%. Dean might be feeling the pinch, but he knew how to choose in the face of the terrifying abyss power. Ultimately, Kaferos and Swallow Star also chose to board the boat. With the protection of a top-notch ship-type half-god artifact, everyone was much more relaxed. One of them just had to pour divine power into the divine power pool while the other 4 attacked to their heart's content. Li Fuchen, your low-grade god stones are too easy to earn. You are taking 80%, why don't you give up 10%? Kaferos said half-jokingly. Li Fuchen said, if it was you, would you give up? In a world where only the strong were respected, effort and reward were directly proportional. If you were in Kaferos's place, the other party would most likely watch them die and then take the mid-level abyssal demon flower for himself. Kaferos's willingness to take out 20% was already extremely benevolent. Zhao Fei said, 80% isn't a lot, right? Without Li Fuchen, we might not even be able to stand here and speak. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously, Kaferos said with a stiff smile. Under their bombardment, the number of abyssal demigod beasts and abyssal divine beasts in the cave decreased. However, the surrounding abyssal power increased correspondingly. This abyssal power was released by the abyssal demigod beasts and abyssal divine beasts before their deaths. At this moment, apart from Li Fuchen, no one else was willing to disembark. It's good to have a ship-type semi-divine artifact. Everyone looked envious. Sometimes, ship-type semi-divine artifacts could be extremely terrifying. For example, this time, a top-notch ship-type demigod artifact was more useful than 10 or 20 demigods. However, ship-type semi-divine artifacts were expensive too. Among the demigods, only a few pinnacle demigods would be able to afford a top-notch ship-type semi-divine artifact. Enveloped by divine power, everyone carefully stored the mid-grade abyss demon flowers onto the quaint sailboat. A total of 24 flowers. There is an 80% chance that there are 19 flowers. Li Fuchen waved his hand and stored 19 flowers. As for the remaining 5 flowers, each of the 4 of them had 1 flower. The last flower belonged to the devouring star, but the devouring star also took out something that was worth 37 low-grade god stones. Let's go. Li Fuchen controlled the quaint sailboat and rushed out of the cave. Rumble. As soon as the quaint sailboat flew out of the cave, a massive fist suddenly attacked and smashed onto the hull of the ship. Crackle. The hull of the ship was damaged. Demigods weren't able to destroy half-divine artifacts, but gods were able to. On the battlefield of gods, there were plenty of half-divine artifact shards. Of course, it was hard for mid-gods to completely destroy a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. This fist had only caused a slight damage to the hull of the ship. I was careless. Li Fuchen was indeed careless. He didn't think that there would be an enemy lying in ambush outside the cave. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't have succeeded in their sneak attack. The one that sneak attacked them was an abyss demon god. From the fist force earlier, the opponent's strength was definitely at the level of a peak-level low god. Furthermore, he was probably an expert even among the peak-level low gods. A top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact could allow them to temporarily avoid the interference of the abyss power and increase their defenses. But it was useless when facing a peak-level low god. Unless there was a peak-level low god among them and they were pouring their divine power into the divine power pool, the ship-type half-divine artifact's barrier would be able to withstand the attack from a peak-level low god. But there weren't any peak-level low gods among them. Be it the devouring star or Li Fuchen, they were all peak-level low gods. Die. This abyss demon god retained a certain level of rationality. Apart from the murderous intent in the depths of his eyes, there was also a trace of intelligence. It was obvious that this abyss demon god had either gradually gained control of the abyss power, or he had just been infected not long ago. The violent fist smashed at the quaint sailboat like a curtain of rain. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and cleaved. Bang bang. The sword light and fist shadow cancelled each other out. Li Fuchen, who was standing at the bow of the boat, only took a few steps back. He wasn't sent flying like what everyone imagined. This is a peak-level offensive half-divine artifact. Dean looked at the longsword in Li Fuchen's hand with a shocked expression. A peak-level offensive half-divine artifact's value might not be as high as a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact's value. It would probably be above 100 low-grade god stones, but a formidable peak-level offensive half-divine artifact's value might not be inferior to a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. Just like the Wasteland City Lord Qian Shi's peak-level offensive half-divine artifact. It was said that the price was above 1,000 low-grade god stones, and it was even more expensive than regular top-notch ship-type half-divine artifacts. It is truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Kafaros felt sour in his heart. A peak-level offensive half-divine artifact. Who knew what other formidable half-divine artifacts Li Fuchen had? Perhaps, Li Fuchen's armor was also a peak-level half-divine artifact. In short, in terms of wealth, there weren't many low-level gods that could compare with Li Fuchen. Divine Power Index of 240, I must look like it. Li Fuchen thought about it and decided not to expose his strength. If he didn't expose his strength, he would have to expose a peak-level half-divine artifact. Since he had already exposed the top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact, it wasn't a big deal to expose another peak-level half-divine artifact. But speaking of which, in the divine world, the difference in power between half-divine artifacts was much smaller. It was actually understandable. In the divine battlefield, everyone channeled half-god power into the half-divine artifact. After progressing to become a god, the half-divine artifact would be filled with divine power. Between the half-divine artifact and half-god power, the half-divine artifact was definitely dominant. Between the half-divine artifact and divine power, the divine power would reverse and dominate the half-divine artifact. The stronger the divine power, the lesser the effect of the half-divine artifact. I reckon that after becoming a high-level god, the effects of the half-divine artifact would be negligible. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Attack together. Li Fuchen yelled out. It was impossible for Kaferos and the others to be idle. Before Li Fuchen said anything, everyone had already started to attack. The Star Devourer cannon was the first to blast at the Abyss Demon God. The battle lasted for a long time. Li Fuchen grabbed the opportunity and suddenly leaped out of the ancient sailboat. He then cleaved the Abyss Demon God into two. After all, they had been together for several days and everyone had some tacit understanding. They also grabbed the opportunity to blast the Abyss Demon God's incomplete body into nothingness. Let's go, the other Abyss Demon Gods are rushing over. Li Fuchen boarded the ship and controlled the ancient sailboat to leave quickly. Not long after Li Fuchen and the others left, 3 Abyss Demon Gods descended. Gyutaro is dead. That fool could only control a little bit of abyss power. It doesn't matter if he is dead. It is a pity that the mid-class abyss demon flowers that he was protecting have all been plucked. It is just 24 mid-class abyss demon flowers. As long as the connection with the abyss gets closer, there will be more abyss demon flowers. That's true. The 3 abyss demon gods came and left quickly. In just a short moment, they vanished without a trace. After flying out of the desolate Devil Cave's 30th floor and arriving at the 29th floor, the 5 finally let out a breath of relief. A single abyss demon god was already so hard to deal with. Who knew if the next abyss demon god that arrived would be even more formidable than this one? The 5 didn't stop and continued their journey. Finally, they left the desolate Devil Cave in the shortest period of time. Anthony's residence wasn't inside the wasteland city, it was outside the city. In the depths of a desolate mountain range, there was a giant castle. Who is it? The castle's surroundings were heavily guarded. As soon as the 5 appeared, they were discovered by a black-clothed lower deity. Kaferos whispered to the 4, these are Anthony's shadow guards. Not only are they elite lower deities, but they are also adept at shadow shifting and can appear and disappear unpredictably. Such a grand display. Dean raised his brows. A pinnacle low deity acted like a mid-deity and actually had his own guards. Jero, I am Kaferos, Anthony's friend. Kaferos greeted the black-clothed lower deity. Jero had an indifferent expression. Are you Kaferos? Follow me. While speaking, he turned into a shadow and led the way. There is the smell of abyss power. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light. Earlier on, he used his divine spirit power to scan the vicinity of the castle and actually noticed traces of abyss power. This trace of abyss power was too thin and apart from him, no one else would be able to detect it. Chapter 1097. Soon enough, the 5 arrived at the castle and waited for Anthony to appear in the castle's main hall. It was obvious that Anthony was a god with great taste. The castle's main hall was decorated rather luxuriously. Li Fuchen reckoned that just the crystal chandelier that was emitting a gentle radiance was probably worth a few low-grade divine stones. After waiting for a few hours, Anthony seemed to be busy with something. It was fortunate that everyone was a god and waiting for a few hours wasn't a big deal. In order to obtain divine stones, it wasn't a big deal to wait for a few days or a few months. Finally, when the divine world's sun started to set in the west, Anthony arrived late. Apologies, I have made everyone wait. Anthony was wearing a gray robe and had an extremely ordinary appearance. He didn't look like an all-powerful pinnacle low-level god and looked more like a regular low-level god. Kaferos stood up from his seat and said with a smile, Anthony, it is already very fast that you are able to come out so early. In his impression, Anthony basically stayed in seclusion and was engrossed in his research. Normally, such people wouldn't pay attention to the concept of time. Anthony smiled and said, "Have you brought the Abyss Demon flowers that I requested?" Kapharos got excited when talking about the Abyss Demon flowers. "Anthony, we have harvested more Abyss Demon flowers than you can imagine. I hope you are prepared." "Oh, then I would like to see how many there are." Anthony got excited too. As everyone took out all the Abyss Demon flowers, Anthony's eyes were getting brighter. "It is indeed a few times more than I imagined. But don't worry, I will give you all the low-grade divine stones." While speaking, Anthony handed Kapharos a small bag that contained 72 low-grade divine stones. Then, it was Zhao Feier's 79 low-grade divine stones, Dean's 85 low-grade divine stones, and Swallow Star's 100 low-grade divine stones. Finally, it was Li Fuchen's turn. "A total of 1,080 low-grade divine stones, right?" Anthony took a deep look at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, "That's right." Li Fuchen possessed 4 divine powers and each of them had an extremely high divine power index. Therefore, his demand for divine stones was several times that of regular low-level gods. A few dozen low-grade divine stones weren't enough. With over 1,000 low-grade divine stones, it should be enough for him to use for a few years. Of course, the prerequisite was that he hadn't progressed to become a mid-level god. After becoming a god, one's need for divine stones would increase tenfold. "I'm ashamed, I don't have that many low-grade god stones on me right now, but I'll have them soon. You wait here for a few days, I'll go out and find someone to borrow them," Anthony suggested. At this moment, Kapharos also said, "Li Fuchen, don't worry. Let alone 1,000 low-grade god stones, Anthony can even borrow 2,000 low-grade god stones." Li Fuchen laughed, "What if I don't agree?" Hearing this, Anthony's face darkened. Kapharos frowned and said, "It's just a few days, there's no need to be so unreasonable." Dean persuaded, "A few days isn't a big deal. Li Fuchen, wait a little longer. Don't make it too ugly." Among the crowd, only Devouring Star and Zhao Feier did not say anything. Swallowing Star acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Zhao Feier wanted to say something but hesitated. "One day, I only need 1 day to borrow enough low-grade god stones." Anthony stretched out a finger and said resolutely. Li Fuchen shook his head, "Sorry, I don't agree." Presumptuous. Anthony was truly infuriated. Li Fuchen, sigh. Kapharos shook his head and sighed. Revealing a smile that didn't look like a smile, Li Fuchen sized up the spatial ring on Anthony's finger. "Earlier on, I noticed that there seems to be 1,000 low-grade god stones in your spatial ring. Don't lie to me, my senses have always been sharp." Hearing this, everyone was startled, including Anthony. Zhao Feier noticed that there was a flash of strange light in Kapharos's eyes. It was obvious that this matter was related to Kapharos. "Ha ha ha." Anthony laughed hysterically while his body burst out with chi prowess and didn't look as ordinary as before. "I originally planned to deal with you quietly, but I didn't expect for you to notice." Anthony didn't conceal his murderous intent and said word by word. "Kapharos, what's going on?" Dean quickly looked at Kapharos. Kapharos said, "Dean, Devouring Star, Zhao Feier, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere." After hearing Kapharos's explanation, how could Dean and the others not understand what was going on? Li Fuchen's wealth was too robust and had triggered Anthony's murderous intent. Kapharos must have been the bridge. "Enough nonsense, make your move." Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword. As expected, it is a peak-grade offensive half-god artifact and the quality is extremely high. Anthony had seen peak-grade offensive half-god artifacts before, but the quality wasn't as good as Li Fuchen's sword. Only the Desolate City Lord Qian Shi's battle hammer was comparable with Li Fuchen's sword. According to Kapharos, Li Fuchen also had a peak-grade half-god artifact. It seemed like if Li Fuchen could deal with Li Fuchen, he would be able to earn 2,000 to 300 low-grade god stones. After all, if he killed Li Fuchen, he wouldn't have to pay Li Fuchen's low-grade god stones for the Abyss Demon Flower. Li Fuchen, let me help you. Zhao Feier gritted her teeth and stood out. Kapharos stopped her and said, "It might be useless for you to go up, but I will not give you the chance." He had already discussed with Anthony earlier. Once the matter was settled, Anthony would give Li Fuchen 500 low-grade god stones. One had to know that this was 500 low-grade god stones. If he relied on taking risks, who knew how many times he would have to go through to earn that amount? Furthermore, taking risks would put his life in danger. Who knew if he would die in some unknown place one day? Li Fuchen decided that after obtaining the 500 low-grade god stones, he would purchase more god-class elixirs that could assist in cultivation. He would also purchase 1 or 2 divine skills and was planning to go into seclusion for 1 or 2 centuries. This matter has nothing to do with me. Anthony, can you let me go? Dean didn't plan to bother about this matter and couldn't be bothered either. He just wanted to leave with the god stones. As for Li Fuchen's life or death, it had nothing to do with him. Anthony said, "Once I deal with him, I will naturally let you go. I hope you will keep your promise." Dean let out a breath and said. While speaking, he and Swallow Star retreated to the side. With a flip of the palm, a gray cane appeared in Anthony's hand. He shook his head and said to Li Fuchen, "Hand over the spatial ring now and I can leave your corpse intact." So much nonsense. Li Fuchen was speechless. If he didn't sense a trace of faintly discernible power of abyss lingering on Anthony's body, Li Fuchen would have already made a move to kill Anthony. Courting death. Anthony made a move and poured horrific divine power into the gray cane. A gray ball of divine power was blasted at Li Fuchen. Rumble. Half of the castle was blasted away and there was a cloud of dust. Is he dead? Kapharos stared at the scene intently. Anthony wasn't a regular peak-level low deity. If he used his full strength, he could instantly kill a top-notch high deity. After the dust dispersed, Li Fuchen's figure appeared in everyone's vision. Is that all? Li Fuchen raised his brows. You are a peak-level low deity. Anthony took a glance at Kapharos. This fool didn't even know Li Fuchen's strength. It was fortunate that Anthony had a powerful trump card, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make Kapharos stay. Dean and Swallow Star frowned. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to conceal his strength. Likewise. Li Fuchen chuckled. Don't be complacent too early. I am not a regular peak-level low deity. I forgot to tell you, my divine power index is around 450. Anthony raised his gray cane high and dozens of gray divine power spheres floated in the air. Boom boom boom, the gray divine power spheres attacked Li Fuchen in a frenzy at a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture. Just in time, swords see horizon. Li Fuchen slashed with the Heaven Abyss sword and the sword light expanded like a sphere. Due to being in the divine world, Li Fuchen's sword art wasn't able to form a world or a universe like in the universe or the battlefield of gods to envelop the enemy. With the restriction of the divine world's laws, Li Fuchen's sword art couldn't even form a field power and could only vaguely form the embryonic form of a field. 15 minutes later, Anthony stopped and didn't have a great expression. He had already used his full strength but couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. How is this possible? Anthony actually can't deal with him. Kapharos had a look of disbelief. Kapharos, you shouldn't be ungrateful. If Li Fuchen didn't save you, you would have died in the desolate Devil's Denver, Zhao Feier spoke with disdain. Kapharos glared at Zhao Feier. Shut up. Do you really think he can contest with Anthony? I can only say that you don't understand Anthony. He never does things that he isn't confident in. You still understand me, Kapharos. Anthony's expression gradually calmed down. He looked deeply at Li Fuchen and said, ever since I obtained the Abyss Divine skill, Scarlet Claw, I have been cultivating it for a few dozen years. You are the first to witness its existence. Divine skill. Dean's heart was moved. Divine skills were incredible existences. If a low deity cultivated a low-level divine skill, even if their divine power index was only 100 or 200, they would be able to contest with a peak-level low deity. If it was a mid-level divine skill, they would be able to suppress a peak-level low deity and be invincible below the mid-level deity level. It was a pity that it was too difficult to create a divine skill. Even mid-level deities had a hard time creating low-level divine skills, let alone low-level deities. Normally speaking, if anyone wanted to learn a divine skill, they would have to spend divine stones to purchase the divine skill sealing stone. Even if the abyss divine skill that Anthony mentioned was a low-level divine skill, it was probably a terrifying low-level divine skill. After all, it contained the word abyss. Since Anthony required a large number of abyss demon flowers, Dean guessed that the prerequisite to cultivate the abyss divine skill was to control a portion of the abyss power for one's own use. Then execute it and see. Li Fuchen realized that the divine world was getting more interesting as there was another divine skill. He didn't know what was the difference between this divine skill and a divine class martial art. Die. Anthony's body soared into the air as a terrifying abyssal power erupted and gathered on his left hand. His left hand turned crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a demon's claw. Swish. As Anthony clawed with his left hand, a dark red evil demon's claw image clawed at Li Fuchen. The ground and the surrounding vegetation were affected by the evil demon's claw image and instantly withered. There was dead silence. Kafaros, Dean, and the others quickly retreated to avoid getting affected. Watch as I break your abyss divine skill. Chapter 1098. What? The spectators were shocked. After executing the abyss divine skill, Anthony wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Didn't this mean that Li Fuchen had been toying with Anthony? Li Fuchen's strength had never been exposed. The strength that he revealed might just be the tip of the iceberg. This is bad. Dean recalled his previous attitude and felt a little uneasy. As compared to Dean, Kafaros was terrified. Was this Li Fuchen a god or a devil? He wasn't even afraid of the abyss divine skill. According to what he knew, among the divine skills of the same tier, the abyss divine skill was definitely the most terrifying. Even if one could neutralize the abyss divine skill, one wouldn't be able to neutralize the corruption of the abyss power. Impossible. As compared to everyone else, Anthony was in even more disbelief. His abyss divine skill, Deep Red Claw, wasn't a low-tier divine skill, it was a mid-tier divine skill. He might have only cultivated for a few dozen years, and with the harsh cultivation conditions of the abyss divine skill, he wasn't able to cultivate the Deep Red Claw to perfection. But a mid-tier divine skill was still a mid-tier divine skill and not a low-tier divine skill. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was a pinnacle low-tier deity, even if Li Fuchen was 10 times stronger, he would still suffer if he was caught off guard. How was it possible to neutralize his Deep Red Claw in a single slash? Flee. Anthony was a decisive person. It didn't matter if he could accept it or not, fleeing was the best choice. A pair of gray feathered wings extended from Anthony's back. He turned into an afterimage and skimmed towards the horizon. As long as he could reach Mephit, he would still have a chance to turn the tables. Do you think you can escape? Seeing that the abyss divine skill was Anthony's trump card, Li Fuchen didn't have the patience to continue tangling with Anthony. He raised the Heaven Abyss sword and thrust in the air. PFFF. A sword light penetrated Anthony's body. In the next moment, Anthony was like a glowing hedgehog as countless sword lights burst out from his body. Soon enough, Anthony was turned into ashes. Is there such a powerful low-tier deity? Swallow Star couldn't help but ask. Dean said, his realm is undoubtedly very high. He has already surpassed the level of a lesser god. He might have even reached the level of a mid-god. Therefore, although his divine power index is still at the level of a lesser god, he can instantly kill a pinnacle lesser god. Li Fuchen's burst out with sword Dao divine power was around 400 to 500 and it wasn't too exaggerated. However, his sword Dao rank was too high. With a high rank, it should be able to quickly progress from a low deity to a middle deity. But to advance to the god level, aside from one's level of insight, there were many other requirements as well. One's realm was just the final glue. It was used to glue all the requirements together and then break through in one go. It was impossible to say that one's level would immediately soar when one's realm was reached. That would be unrealistic and unreliable. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he wanted to become a mid-god in Sword Dao, he would first have to truly adapt to the divine world's laws. After all, he had only been in the god world for a short period of time. There was always a slight gap between him and the god world. I don't care who you are. You killed Anthony, so don't even think about living. The instant Anthony turned into ashes, a white orb of light flew out, and a cold voice came from within. Is that Lady Mephit? Zhao Feier's expression changed. It was obvious that Mephit had left a method on Anthony. If anyone killed Anthony, Mephit would know. The rage of a mid-god was already terrifying. Ha, Li Fuchen, you are dead. Since Lady Mephit has made a move, it is impossible for you to survive. Why aren't you going to Lady Mephit to receive your punishment? Kapharos, who was already in despair, had hope again as he laughed hysterically. Noisy. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and turned Kapharos into ashes, just like Anthony's footsteps. Dean and Swallowing Star's scalp turned numb. The duo didn't dare to move as they were afraid of attracting Li Fuchen's attention. Li Fuchen didn't bother about them. They might not be considered good people, but they didn't take the initiative to harm him. Therefore, Li Fuchen wouldn't take revenge. Li Fuchen smiled at Zhao Feier and said, "Many thanks. It is my unnecessary action." Zhao Feier didn't feel that she was of any help. With Li Fuchen's strength, why would he need her help? Li Fuchen shook his head. It is easy to add flowers to embroidery, but there aren't many who can provide timely help. If Zhao Feier had chosen to watch from the sidelines, Li Fuchen would feel that she was doing the right thing. After all, they didn't have any relationship. But Zhao Feier's choice was unexpected. He didn't understand why she would stand up for him. Was it because she didn't like it? Or perhaps, she was a person who repaid kindness with kindness and kindness with kindness. Li Fuchen guessed that she must have made such a choice because he had saved everyone in the desolate Devil's Denver. However, not everyone was like Zhao Feier, such as Dean and Swallowing Star. Kapharos was the worst. Li Fuchen, hurry up and leave. Mephit is a mid-god and it won't take a lot of time to rush here from the desolate city. Zhao Feier reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, there is no hurry. While speaking, Li Fuchen looked at Dean and Swallowing Star. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. In the desolate Devil's Den, the two of you have more or less received my kindness. How about this, each of you leave behind something worth 100 low-grade god stones and get lost. Li Fuchen couldn't let the two of them off just like that. Without him, these people would have died in the desolate Devil's Denver. Without any explanation, the two of them left behind the divine stones and valuable items before leaving in a hurry. It was already hard enough for them to keep their lives. Furthermore, 100 low-grade god stones was equivalent to this trip's harvest. Li Fuchen wasn't being too ruthless. Subsequently, Li Fuchen ransacked Anthony's castle. As for Anthony's shadow guards, they had already vanished without a trace. According to Zhao Feier's explanation, these shadow guards were probably under Anthony's control. Now that Anthony was dead, they were considered to be free. Here are 500 low-grade god stones. Here. Li Fuchen handed Zhao Feier 500 low-grade god stones. This time, his harvest was more than 2,000 low-grade god stones. There were over 1,000 low-grade god stones and it was considered a bountiful harvest. Too much. Zhao Feier's breathing was a little hurried. This was 500 low-grade god stones and she had never seen so many low-grade god stones in her entire life. Let's go. If we don't leave now, Mephit is coming. Li Fuchen said to Zhao Feier. Without a choice, Zhao Feier had no choice but to keep the low-grade god stones and leave the castle with Li Fuchen. Not long after the duo left, a powerful figure descended in the vicinity of the castle. Anthony, I will take revenge for you. Mephit's eyes flashed with fury. She would never forget that Anthony saved her life when she was still a low god. I have already remembered your appearance. You cannot escape. Mephit was planning to issue a Blood Moon bounty at the Blood Moon Tavern once she returned. Anyone who could find traces of the murderer would be rewarded with 500 low-grade god stones. Are you saying that divine skills are acknowledged by the divine world's laws? Along the way, Li Fuchen found out what a divine skill was from Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier nodded. A divine skill that isn't acknowledged by the divine world's laws isn't considered a divine skill. Or it should be said that it isn't a complete divine skill. Once a divine skill is created, it will be supported by the divine world's laws. Apart from that, the creator will also obtain a unique divine skill imprint. Only the person with this divine skill imprint would be able to seal the divine skill into the divine skill seal stone and provide it for others to cultivate. Of course, a divine skill seal stone can only be cultivated once. There are a few divine skill seal stones that can be cultivated twice or more. If that is the case, wouldn't the creator be able to open a divine skill seal stone shop and wait to collect money? Li Fuchen questioned. Zhao Feier shook her head. From what I know, it is very exhausting to seal the divine skill into the divine skill seal stone. Furthermore, if it is sealed too many times, the divine skill imprint will be damaged. In normal situations, the higher the grade of the divine skill, the stronger the divine skill imprint and the more times it can be sealed. Regular low-level divine skills can only be sealed a few times. I see. Li Fuchen understood. The divine skill imprint was bestowed by the divine world's laws. Once it was damaged or dispersed, the consequences would be unpredictable. It might be hard to utilize the divine skill's true power in the future. It was just like a god that cultivated another person's divine skill. They would never be able to cultivate the divine skill to the extremity. It was already very rare to be able to cultivate the divine skill to 70% or 80% of its power. What is going on with the Abyss divine skill? Could it be acknowledged by the Abyss law? Li Fuchen thought of something. Zhao Feier said, I am not too sure either. In fact, even the divine world's laws are a very general concept. No one knows what the divine world's laws are. Perhaps only after reaching a certain level would one know the reason for the formation of divine skills. Li Fuchen nodded in response. Their current level was too low and it wasn't appropriate for them to consider such trivial matters. I wonder if the divine skill seal stone in Anthony's spatial ring is the Abyss divine skill, Deep Red Claw. According to Zhao Feier's description, Li Fuchen found a crystal stone with an extremely unique chi presence in Anthony's spatial ring. On the crystal stone, there was an illusory deep red imprint that was constantly flickering. It was obvious that this was a divine skill seal stone and it was highly likely to be the Deep Red Claw seal stone. Li Fuchen didn't need the Abyss divine skill, but if he had the chance to head to the Abyss in the future, he might be able to rely on the Abyss divine skill to disguise himself. After traveling for a few days, the duo arrived at a Class 3 divine village. A Class 1 divine village would normally have a population of around 1,000 or 2,000. A Class 3 divine village would have a few times more population and would normally have around a few tens of thousands. It might be called a divine village, but it was actually more like a town. We cannot go to the desolate plain city for now. Let's buy some god-class elixirs here first. Zhao Feier suggested. Class 3 divine villages had shops. Of course, the items sold in these shops were very ordinary. The good items could only be bought in the divine cities. Alright. Li Fuchen wanted to understand more about God-class elixirs too. The Class 3 divine village that they were in was called the Flying Feather Village. There were a few shops that sold elixirs, but there was only one that sold God-class elixirs. Void Soul Elixir, God Spirit Elixir, Mind Heart Elixir. The shop only sold 3 types of God-class elixirs. The Void Soul Elixir was an elixir that stimulated the divine body and allowed the divine body to burst out with more divine power within a short period of time. The God Spirit Elixir was a God-class elixir that could temper the divine spirit and divine power. The Mind Heart Elixir was a God-class elixir that could increase the comprehension of laws. As compared to the Desolate Plains City, these 3 elixirs were slightly cheaper. But the same elixirs were also differentiated by quality. The inferior quality naturally wouldn't be comparable to the superior quality. The elixirs in the divine villages were also inferior to the elixirs in the divine cities. Gentlemen, the quality of my elixirs might not be comparable to the divine cities, but I guarantee that they aren't useless elixirs. The shop owner was a low deity and he looked at the duo with hope. In order to refine these 3 elixirs, he had spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of materials. But as long as he could sell them, he would be able to make a sum of money. Once his refinement level was higher, he was planning to open a shop in the divine cities. Give me 1 bottle of each of the 3 elixirs. Zhao Fei ultimately accepted Li Fuchen's 500 low-grade god stones. With 500 low-grade god stones, Zhao Fei was definitely wealthy. Furthermore, the god-class elixirs here were indeed cheap. The Void Soul elixirs were 2 low-grade god stones for 1 low-grade god stone in the divine cities. Here, it was 5 low-grade god stones for 1 low-grade god stone. Even if the effects weren't as good, it was still worth it. Chapter 1099. Wasteland City, Blood Moon Tavern. On this day, a bounty mission attracted countless demigods. TSK, just finding the trail will get a reward of 500 lower-grade divine stones, and successfully entangling the opponent will get a reward of 1,000. It's been a long time since someone issued the Blood Moon hunting order. I wonder how this lower god offended Lady Mephit. According to reliable sources, Anthony, who once saved Lady Mephit, was killed. I guess it was this lower god. What? Anthony was killed? In Wasteland City, except for the 9 middle gods, there are not many lower gods who can do it. The Blood Moon Tavern occupied a large area, but at this time, it also gave people a feeling of crowding. Look, Yu Lei is here. The crowd looked at the entrance of the tavern, and a young man with dark blue hair and 3 eyes walked in. Yu Lei was one of the few lower gods in Wasteland City who had created a lower god skill. He was strong enough to kill most lower gods at the peak. And Ghost would. Qi Yan is also here. Unexpectedly, 3 of them came at once. The Blood Moon hunting order is really powerful. 1,000 lower-grade divine stones is not a small number. Even Yu Lei and the others can't ignore 1,000 lower-grade divine stones. Although a lower god who created a lower god skill could earn divine stones quickly, it was also consumed quickly. No one would dislike having too many divine stones, only too few. Yu Lei, I didn't expect you to come. Ghostwood was a middle-aged man with a haggard face, looking gloomy. Yu Lei snorted, you can come, but I can't. Ghostwood, last time I didn't get to see your lower god skill, Burning Ghost Eyes. Let's have a fight this time. Burning Ghost Eyes was a lower god skill created by Ghostwood. It was said that this skill could set people on fire with just one look. It was very strange and overbearing. Ghostwood said, don't worry, there will be a chance. I also want to see your thunder god cut. How about we go out and have a fight now? Qi Yan was a fierce woman with yellow hair. She licked her lips and grinned. Yu Lei and Ghostwood looked at each other, their expressions slightly solemn. Qi Yan's strength was recognized as the #1 low god in Wasteland City. Her self-created low god skill, immortal fire godly body, made her divine body almost indestructible. The two of them had little chance of winning against her. Let's talk about it after the spar. It's more important to complete the mission first. Yu Lei wouldn't be stupid enough to tangle with Qi Yan. It wouldn't do him any good. As long as I can obtain the recognition of the immortal world, it will become a god skill. In other words, my primary extreme sword art can form 4 god skills. After knowing what a divine skill was, Li Fuqian started to pay attention to it. The primary extreme sword art had a total of 4 moves, namely Boundless Sword C, Myriad Swords returning to origin, Sword Qi returning to origin, and Origin returning sword form. These 4 godly sword techniques could be considered as 4 godly skills. According to Zhao Feier, whether it was a divine skill or not, the difference in power would be at least dozens of times. But, how do I turn a sword move into a divine skill? Along the way, Li Fuqian had been thinking about this problem. In Li Fuqian's opinion, a divine skill should have made contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law. Otherwise, it wouldn't be recognized by the immortal world's law. However, it was normal for high-grade divine skills to make contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law. It didn't seem to be that easy for low-level divine skills to make contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law, right? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Li Fuqian shook his head and decided to simplify the primary extreme sword art. He wanted to make the primary extreme sword art simpler and purer. As time elapsed, within the desolate plain city, many of the low-level gods were searching for traces of Li Fuqian. Flying Feather Village, are you certain he came here? In front of a villager, Yu Lei released his divine power and formed Li Fuqian's image. I am certain. There is a woman with him. The villager swore. Alright, this inferior divine stone belongs to you. Yu Lei tossed the inferior divine stone to the villager. You cannot escape. Yu Lei chased after Li Fuqian. Sword See Horizon. In the wilderness, Li Fuqian executed the Sword See Horizon repeatedly. Each time he executed the Sword See Horizon, the sword light would spread out like a wave of light. Such a powerful sword pressure. In the distance, Zhao Feier was roasting some meat. During her free time, she would occasionally take a glance at Li Fuqian. When Li Fuqian executed the sword move, he didn't use too much divine power, therefore, the power was very reserved. But that invisible sword pressure still caused Zhao Feier's expression to change slightly. Her intuition told her that this move was incredible, very incredible. Perhaps, he really can create a low-level divine skill. It was too difficult to create a divine skill. Innate talent, perception, and luck were all indispensable. There were plenty of low-level gods who had excellent innate talent and perception. In fact, they were even better than some of the low-level gods who created divine skills. However, they weren't able to create a divine skill. Some of the low-level gods who didn't have great innate talent and perception would be able to create a divine skill by chance. It was very difficult for outsiders to understand the subtlety of this. Zhao Feier had once seen a high-level divine note. It stated that creating a divine skill required an opportunity. If one grasped the opportunity, they would be able to produce twice the results with half the effort. If they didn't, they would only produce half the results with twice the effort. This feeling, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. During these days, Li Fuqian didn't know how many swords he executed. Just a moment ago, he felt that his sword move was a little strange. Something isn't right. It still isn't right. Immediately after, Li Fuqian tried to find that feeling. But it might be because his heart was in a mess, that feeling was gradually getting further away. I cannot be anxious and there is no need to be anxious. This isn't my first day of sword learning and I actually made such a mistake. Soon enough, Li Fuqian calmed down. When cultivating the sword Dao, it was taboo to be impatient. In Li Fuqian's opinion, the sword Dao was the great Dao while the divine skill was just a minor Dao. It was truly foolish to lose the great Dao for a minor Dao. Of course, minor Tao should still be cultivated, but the prerequisite was to not deviate from the great Tao. One had to admit that Li Fuchen's spirit state was too high. After reflecting, Li Fuchen easily entered the feeling that he was searching for. Breathing. Rhythm. Roaming. As the feeling got stronger, Li Fuchen had some comprehensions. A divine skill was probably called a divine skill because there was something essential in the divine skill. The sword sea horizon was too exquisite. It might be compatible with the divine world's law, but it was concealed very thickly. If Li Fuchen didn't execute it thousands of times, he wouldn't be able to achieve such results in such a short period of time. For the next few days, when Li Fuchen executed the sword sea horizon, he could vaguely feel an invisible power gathering. In the past, when he executed the sword sea horizon, he might be able to pry open the divine world's law power, but there wasn't such a huge commotion. Another 2 days passed. On this day, when Li Fuchen brandished his sword, a horrific power descended. The sword sea horizon had obtained the recognition of the divine world's law. The descent of the divine world's law. How is this possible? Zhao Fei was flabbergasted. In the divine world, there weren't many things that could cause the divine world's law to descend. Creating a divine skill was one of them. To be honest, Zhao Fei already thought highly of Li Fuchen and believed that Li Fuchen had hopes of creating a divine skill. If it was someone else, she would think that the person was daydreaming. There were thousands of low-level deities in the Wasteland City, but how many of them had created low-level divine skills? Furthermore, it was hard to say if those few had relied on luck to create the divine skill. But from the looks of it now, she didn't think highly of Li Fuchen, she had obviously underestimated him. She believed that Li Fuchen had hopes of creating a divine skill, but that was something that would happen many years later. She didn't expect for Li Fuchen to create a divine skill in such a short period of time. It had already broken logic and her worldview. This is the divine skill imprint. When the divine world's law descended, Li Fuchen saw a small sword imprint that was filled with boundless chi presence entering his divine body. It was obvious that this small sword imprint was the sword sea horizon imprint and also the divine skill imprint. When the small sword imprint entered his body, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the sword sea horizon was more than 10 times deeper. In fact, with the small sword imprint, Li Fuchen could subtly sense a trace of the divine world's sword Tao law. Li Fuchen, you created a divine skill? Zhao Fei couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen smiled and said, after spending so many days, I finally created it. Finally? The corner of Zhao Fei's mouth twitched. What did Li Fuchen think creating a divine skill was? Others had spent decades or centuries to create a divine skill, but Li Fuchen created it in less than half a month. How could he let others live? That's right, how much is the divine skill seal stone? How do I sell the divine skill after it is sealed? I might be able to make some money with it in the future. Li Fuchen suddenly asked. Zhao Fei said, divine skill sealing stones that have not been used before are divided into 9 stars from low to high, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. Normally speaking, a lesser divine skill is usually sealed in a 1-star divine skill sealing stone, and a divine skill sealing stone of this level can only be used once. As for the price, it is 10 low-grade divine stones for a single seal stone. It is hard to say after a low-level divine skill is sealed. If others know that the divine skill is incredible, it can be sold at a high price. If others don't know, it will normally be around 100 low-grade divine stones. While speaking, Zhao Fei looked at Li Fuchen and said, to you, selling the divine skill won't be able to earn a lot of low-grade divine stones. If you lack divine stones, I will return the divine stones to you. I am joking. Even if I sell the divine skill 10 times, I will only earn 1,000 low-grade divine stones. It is indeed not a lot. Li Fuchen was obviously joking. He wasn't that pitiful to the point of selling divine skills for a living. The sky gradually brightened and the duo were preparing to set off. All of a sudden, there was a flash of lightning that flew over from the horizon. Bang! The lightning scorched the ground and a figure appeared in front of the duo. Yu Lei. Zhao Feier's expression changed. Yu Lei, who had dark blue hair and 3 eyes, ignored Zhao Feier. He looked at Li Fuchen and said, "I finally caught you. Li Fuchen, don't be careless." This Yu Lei is one of the few low-level deities that created a divine skill in the Wasteland City. The low-level divine skill he created is called Thunder God /. It is said that apart from mid-level deities, there aren't many low-level deities that can dodge the slash. Zhao Feier warned Li Fuchen secretly. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen nodded with a smile on his face. A duel between low-level divine skills should be very interesting. For the sake of fairness, Li Fuchen decided to suppress his divine power index to around 400. In addition, he had to suppress his sword Dao proficiency too. Chapter 1100. Don't even think about running away. In the Wasteland City, except for mid-gods, no one is faster than me. Yu Lei flipped his palm, and a long blade flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. Why do you want to escape? Li Fuchen took a step forward. It just so happens that I wish to experience your divine skill, Thunder God /. You've got guts. I hope you're as strong as you sound. Yu Lei's expression turned solemn as a terrifying lightning energy gathered around him. Ever since he created the divine skill Thunder God /, he had fought 36 battles and won 36 of them. Among them, 35 of them were instant kills, including a low god who had created a divine skill. There was nothing fancy about his Thunder God /. It was just fast. It was so fast that the enemy died before they could even react. He believed that this time would be no exception. Be careful. Zhao Feier looked nervous. Yu Lei's reputation was too great. Amongst the demigods of Wasteland City, Yu Lei was at least ranked in the top 3. Li Fuchen might be incredible and had created a divine sword move not long ago, but he was still too young and it was hard for him to be comparable with Yu Lei, who had been creating divine skills for a long time. Zhao Feier could only hope that Li Fuchen had other trump cards. Don't worry. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. What a joke, the enemy was just a low-level deity. Even if Li Fuchen stood there and didn't retaliate, the enemy wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. Thunder God /. Yu Lei's figure disappeared, replaced by a dazzling lightning blade. The initial speed of the thunder and lightning blade was already incredibly fast. As it moved forward, its speed was still increasing, and its power was also increasing. Of course, only Li Fuchen could see the changes that happened in such a short period of time. Zhao Feier, who was at the side, couldn't even react in time. As expected of a godly skill. Li Fuchen silently praised. Yu Lei's Thunder God /, just the word fast, was enough to make many people unable to block it. In front of absolute speed, no matter how strong one's attack was, they would be killed before they could even display their power. It was a pity that Yu Lei encountered Li Fuchen. Boundless Sword C. Without even drawing his sword, Li Fuchen circulated a portion of his divine power and burst out with the sword C horizon. Kacha kacha, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the wilderness, and a terrifying sword pressure instantly descended, filling the entire wilderness. Yu Lei's Thunder God chop was visibly slowing down. In less than a thought, it was at least 100 times slower. What happened? A hint of panic flashed through Yu Lei's mind. His opponent's sword momentum actually froze his divine skill. How terrifying was this? It's a domain. Suddenly, Yu Lei understood. What the other party released was a domain-type divine skill. The domain divine skill was known as the divine skill among the divine skills. When faced with an enemy with a divine domain skill, it was best not to fight with him. It was best to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, once he got close, he wouldn't even be able to escape. When the thunder saber light was 3 feet away from Yulei couldn't advance anymore and was frozen in the air. Raising his right index and middle fingers, Li Fuchen thrust with his sword finger. Puff! A small hole appeared on Yulei's body. As the sword momentum dissipated, Yulei lost the external force and countless tiny sword lights burst forth from his body. Then, he quickly turned into a man of light and shattered. What? Zhao Feier finally woke up at this moment. She then saw a shocking scene. Yulei was killed. Zhao Feier felt it was unbelievable when she thought about it. It was laughable that she was still worried for Li Fuchen. Within the desolate plain city, apart from mid-gods, no one was a match for Li Fuchen. This Yulei is rather strong. It is a pity that he encountered me. Li Fuchen casually kept Yulei's spatial ring. Zhao Feier smiled bitterly and said, "It is because you are too strong." Li Fuchen, what level is your strength at? How are you going to fight against mid-gods? Her curiosity was getting stronger and she couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen said, "I don't know about formidable mid-gods, but I am rather confident against regular mid-gods." Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant to the point of not putting mid-gods in his eyes. In terms of cultivation level, he wouldn't be stronger than mid-gods. In terms of divine power index, his sword Dao divine power was only slightly over 1000 and was considered as a newly promoted mid-god. In terms of divine skills, Li Fuchen, who only had one divine skill, was rather lacking. Mid-gods might be able to learn mid-god skills. The sword Sea Horizon might be able to counter the Thunder God Slash, but it might not be able to counter mid-god skills. Li Fuchen's only strength might be the Destruction Divine Body. With the Destruction Divine Body, he was able to contest with mid-gods. He is comparable to regular mid-gods. Zhao Feier took a deep cold breath. She didn't know if Li Fuchen was truly comparable to regular mid-gods. Just from his confidence, it was enough to show that his strength wasn't limited to what he had revealed. 3 days later, another low god who had created his own divine skill caught up to him. This person is called Guemu. He created an ocular technique divine skill, Blazing Ghost Eye. His strength isn't inferior to Yulei. As compared to the previous introduction of Yulei, Zhao Feier was much more relaxed this time. Guemu frowned as he felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Burn! Guemu didn't think too much and instantly activated the Blazing Ghost Eye. His eyes were burning with green flames. Huff! Around Li Fuchen, green flames appeared out of nowhere. But every time the flames appeared, they would shatter into countless sparks and couldn't even get close to Li Fuchen. Impossible, my Blazing Ghost Eye is actually unable to ignite his divine power. Guemu revealed a shocked expression. In the past, even if he encountered an opponent with comparable strength, his Blazing Ghost Eye would be able to barely ignite the opponent's divine power. Die! More divine power surged into his eyes as 2 green flame pillars blasted at Li Fuchen. Bang boom! The green flame pillars weren't real. Everywhere they passed through, flames would appear out of nowhere and ignite the wilderness. Zhao Feier was already very far away, but she could still feel the divine power in her body burning up. A trace of flame was born out of nowhere, and when she looked at the battlefield, her eyes were emitting green smoke as though they were being scorched by smoke. Such a terrifying Blazing Ghost Eye. Zhao Feier was apprehensive as she retreated frantically. She was only slightly affected and was already unable to endure it. It was hard to imagine what it felt like to face Guemu's Blazing Ghost Eye. While retreating, Zhao Feier looked at Li Fuchen. Within a radius of 3 feet around Li Fuchen, it felt like there was an absolute field. No matter how tyrannical and incredible Guemu's Blazing Ghost Eye was, it was unable to invade this absolute field. The Blazing Ghost Eye blurs the boundary between divine power and vision. Vision is divine power and divine power is vision. It is a pity that it is still unable to break through my sword Sea Horizon. From Zhao Feier, Li Fuchen knew that field divine skills were one of the strongest divine skills. At least, divine skills of the same tier wouldn't be able to surpass field divine skills. Go! Seeing that the blazing ghost eye couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, Guemu made a prompt decision and burst in retreat. Li Fuchen grinned and suddenly expanded his sword prowess to freeze Guemu's retreating figure. PFFF. Without any suspense, Guemu instantly followed in Yulei's footsteps. There aren't more than 10 low-level deities that can create divine skills in the desolate plain city. In just a few days, 2 of them have already died in your hands. Seeing that Guemu's corpse wasn't left, Zhao Feier lamented. Li Fuchen said, "The divine world doesn't lack prodigies. Even if 2 are dead, there will be more." That is true. Zhao Feier nodded. The divine world was huge and a mere desolate plain city wasn't worth mentioning. In the outside world, there were plenty of low-level deities that could create divine skills. Who would care about the lives of Yulei and Guemu? The duo continued on their journey. Zhao Feier's objective was to find a place to go into seclusion for a period of time, while Li Fuchen was rather aimless. In any case, he could create and research divine skills anywhere. On the 5th night after Guemu's death, there was a blazing light that descended from the horizon like a meteor. If I didn't guess it wrongly, he should be the #1 low-level deity of the desolate plain city, Qi Yan. Zhao Feier's expression was rather grave. Qi Yan was different from Yulei and Guemu. Yulei and Guemu had incredible attacks, while Qi Yan had incredible divine body. Qi Yan's divine skill was a divine skill called the Undying Flame Divine Body. Without breaking the divine body, it was impossible to kill Qi Yan, but Qi Yan could try thousands of times to kill you. Boom boom boom. The battle was abnormally intense. Qi Yan was obviously a battle maniac. When he saw Li Fuchen, he didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Is this the divine body divine skill? Li Fuchen sized up Qi Yan's divine body. After executing the Undying Flame Divine Body, Qi Yan's divine body looked like it was condensed with golden magma. Li Fuchen's sword finger thrust earlier only made Qi Yan's divine body slightly thinner. Li Fuchen could see that unless his strength was 10 times stronger than Qi Yan, it was impossible to kill Qi Yan. It also meant that if Li Fuchen didn't increase his strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Qi Yan. Awesome, again. Qi Yan might have been suppressed by Li Fuchen, but he was getting increasingly frenzied. Perhaps he knew that with the Undying Flame Divine Body, it was impossible for him to be killed, therefore, he was fearless. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Li Fuchen sneered and his divine power started to surge. 450, 550, 650, 750, in an instant, Li Fuchen's divine power index had increased by a few hundred points. Every time the divine power index was doubled, it wasn't as simple as doubling the strength of the divine power, it was several times or even 10 times. Let's see if you can withstand it this time. Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword and pierced through Qi Yan's divine body. PFFF 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 PFFF, there was a sound like a bubble bursting and Qi Yan's Undying Flame Divine Body rapidly dimmed. PFFF. When Li Fuchen executed the second sword, Qi Yan didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a bundle of flames and dissipated. He was dead without a doubt. As of now, the 3 strongest low-level gods that pursued Li Fuchen had all died in Li Fuchen's hands. If this news got out, it would shake the entire desolate city. Chapter 1101. After turning the Sword Sea Horizon into a divine skill, Li Fuchen started to try to turn the Sect Origin swords into a divine skill. When would he be able to turn all 4 moves of the primary extreme sword art into a divine skill? In terms of combat methods, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid of anyone. As compared to the Sword Sea Horizon, the Sect Origin sword's attack power was much stronger and more extreme. According to Li Fuchen's imagination, if this move was turned into a divine skill, the power would definitely be astounding. Even if it wasn't comparable to a mid-level divine skill, it wouldn't be too far off. In a desolate valley with no signs of human habitation, a majestic and imposing prowess suddenly descended. Immediately after, the valley was filled with sword light and sword chi. An extremely dazzling sword chi pillar burst into the sky and nearly tore the clouds apart. He created another divine skill. Zhao Feier was already numb. How many days had it been and Li Fuchen actually created a second divine skill? When did divine skills become so easy to create? Or perhaps, Li Fuchen was a legendary sword Dao prodigy that only appeared once in a million years? Zhao Feier shook her head and continued her seclusion. She didn't have any thoughts about creating a divine skill that belonged to her. To her, breaking through to become a mid-level deity one day was already the greatest success she had ever achieved. The sect origin swords has also turned into a divine skill. In the depths of the valley, Li Fuchen's imposing prowess had dispersed and he revealed a smile. Compared to the sword sea horizon, the might of the 10,000 ancestral swords was much, much stronger. Once this godly skill was unleashed, it represented an extreme attack. The sword sea horizon and the sect origin swords, one for defense and the other for offense. They represent two extremes, but as compared to the third move, sword chi return, it is slightly inferior. In terms of defense, the sword chi return wasn't as good as the sword sea horizon. In terms of pure offense, it wouldn't surpass the sect origin swords, but the sword chi return was mystical and unfathomable. At times, no matter how powerful your attack was, you had to hit the opponent first. If you were to encounter someone with a higher cultivation realm, the sword sea horizon and sect origin swords might be useless, but the sword chi return could still put up a fight. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cultivation realm wasn't too high, otherwise, the divine skill would be useless. The difficulty of transforming the sword chi return into a divine skill was 10 times harder than Li Fuchen imagined. And this was when Li Fuchen's sword Dao level was constantly growing. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the divine world, his sword Dao level was already at the peak stage of low god. Right now, Li Fuchen reckoned that his sword Dao level was at least mid-stage or late-stage mid-god. In other words, Li Fuchen was creating a low-level divine skill as a mid-level deity. It would be strange if it wasn't fast. But now, it was difficult for him to turn the sword chi restoration into a god skill. He suspected that once the sword chi restoration became a god skill, it would become a medium god skill. If he had a mid-level divine skill, Fuchen would be more confident against regular mid-level deities. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. 1. Fuchen, Zhao Feier exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and woke up from her closed-door cultivation. Increasing his divine power index by 1 point in a month was a very fast speed. If he could keep this up, he would be at 12 points in a year and 120 points in 10 years. Zhao God was Fuchen Li didn't Li. The higher the god power index, the harder it was to increase it further. With the assistance of god-class elixirs, it was already praiseworthy for her to increase her god power index by 120 points in 100 years. I didn't manage to create the third divine skill. Zhao Feier looked in Li Fuchen's direction and said to herself. Another month had passed and Zhao Feier's god power index had increased by 1 more point. Huff! On this day, there was a violent gale in the sky. Immediately after, there was thunder and lightning and it was pitch black. A horrific heaven and earth power had descended and enveloped Li Fuchen's seclusion location. This heaven and earth power was too terrifying. When Zhao Feier closed her eyes, she felt as though she could see a sword piercing through time and space. What divine skill is this? How could Zhao Feier not understand that Li Fuchen had created the third divine skill? But this divine skill seemed to be different. The descending divine world law was horrifying. Could it be a mid-level divine skill? Zhao Feier's mind flashed with a thought and she couldn't get rid of it. PFFF, Li Fuchen felt as though he could hear countless bubbles bursting. This was the sound of the sword Qi returned to origin sword intent that was too powerful and had affected time and space. As expected, after the sword Qi return to origin transforms into a divine skill, it is a mid-level divine skill. Even though Li Fuchen was prepared, he was still rather surprised. A mid-level divine skill was more than 100 times stronger than a low-level divine skill. The strongest low-level divine skill wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from the weakest mid-level divine skill. For example, if Yu Lei's Thunder God Slash was a mid-level divine skill, then Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon wouldn't be able to stop Yu Lei's Thunder God Slash and would only be pierced and torn apart. But I can feel that the sword Qi returned to origin is just a regular mid-level divine skill. It isn't like the sword Sea Horizon and the sect origin swords, which are elite low-level divine skills. There was a huge difference between divine skills of the same tier. If a regular mid-level divine skill encountered a powerful mid-level divine skill, it was inevitable that a regular mid-level divine skill would be suppressed. I can slowly perfect it in the future. There is no hurry. Divine skills could also be improved and perfected. Low-level divine skills could be upgraded to mid-level divine skills, while mid-level divine skills could be upgraded to high-level divine skills. Li Fuchen, did you create a mid-level divine skill? Not far away, Zhao Feier flew over and asked curiously. Li Fuchen nodded, it can be considered so. Zhao Feier's heart paused for a moment before she took a deep breath and said, gods are superior to gods and can anger gods to death. Regular gods like us might cultivate diligently for hundreds or thousands of years, but it wouldn't even be comparable to a few days of bitter cultivation for you prodigies. Li Fuchen laughed and said, is there anyone in the Wasteland City who has created a mid-level divine skill? You don't know how difficult it is to create a divine skill. In normal situations, only a few of 10,000 low-level deities can create a low-level divine skill. In comparison, only a few of 10,000 mid-level deities can create a mid-level divine skill. Most of the mid-level deities would only try to create as many low-level divine skills as possible to perfect their combat methods. The Wasteland City only has a total of 9 mid-level deities and it is impossible for anyone to create a mid-level divine skill. However, it is possible to obtain a mid-level divine skill seal stone and learn a mid-level divine skill. Creating a mid-level divine skill and learning a mid-level divine skill were two different things. When learning a mid-level divine skill, it wouldn't be recognized by the divine world's laws and wouldn't be reinforced by the divine world's laws. The power that could be displayed would be very limited. Of course, it would definitely be stronger than a low-level divine skill. There was no doubt about it. It also means to say that a mid-level divine skill seal stone is very expensive. Li Fuchen couldn't help but ask. As compared to mid-level deities, there were more low-level deities and they had created more low-level divine skills. Despite the case, a single low-level divine skill would be worth 100 low-grade god stones. Zhao Feier nodded, very expensive, ridiculously expensive. A mid-level divine skill would be worth at least 100,000 low-grade god stones and there is no market for it. What kind of concept was 100,000 low-grade god stones? If a low-level deity had 100,000 low-grade god stones, no matter how bad their perception was, with a massive amount of resources, they would have a high chance of progressing to become a mid-level deity. The crucial thing was that a mid-level divine skill could be sealed and sold several times. It would be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of low-grade god stones. It seems like I am rather wealthy. Li Fuchen raised his brows. 100,000 low-grade god stones was indeed a huge sum for the current Li Fuchen. If you don't lack divine stones, I advise you not to sell it. Otherwise, others might easily find out about your divine skills specialty. Zhao Feier reminded. I am just saying. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't sell the divine skill as he wasn't in such a miserable state. Subsequently, Li Fuchen didn't continue to transform the primary extreme sword art's fourth move, Origin Return sword form into a divine skill. His current sword Dao proficiency was still rather low. He was able to transform the Origin Return Sword into a mid-level divine skill because his proficiency and perception were sufficient, therefore, he was able to succeed. If he wanted to transform the Origin Return Sword form, his proficiency was obviously insufficient and it wasn't enough to rely on perception. So you are hiding here. A boundless prowess descended and enveloped the entire valley. Mid-level deity, it is Mephit. Zhao Feier had a change of expression. The divine world's law power and the power of a mid-level deity were rather easy to differentiate. Lifting her head, Zhao Feier saw a majestic figure skimming over. This person had a handsome face and was wearing silver battle armor. His body was emitting an extremely powerful divine power wave. Zhao Feier reckoned that this person's divine power index was at least above 2000. Mephit was one of the 9 mid-level deities in the desolate city. When facing a mid-level deity, my divine power index is indeed my shortcoming. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and faced Mephit. His sword Dao divine power index wasn't low and was over 1000. But as compared to Mephit, it was still far inferior. But so what? This battle was unavoidable. No wonder you are able to kill Anthony, Yu Lei, and the others. You are actually a mid-level deity. Mephit squinted her eyes. Li Fuchen's divine power index was obviously over 1000. It was impossible for a low-level deity's divine power index to exceed 1000. Therefore, in her opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely a mid-level deity. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should have broken through recently. It is a pity that you became insolent too early and shouldn't have offended me. After knowing that Li Fuchen was a mid-level deity, Mephit's killing intent was more than 10 times stronger. If Li Fuchen was allowed to roam freely, he would become a huge threat sooner or later. Mephit wasn't that foolish. Let's fight. Li Fuchen didn't argue. Apart from some differences, he was indeed no different from a mid-level deity. Die, shatter silver dust. Mephit immediately burst out with a low-level divine skill. This low-level divine skill was Mephit's proudest low-level divine skill. Once it was executed, the sky would be filled with shattered silver dust. It looked dreamy and was filled with murderous intent. Just in time. The Sword Sea Horizon was executed and the field power enveloped Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, when the silver shards made contact with Li Fuchen's field power, there was a continuous explosion. But soon enough, there was the sound of cloth ripping. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was broken and there were silver shards that scattered on Li Fuchen's body. Chapter 1102. These silver shards were obviously highly compressed divine power. No matter what it touched, it would explode violently. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon didn't last for a long time before it collapsed. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to survive the explosion of the silver shards and would be blasted into smithereens. However, Li Fuchen still had the Destruction Divine Physique. The Destruction Divine Physique was very special. The silver shard's explosion power was extremely powerful, but when encountering the Destruction Divine Physique, it was like a muted fire. The power was reduced by more than 100 times and it wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. As expected, my Destruction Divine Physique isn't a Divine Physique divine skill and is superior to it. Li Fuchen was enlightened. As compared to the Undying Flame Divine Physique, it was obvious that his Destruction Divine Physique was stronger. The Undying Flame Divine Physique was mainly undying, but its defense was still rather weak. Apart from being able to destroy all attacks, his Destruction Divine Physique also had extremely tough defense. The silver shards that had reduced power by more than 100 times exploded. To Li Fuchen, it was no different from hanging firecrackers on his body. It might be painful, but it wasn't dangerous. Field Divine Skill. Divine Physique Divine Skill. Mephit frowned. If the two divine skills were stacked together, it would be able to neutralize the shattering silver dust. Watch me penetrate your Divine Physique Divine Skill, dream killer intent. As Mephit yelled out, an illusory silver spear condensed above her head. In the next moment, the silver spear turned into light dust, and when it reappeared, the spearhead was already in contact with Li Fuchen's body and was about to penetrate through. Bang! The silver spear exploded and Li Fuchen's body shook. Impossible. Mephit had an unpleasant expression. This divine skill of hers was hard to differentiate between real and fake. Logically, it shouldn't be able to defend. Incredible. Receive a move from me too. Li Fuchen couldn't continue to passively receive attacks. He brandished the Heaven Abyss sword and thrust at Mephit. Cling! There was a clear and resonant sword hum. 10,000 sword shadows were emitting cold light and were like a violent storm that engulfed Mephit. When facing such an extreme attack, Mephit didn't dare to be careless and wasn't willing to counter-attack with attack. She executed her third divine skill, a protection divine skill. Clang 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 clang. An illusory glowing door appeared outside Mephit's body. Thousands of sword shadows slashed the door of light, causing countless sparks to fly. Low-level protective godly skill, Gate of Light. Is this a battle between gods? Zhao Feier, who was watching from afar, was stunned when she saw the ravine completely destroyed. Divine skills that were hard to come by in the eyes of ordinary people were easily grasped by Mephit. No one knew how many divine skills he had mastered. Although these godly skills were all inferior godly skills. In comparison, Li Fuchen was slightly weaker on the battlefield, but he didn't suffer any injuries and was obviously very confident. No matter how violent Li Fuchen's sect origin swords were, the door of light was still standing there. This wasn't a difference in divine skill, it was a difference in divine power. Only with a sufficient supply of divine power could the Gate of Light ensure its own stability. You're actually suppressing me with a god power index of over 1000. Mephit had a change of expression. Li Fuchen's divine skill was too ferocious. He had never seen an inferior godly skill that was more ferocious than this divine skill in the desolate city. No, even outside of the desolate city, he had never seen such a ferocious inferior godly skill. If he didn't see others executing mid-level divine skills and knew that true mid-level divine skills were much more terrifying, he would have suspected that Li Fuchen was executing a mid-level divine skill. No matter how ferocious the sect origin swords were, there would be a time when the sword prowess would be exhausted. Mephit was waiting for this moment. Dream killer, limitless. Mephit had his own ambition. He had always desired to upgrade the dream killer to a mid-level divine skill. Once he succeeded, apart from the city lord Qian Shi, no one else in the desolate city would be a match for him. Even the city lord Qian Shi would only be able to rely on external force to suppress Mephit, who possessed a mid-level divine skill. His pure strength would definitely be inferior to Mephit. Of course, the prerequisite was for Mephit to succeed. There was a burst of resplendent radiance as the illusory silver spear stabbed at Li Fuchen's divine body. Unlike previously, this time, the silver spear might have exploded, but it didn't dissipate completely. Instead, it condensed again. Again and again, in just a short period of time, the silver spear had attacked Li Fuchen dozens of times. Even with the destruction divine physique, Li Fuchen still felt a little overwhelmed. No wonder he is a mid-level deity. If it wasn't for the destruction divine physique, I would have died countless times. Li Fuchen had a certain understanding of the mid-level deities. In terms of divine power index, Mephit wasn't considered a powerful mid-level deity, but he wasn't a regular mid-level deity either. Such a mid-level deity was definitely very common among the mid-level deities. As long as one progressed to a mid-level deity and cultivated for a period of time, they would be able to reach this level. But even so, a mid-level deity was still a mid-level deity. It wasn't an easy task to make up for the difference in divine power. It seems like I have no choice but to execute this move. Li Fuchen brazenly executed the sword chi returned to origin divine skill. Once the sword was executed, the wind and clouds changed color. A sharp prowess locked onto Mephit. Not good. Method subconsciously executed the door of light divine skill. PFFF. An ordinary sword shadow appeared out of nowhere. The sword penetrated the door of light and also Mephit's divine body. Impossible, this is a mid-level divine skill. Mephit yelled out miserably. Mid-level divine skills had world-shaking power and it was impossible for Li Fuchen to be wrong. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression as he attacked at Mephit again. Flee. Mephit executed her fourth divine skill and also her final divine skill, Light Shift. Her entire body turned into countless light spots and dissipated. PFFF. The sword shadow drew across the light spots and Mephit's muffled groan could be heard. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. It was easy to defeat a mid-level deity, but to kill a mid-level deity was more than 10 times harder. From afar, Zhao Fei was extremely shocked when she saw Mephit retreating in defeat. A high and mighty mid-level deity was actually repelled by a low-level deity. If this news was spread out, how shocking would it be? But when thinking about how Li Fuchen was able to create a mid-level divine skill, defeating a mid-level deity wasn't that exaggerated anymore. After all, as compared to defeating a mid-level deity, creating a mid-level divine skill was much more difficult. What class does this Mephit belong to among the 9 mid-level deities in the Wasteland City? Li Fuchen asked Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei replied, probably in the lower middle class. There are at least 6 that are stronger than her. It also means that she is ranked outside the top 6. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything else. A few hundred miles away, the light dust gathered into Mephit's figure. Damn it. Mephit had an extremely unpleasant expression. He never expected that he would be defeated by Li Fuchen. Right now, he wasn't thinking about how to take revenge for Anthony, but how to resolve this trouble. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would let this matter go. Furthermore, he didn't intend to let this matter go either. Long Kuan, didn't you always want to know the location of the dense mist treasure? I can tell you. Mephit's face flashed with a cold expression. Chapter 1103. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already been in the divine realm for 5 years. My divine power increase is getting slower. During the past 5 years, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao divine power index had increased from 1200 to 1300. In the eyes of a regular person, this speed was absolutely shocking. Most people wouldn't be able to increase their divine power index by 100 points even after a few hundred years. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that this speed was still too slow. Others' divine power index started from 10 and those with vigorous innate strength would only start from the 10s or 100. Li Fuchen started from 1000 and naturally couldn't be lumped together. Li Fuchen reckoned that the reason why his progress was slow was mainly because his divine power index was too high. After all, he was only a low god and there was still a limit to his divine power index. If he wanted to improve his divine power quickly, there was only one way and that was to progress to the mid-god realm. Soon, I can feel that my divine spirit and divine power are getting closer to the fusion stage. The difference in levels of gods was actually the difference in the degree of fusion between the divine spirit and divine power. The degree of fusion between low gods was obviously inferior to that of mid-gods. In normal situations, low gods' fusion would be around 10%, mid-gods would be around 20%, and high gods would be 30%. When the divine spirit and divine power had a higher degree of fusion, the various aspects of the god would be greatly improved. Li Fuchen's situation was different from others. In the divine realm, be it low gods, mid-gods, or high gods, their divine spirit would be purple. However, Li Fuchen's divine spirit was red. When Li Fuchen progressed to the low god realm, his divine spirit and divine power's fusion was naturally at 15%. If there were no accidents, when Li Fuchen progressed to the mid-god realm, his divine spirit and divine power's fusion would definitely exceed 20%. In other words, Li Fuchen's growth attribute would be 50% higher than others, and it was a very terrifying thing. Apart from the trend of fusion between the divine spirit and divine power, Li Fuchen's greatest improvement during the past 5 years was his sword Dao level. With a superior divine spirit, Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water in the divine realm. The improvement of his sword Dao level was natural and he didn't encounter any bottlenecks for now. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't sure if his sword Dao was at the mid-stage or late stage of the mid-stage deity realm. But now, Li Fuchen was 70% or 80% certain that his sword Dao was at the late stage of the mid-stage deity realm. In comparison, Mephit's divine power index was over 2000 and her cultivation level was probably at the early stage of the mid-stage. The possibility of her reaching the mid-stage was very low, otherwise, she wouldn't have been repelled so easily by Li Fuchen. With the improvement of his sword Dao level, Li Fuchen's 3 divine skills were naturally more powerful. The Origin Return Sword Qi was already a mid-level divine skill. The Sect Origin swords had been upgraded to a mid-level divine skill. However, the sword's Sea Horizon was still lacking. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need to increase his sword Dao to the peak stage of the mid-god realm before it could be upgraded to a mid-god skill. After all, divine skills were the hardest to create and were also the hardest to improve. And were the hardest to. Apart from the Origin Returning Sword form, the rest of the primary extreme sword art has already been transformed into divine skills. I just don't know when the Seamless Sword Qi will become a divine skill. Apart from the Origin Return Sword form, the primary extreme sword art is already a divine skill. I wonder when will the Seamless Sword Qi become a divine skill. The Seamless Sword Qi was very terrifying. Once it was transformed into a divine skill, it would definitely be the most fearsome mid-level divine skill. It might even be a high-level divine skill. In the face of this move, all defenses were useless. The Seamless Sword Qi was seamless and all defenses were useless in the face of it. This move was considered Li Fuchen's masterpiece. Even if it hadn't been transformed into a divine skill, the power wasn't inferior to most low-level divine skills. Huff. At the peak of the 30,000-foot mountain, Li Fuchen looked into the distance and took in the scenery within a few dozen miles. The scenery of the divine world is truly great. The desolate plain city was actually a desolate land in the divine world. But the divine world was still the divine world and had been cleansed by the divine world's energy. The mountains, rocks, and trees of the divine world were naturally extraordinary. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any random rock here would be a rare treasure in the Kunwu cosmos. Any random weed in the Kunwu cosmos would be able to increase one's strength greatly and save countless years of bitter cultivation. For the past 5 years, Li Fuchen had been traveling around and researching Sword Dao. He had been living a carefree life. As for Zhao Feier, she had already parted ways with him 3 years ago. Zhao Feier came from a very concealed place outside of the desolate plain city. Wolf Village. There were plenty of pure-blood wolf men and mixed-blood wolf men living there. It was a large-scale wolf men gathering place. As the wolf village excluded outsiders, Li Fuchen didn't have the chance to enter and had no choice but to part ways with Zhao Feier in advance. From afar, Li Fuchen could see smoke rising from chimneys. A few dozen miles away, there was a divine village. The divine village was rather lively and there was a group of children chasing each other at the village entrance. There was a small stream near the village and women were washing clothes. In the fields, there were men carrying tools and laughing as they returned in groups. This scene was so familiar. In a trance, Li Fuchen felt as though he had returned to his youth and returned to the East Unicorn continent. The ordinary people there were also living like this. Boom. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a bridge between Li Fuchen and the divine world, making the connection even closer. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's divine power suddenly burst out. Westwell Village was an ordinary Class 1 divine village in the desolate plain city. The village had a total of 4 lower deities and it was very rare in a Class 1 divine village. On this day, when it was close to evening, the 4 lower deities were drinking together. Village chief, You are already over 5,000 years old this year and your divine power index is over 400. You shouldn't be far from becoming a middle deity, right? At the dining table, a burly man with sideburns said. Westwell Village might only be a Class 1 divine village, but very few people knew that village chief Luke's strength had already reached the pinnacle of low deities. However, he hadn't made a move for over 1,000 years. In response, the gray-haired elder lamented, "How can it be so easy? The most important thing to progress to a middle deity is the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. The fusion of the divine spirit and divine power is dependent on the individual's innate perception. Those with high innate talent would have a higher compatibility with the divine world's laws. It would be much easier to fuse the divine spirit and divine power. Those with high perception would be able to raise their cultivation level to a higher level and gradually adapt to the divine world's laws. In terms of innate talent and perception, I am only considered ordinary. It is extremely difficult to progress to the middle deity realm." At the side, the middle-aged man with fair skin frowned and said, "Wouldn't it be impossible for us ordinary low deities to progress to the middle deity realm?" The gray-haired elder shook his head. "There is always a way out. Apart from innate talent and perception, there is something else that is very important. That is fate. Fate can allow you to have countless encounters. Fate can allow you to have a flash of inspiration. If I have enough fate, there might be a day when I will have a flash of inspiration, allowing my divine spirit and divine power to fuse at a deeper level. Fate is too illusory." The middle-aged man with fair skin shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a powerful divine power wave coming from outside the village. Swish! The gray-haired elder was the first to rush out of the house. In the sky above the village, four low deities were standing side by side and looking at the tall mountain that was a few dozen miles away. "This is..." The bearded man was shocked. This divine power wave was too powerful and was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than village chief Luke. Furthermore, it was still constantly increasing and it felt like it was endless. The gray-haired elder Luke took a deep breath and said, "He is progressing to the middle deity realm." Progressing to the middle deity realm? The few of them were filled with envy. Earlier on, they were still talking about the middle deity realm. They didn't expect for someone to progress to the middle deity realm in the vicinity. Is the divine power wave from progressing to the middle deity realm so powerful? The village's only female low deity, Vivian, asked. Luke nodded in response and said with confusion, "Normally speaking, it isn't possible to cause such a huge commotion when progressing to the middle deity realm. The divine power wave that he is emitting is already beyond many elite middle deities. A regular middle deity's divine power index was between 1,000 to 2,000, elite middle deity's divine power index was between 2,000 to 3,000, elite middle deity's divine power index was between 3,000 to 4,000, and peak stage middle deity's divine power index was between 4,000 to 5,000. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the four low deities from the Westwell village and was immersed in the carefree feeling of progressing. 15%. 18%. 20%. The divine spirit and divine power were like two icebergs. At this moment, the part where the icebergs intersected started to melt and turned into ice water that fused together. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao divine power index started to surge. 1,300, 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. Soon enough, the Sword Dao divine power index had exceeded 2,000. If Li Fuchen and Mephit were to fight again, Li Fuchen would be able to eliminate Mephit in a single sword move without any effort. 21%, 22%, 23%. Just as Li Fuchen expected, after progressing to the middle deity realm, his divine spirit and divine powers fusion was superior to regular middle deities. It meant that with the same divine power index, his divine power would be able to crush others' divine power. 25%, 26%, finally, the divine spirit and divine power stopped fusing. The fusion was actually at 28% and was only 20% away from the 30% of a high deity. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's divine power index had also gradually stopped rising. Li Fuchen didn't use the divine power ball to test, but he reckoned that his current divine power index should be around 10,000. It had suddenly increased by more than 7 times. In fact, Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he was in a place with concentrated energy in the divine world, his divine power index would reach an even higher level. Back when he progressed to the low deity realm, his Sword Dao divine power index was 100 times that of those new low deities. Right now, his Sword Dao divine power index was only around 10 times that of a new low deity. Of course, a low deity was a low deity and a middle deity was a middle deity. They couldn't be lumped together. Firstly, the purity of the divine power was on a completely different level. 100 times of the former was a little lacking. There is no hurry, I can use divine stones to slowly increase it in the future. When the divine power index reached 10,000, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was filled with air. The mountain beneath his feet shook violently and rocks started to fall. Let me find a place to grind my divine power first. The divine power distorted time and space. Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished from the peak of the mountain, leaving behind the 4 shocked low deities that were a few dozen miles away. Chapter 1104. Li Fuchen didn't know how terrifying a divine power index of 10,000 was. He only knew that a mid-level deity with a divine power index of over 2,000 like Mei Fei would be able to kill her with a single divine power shock. Even if Mei Fei used a mid-level deity's divine power shock, unless it was a mid-level deity's protection or divine body's mid-level deity's divine power shock, it would still be the same as death in the face of Li Fuchen's divine power shock. The difference in divine power index of a mid-level deity was already significant, let alone 7,000 or 8,000. After progressing to become a mid-level deity, putting aside his strength, Li Fuchen's other qualities had also improved greatly. Like the divine power's exploration range, the divine body, and even the divine soul had some improvements. The original pale red color had turned deeper. 1 month later, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao divine power was finally completed. At this time, his Sword Wei divine power index had increased by a lot, from 10,000 to 11,000. It was already higher than those newly advanced high gods. Of course, in terms of divine power purity, he was still inferior to high gods. After all, a high god's divine spirit and divine power had reached 30% fusion. I don't have enough divine stones. It might only have increased his divine power index by 1,000, but Li Fuchen's low-grade divine stones were almost depleted. The higher the god's grade, the greater the demand for divine stones. Especially when Li Fuchen's divine power wasn't saturated yet. At this moment, the demand for divine stones was 100 or 1,000 times more than normal. The desolate city was bustling as usual. Mei Fei had been living a rather uncomfortable life for the past 5 years. Li Fuchen's existence was like a fishbone that was stuck in his throat. He didn't know if Li Fuchen would come back for revenge one day. He only knew that if he didn't eliminate Li Fuchen, there would always be a shadow in his heart and it would affect his cultivation. Come back for revenge. It is best to come back as soon as possible. Mei Fei desired for Li Fuchen to come back for revenge. By then, he would be able to work together with Long Kuan to eliminate Li Fuchen. Long Kuan's divine power index was more than 1,000 than Mei Fei and was over 3,000. In terms of divine power index, Long Kuan was ranked second in the desolate city and was just inferior to City Lord Qian Shi. In terms of strength, he was also ranked third and was just inferior to City Lord Qian Shi and Blood Moon. With the two of them working together, even if Li Fuchen had 3 lives, it wouldn't be enough. After drinking a mouthful of wine that was worth several lower-grade god stones, Mefit walked out of her manor and flew toward Long Kuan's castle. When his divine power index reached 11,000, Li Fuchen's flying speed was increased by more than 100 times. The powerful divine power allowed him to distort the spatial zone to a certain extent, creating an effect that was close to instantaneous shifting. This was much faster than using spacetime divine power to travel, as spacetime divine power could only distort space slightly for now. The desolate city was still vivid in his mind. Li Fuchen's divine power was instantly released and enveloped the entire desolate city. If it was in the past, it would be a dream for Li Fuchen's divine power to envelop the desolate city. Firstly, the divine power waves from thousands of low deities and 9 middle deities would cause fatal interference to him. Once his divine power was released too far, it would be torn apart by the divine power waves. Secondly, the desolate city was protected by the divine array. Even middle deities wouldn't be able to spy on the desolate city. But now, Li Fuchen's divine power wasn't inferior to a new high-level deity. It was still possible for his divine power to cover a Class 1 divine city. Moreover, so what if he was discovered? Since he dared to come, he wasn't afraid of any retaliation. Buzz! There was a slight distortion in the void of the desolate city. Inside the city lord residence, the dark and skinny man with a boulder-like temperament opened his eyes with suspicion. The divine array that enveloped the entire desolate city might not be an incredible divine array, but it was still 1-star high tier. Any middle deity wouldn't be able to spy on the entire desolate city without alerting the dark and skinny man. But earlier on, the divine array had indeed fluctuated a little. Perhaps someone is progressing to become a low deity. Progressing to a low deity would cause a fluctuation in the divine world's law. The fluctuation of the divine world's law would naturally affect the operation of the divine array. The dark and skinny man didn't treat it seriously and continued to close his eyes. Found it. Li Fuchen found Mephit in a castle. Due to the great disparity in divine power, Li Fuchen noticed Mephit, but Mephit didn't notice him. Swish! Li Fuchen flew towards the desolate city. Like a candle flame passing through a piece of cloth, Li Fuchen easily passed through the divine array and entered the interior of the desolate city. In fact, Li Fuchen could also enter from the city gate, but he didn't want to be so troublesome. What is going on? The dark and skinny man opened his eyes and his face flashed with doubt again. Just a moment ago, the frequency of the divine array's fluctuation was even higher. When he released his divine power, he didn't notice anything abnormal. It is truly strange. The dark and skinny man stopped cultivating with his eyes closed and walked out of the house. He was planning to look around in case he missed anything. Long Kuen's castle was massive and imposing. As the number 3 middle deity in the desolate city, he also had a large-scale mercenary group. Be it strength, status, or influence, Long Kuen was far superior to Mephit. Mephit, if you tell me the location of the dense mist treasure in advance, not only will I help you eliminate your opponent, but I will also owe you a favor. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Long Kuen was several times taller than Mephit and was like a small mountain. Mephit shook her head. Long Kuen, why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. She didn't trust Long Kuen and what she wanted was more practical. She wanted to eliminate Li Fuchen and add a low-level divine skill. Shaking his head, Long Kuen's face flashed with displeasure. Had it not been for the city lord Qianshi's order to prohibit killing in the desolate city, Long Kuen wanted to capture Mephit and force her to reveal the location of the dense mist treasure. Mephit, how have you been? Just as the duo was drinking, a voice echoed in the castle. He came just like that. Mephit was astonished at first and was even more astonished. Li Fuchen came too suddenly and she wasn't mentally prepared. He's your enemy. Long Kuen's eyes flashed with radiance. Li Fuchen came at the right time. Once Long Kuen was eliminated, Mephit wouldn't dare to continue hiding the location of the dense mist treasure. The duo flew out of the castle and arrived in the sky above the castle. In front of the duo, there was a figure standing in the sky. Who else could it be other than Li Fuchen? You actually dare to come to the desolate city? Mephit might be surprised, but she didn't panic. She looked at Li Fuchen as though she was looking at a dead man. Li Fuchen was too confident. Even if Li Fuchen had some improvements in the past 5 years, he still wouldn't be a match for Long Kun, let alone a match for them if they worked together. Li Fuchen sized up Long Kun. It seems like you have found a helper. While Li Fuchen was sizing up Long Kun was also sizing up Li Fuchen. Long Kun found it strange that he couldn't sense Li Fuchen's divine power waves. There were 2 possibilities for such situations. Firstly, Li Fuchen cultivated a method to conceal his divine power. Secondly, Li Fuchen's divine power was much stronger than Long Kun's and Long Kun was unable to detect Li Fuchen's divine power waves. It was obvious that the second possibility could be eliminated. According to Mephit, 5 years ago, Li Fuchen's divine power index was only slightly over 1000. After 5 years, even if Li Fuchen had a great fated encounter, he would only be able to increase his divine power index by a few hundred points. In order for Long Kun to be unable to detect Li Fuchen's divine power waves, Li Fuchen's divine power index must be above 4000 and it was impossible. Mephit, I will eliminate him for you now. Long Kun's divine power burst out and executed his low-level divine skill, Sky Engulfing Hand, in order to capture and kill Li Fuchen. When facing Long Kun's brazen attack, Li Fuchen revealed a sneer. He released his sword Dao divine power and vibrated. The first thing that disintegrated was Long Kun's low-level divine skill, Sky Engulfing Hand. Immediately after, Long Kun's divine body instantly disintegrated too. Before Long Kun died, he didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream. His entire body had vanished completely, apart from his spatial ring and half-divine artifact, there was nothing left. At the side, Mephit saw everything and was completely dumbfounded. A divine power vibration had killed Long Kun. What was Li Fuchen's divine power index? Endless regret filled Mephit's heart and she was planning to beg for mercy. Without any sound or presence, Mephit's divine body had also disintegrated. Am I going to die just like this? Mephit's consciousness sank into endless darkness. Stop. The deep and powerful voice came belatedly. It was a dark and skinny man who was also the desolate city lord, Qianshi. When Long Kun's divine power burst out, Qianshi had already sensed the commotion here, but he was still a step too late. Who are you? Qianshi stared at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's strength was undoubtedly very powerful. Even Qianshi wouldn't be able to kill Long Kun with pure strength. But this was the desolate city and with the assistance of the 1-star high-tier divine array, no one among the mid-gods was a match for him. He wouldn't allow anyone to challenge his prowess. You must be the city lord, Qianshi. I don't wish to kill you. Li Fuchen looked at Qianshi. Presumptuous. A battle hammer appeared in Qianshi's hand. Boundless divine array power was added to the battle hammer as Qianshi smashed the hammer at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before the hammer's shadow could even make contact with Li Fuchen, it had instantly vanished. At the same moment, a horrific vibration force assaulted. Not good. Qianshi quickly activated the divine array power and added it to the divine power protection. Bang boom. The boundless divine array power couldn't even last for a single breath when facing Li Fuchen's divine power vibration. Subsequently, Qianshi was sent flying while his body was emitting a blood mist. I said before that I don't wish to kill you. But if you wish to die, I can grant your wish. Li Fuchen said to Qianshi coldly. Qianshi's heart turned cold after hearing the statement. He knew that he was too reckless. If Li Fuchen had killing intent, Qianshi would already be a corpse. No, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. My lord, please forgive me. Qianshi is blind. In the face of absolute strength, Qianshi had to lower his head. There is nothing else for you to do here, back off. Remember, I don't like to be disturbed. Long Kun and Mephit were already dead, therefore, the wealth in their castles naturally belonged to Li Fuchen. Yes. Qianshi felt as though he was granted amnesty and left in a hurry. This castle isn't bad and can be used as a temporary residence. Li Fuqian took a glance at Long Kuan's castle and revealed a smile. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.